Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
1.1 The Drive-In and the First Bad Feeling. My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm 34 years old. I live in Boise, and for most of my adult life, I made my living fixing things that had simple explanations. Air handlers, furnace boards, condenser units, bad wiring, clogged drains, cracked duct runs. If it rattled, leaked, shorted out, or stopped blowing cold air in July, I was the guy people called. I liked that kind of work because every problem had a source. Sometimes it took a while to find. Sometimes the fix was expensive and ugly, but there was always a reason. That used to matter to me. I'm saying that now because I know how this story sounds, and because even after everything that happened, I still catch myself trying to explain pieces of it away. Old wood settling, mice in the walls, stress, altitude, too much coffee, too little sleep, one family already halfway to breaking before we ever got there. I've gone through every version of it in my head. None of them explain why I still can't sleep in a room with exposed floorboards over empty space. None of them explain why, when I stay in a cabin or an older house, I check the crawlspace access before I bring my bags inside. Back then, though, I was still the guy who laughed things off. My older brother Mark had invited me on the trip about 3 weeks before it happened. He called on a Tuesday while I was replacing a blower motor in Meridian and asked if I wanted to come up to Montana for a long weekend. He made it sound casual, like he'd found some great off-season deal and figured it would be fun to get out of town before the weather turned. 4 days in a cabin, some hiking if it stayed dry, maybe a fire pit, some beer, maybe trout if the creek on the property was real and not just something the rental listing made up. The truth came out in pieces. It was cheap because it was late in the season, and because the place was pretty far out. He wanted me there to split the driving. Jenna wanted, in her words, one last normal weekend before school and work eat us alive again. And Ellie, his daughter, my niece, had been talking about the trip for weeks. Ellie was 9 then, smart, skinny, missing one of her front teeth, and at that age where kids are somehow still little, but already starting to sound like full people when they ask questions. She had this animal guidebook she'd gotten from a school book fair, and apparently she'd spent half of August circling pages about owls, foxes, black bears, mule deer, and wolves. She was convinced she was going to spot all of them from the porch of that cabin, like Montana was some private wildlife exhibit put there just for her. So I said yes. Part of me did it for her. Part of me did it because Mark had that careful tone he gets when something in his life isn't going the way he says it is. We weren't the kind of brothers who talked feelings unless one of us had to, but I knew enough to hear what sat underneath the invitation. He and Jenna had been fighting. Money, mostly. The kind of money stress that makes every small purchase sound like a personal insult. I think they were hoping a road trip and some fresh air would sand the edges off whatever had been getting sharp between them. By the time I got to their place before dawn that Friday, Jenna already had the SUV half loaded. A cooler sat open in the driveway. Ellie was in the back seat with a blanket over her legs and her animal guidebook in her lap, too awake for the hour, watching me like I might tell her the trip was canceled if she looked away. "You brought the binoculars?" she asked before I'd even shut the passenger door. "I brought the binoculars," I told her. "And the bug spray?" "It's September." "That's not a no." I laughed and held up the can. That made her smile and settle back, and for a minute, the whole thing felt exactly like what it was supposed to be. Family trip. Cold start. Gas station breakfast. Long drive under a pale sky. The morning had that dry, early fall look the Mountain West gets when summer hasn't completely let go, but the light already feels thinner. We stopped outside Mountain Home for coffee and breakfast sandwiches wrapped in paper that had gone translucent with grease by the time we got back in the car. Mark drove first. Sports radio played low through the front speakers, fading in and out depending on where we were. By the time we crossed into Montana, we had empty cups in the console, beef jerky wrappers on the floor, and one of those road trip silences that doesn't feel bad until you notice how long it's been there. Ellie filled some of it by reading animal facts from the back seat. Did you know moose can run 35 miles an hour? Great, Mark said. So if we see one, we dive fast. Jenna gave him a look. Can you maybe not say that to a 9-year-old? It was a joke. Everything's a joke with you. There it was. Small, flat, familiar. He tightened his grip on the wheel. I'm driving 8 hours on 3 hours of sleep, Jen. Maybe let one thing go. And then nothing again. I stared out the window after that, pretending not to hear the rest of what wasn't being said. Fences blurred past. Dry fields gave way to heavier timber as we moved north and west. Every so often there'd be a gas station with a mounted antler rack over the door, or a bait shop, or a diner with 3 pickup trucks outside, and no sign anyone under 60 had eaten there in 20 years. The traffic thinned until it felt like the road belonged only to us and whoever had business being that far out. By the time I took over driving, the sky had gone the color of brushed aluminum. Not stormy exactly, just washed out. Ellie had switched from reading aloud to quietly flipping pages and holding her book up to the window whenever she thought she saw movement in the trees. Once she got excited over a deer skull nailed to a fence post. Once over a red-tailed hawk on a power line. She had the kind of hope kids still have, where every mile promises something. I remember that part clearly because it makes what came after feel meaner somehow. The turnoff to the property was easy to miss. Just a weathered wooden marker with the cabin's number hand-painted in white and half hidden by grass. The road narrowed from county pavement to dirt and gravel, and almost right away the ride got rough. The track was cut through lodgepole and fir, with shallow ruts dried into the middle and soft shoulders on either side. Tall grass brushed the underside of the SUV in places. Tree limbs leaned over the road like they were closing it behind us. No neighbors? I asked. Mark checked the printed directions again, though we both knew GPS had gone useless 20 minutes earlier. Doesn't look like it. Jenna twisted around to look out the back window, as if she could still see civilization behind us. That's rustic. Ellie, of course, loved that. It's real, she said, smiling. That means it's real. The cabin came into view around a bend so gently I almost missed it at first. It sat in a clearing that wasn't really a clearing so much as a place where the trees had decided to stand a little farther back. 1-story, dark wood siding, covered porch, metal roof. It should have looked cozy. In the listing photos, I'm sure it had. There was a handmade swing on one side of the porch, a stack of split wood, and a stone chimney that gave it the kind of simple, secluded look people pay too much money to pretend they discovered. But the first thing I noticed when I parked was that it sat a little wrong. That's the best way I can put it. The whole structure seemed to lean just enough to make you wonder if you were imagining it. Not dangerously, not cartoonishly, just enough that the roofline didn't feel level against the trees. There was long grass growing high around the foundation, and the porch boards had that gray-brown color wood gets when it stays damp longer than it should. I killed the engine, and for a second, none of us moved. Then Ellie said, "Can I sleep by the window?" "Let us get inside first," Jenna said. The air smelled cold and clean at first, all pine and dirt and distance. That only lasted until I stepped onto the porch. Then another smell came up underneath it. Wet wood, stale ash, and something faintly sour, like moisture trapped somewhere dark for too long. Not strong enough to make a scene over, just enough that I noticed. Mark hauled the first bag out of the back and headed up the steps. The porch groaned under him in a way that made me glance down. Not a normal creak. A deep, resonant complaint, like the boards were thinner than they looked, or the space beneath them was wider than it should have been. When I bent to grab the cooler, I heard it. Tap. Then again. Tap. Tap. Soft. Hollow. Coming from under the porch. I held still and listened. The sound didn't repeat right away. I told myself it was a branch moving under the deck, or some little animal shifting around in the shadows beneath the boards. The underside of old cabins is always full of noises. That's what I thought then. That's what I chose to think. So I ignored it. We were still unloading when Vernon showed up. I didn't hear a truck, which bothered me later because he should have made enough noise on that road for all of us to notice. One minute we were carrying bags and arguing about who had packed 3 different bags of chips and no dish soap, and the next there was just an old man standing at the edge of the clearing beside a mud-spattered side-by-side ATV. He was thin enough to look breakable, wearing a faded canvas jacket and a dark cap pulled low. 70s maybe, though hard-living mountain men can be impossible to age. His face was all loose skin and old lines, but his eyes were pale and alert. What I remember most, stupidly enough, were his hands. Long fingers, swollen at the knuckles, nails rimmed with black mud like he'd been digging in wet ground. "Afternoon," he said. Mark stepped forward, all friendliness. "Vernon?" "That's me." He came a little closer, but not all the way onto the porch. Even then, with all of us right there, I noticed him glance under the edge of the deck before he looked up at us. It was quick, a habit more than a gesture, like checking whether something had stayed where he left it. He handed Mark the key on an old plastic float with the cabin number burned into it. "Place is all yours through Monday." Jenna thanked him. Ellie leaned around me to stare openly, because kids haven't yet learned when looking too hard is rude. Vernon looked back at her longer than he looked at any of us, not smiling, not mean either, just measuring. Then he said, "You folks keep your windows covered after dark." Mark gave a little laugh. "For bears?" Vernon didn't answer that. "And if you hear scratching under the floor," he said, almost like he was continuing a thought from somewhere else, "don't answer it." There was a beat of silence after that. I actually did laugh then, mostly because it felt like the right social thing to do when an old guy from the woods said something that strange. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means don't talk back." His eyes shifted to me, then to the porch boards beneath my boots. "And don't leave food out overnight. You understand?" Jenna smiled the way people smile at someone they're not sure they should be taking seriously. "Sure, of course." Mark held up the key. "Any other local wisdom? Don't whistle after midnight. Don't insult the elk." That got him a forced sound from me and a look from Jenna, but Vernon still didn't smile. He just kept staring at the porch for another second, then at Ellie again. The clearing had gone very quiet around us. No traffic, no distant dogs, not even much bird noise. Just the breeze moving through the trees and that damp, shut-up smell drifting out from the cabin behind us. Vernon finally said, If the little one starts listening to the house, leave." Jenna's smile faded. Mark made another joke. I don't even remember what it was, but it died on the porch between us. Vernon had already turned away by then, moving back toward his ATV with a stiffness that looked less like age than caution. Before he climbed on, he glanced once more toward the underside of the cabin. Then he drove off without another word. For a few seconds after he disappeared down the road, nobody said anything. Ellie was the one who broke the silence. She looked down at the porch boards under her sneakers and asked, in a perfectly normal voice, "What does he mean, listening?" I wish I could say that was when I took it seriously. Instead, I shifted the cooler to my other hand, forced a grin, and said the same kind of thing I'd said 100 times in my life when something odd nudged at the edge of a good day. "Means he's weird," I told her. "Come on, let's get inside." And when I stepped forward, the porch gave one long, low groan beneath me, and something under the boards answered with 3 soft taps. 1.2. A cheap cabin with a closed-up smell. The first thing that hit me when I opened the door was that smell again, only stronger inside. Not rot exactly. Nothing obvious enough to make you stop in the doorway and say there was something wrong with the place.
It was more like the cabin had been shut too long between renters. Like old wood and damp insulation and fireplace soot had all settled into each other and never really aired back out. There was stale ash in it, old dust, the sour, almost sweet edge of trapped moisture. Underneath all of that, faint and hard to place, something earthy. Not fresh dirt, not clean dirt. The smell of ground that had stayed wet in the dark. Ellie pushed past me before Jenna could stop her. "Whoa!" Her voice bounced lightly through the cabin, too cheerful for the room it landed in. For one quick second, seeing it through her eyes almost fixed the place for me. She saw the fun of it first. The adventure. The kind of cabin kids imagine when adults say the word cabin.
There was a mudroom just inside the front door, barely more than a square cutout in the wall lined with 3 bent metal hooks, a cracked rubber mat, and a narrow bench somebody had painted dark green years ago and then let chip down to bare wood at the corners. The mat had a curl in one side and left black streaks on the floor where it had rubbed over time. Above the hooks was an old framed print of a trout stream that had gone yellow under the glass. Past that, the place opened into one large main room that was trying its best to feel cozy. A field stone fireplace took up most of the far wall, broad and old, with a rough mantel made from a single timber darkened by heat and age. There were black iron tools beside it, a dented ash bucket, and a stack of split wood in a rack that looked decorative until you noticed some of the logs were grayed soft with age. A braided rug sat in front of the hearth, its reds and browns faded toward the middle where years of boots had gone over it.
To the left was the living room area, if you wanted to call it that. A sagging plaid sofa, one recliner with a patched arm, and a TV on a pine stand with a DVD player underneath it that looked older than Ellie. To the right sat the dining table under a hanging light with a yellowed shade. 4 chairs, none of them matching exactly, though close enough that somebody had tried. Beyond that was the kitchen, a strip of countertops, old cabinets painted cream long ago, a humming refrigerator with rounded corners, and a sink under a back window that looked out into nothing but tree line. At the far end of the room, narrow wooden stairs went up to a low loft tucked under the pitch of the roof. Not a full second story, more like a sleeping ledge built into the rafters, with a mattress on one side and enough floor space for a duffel bag and not much else. Under the stairs was the usual awkward dead space old cabins get, but instead of being open for storage, this one had been closed off with wood paneling that didn't quite match the rest of the room.
Even before I thought anything was wrong, I remember noticing that. A sealed-off wedge under the staircase, too neat to be original and too rough to be professionally done. A narrow hallway ran off the kitchen side toward the back, leading to the bathroom and one small bedroom where Mark and Jenna would sleep. There was another side room off the main area, too small to call a real bedroom, more like a box with a window and enough floor space for a twin mattress. That was where they planned to put Ellie. "Can I have the loft?" she asked immediately, staring up the stairs. "No," Jenna said just as quickly. "Why not?" "Because I said no." "She can have the loft if she wants," Mark said, carrying in a cooler. Jenna turned to him. "And if she rolls off, half asleep at 2 a.m? It's not a cliff, Jenna. It's high enough." I kept quiet and hauled in another bag. That was the rhythm between them all day. A sentence, a correction, a defense, and the small, ugly silence after. Not a fight, not yet. But everything they said to each other felt like it had something heavier tied to it. Ellie, blessedly immune to adult tension for another year or two, wandered the room like she was inspecting a museum exhibit built for her personally. She touched the rough stones of the fireplace. She peered up the stairs. She put both hands on the window over the sink and looked out into the back of the property, where the trees stood close enough together to make the late afternoon light look dimmer than it should have. "Can bears get inside cabins?" she asked. "Not this one," I said. "What if they're really smart? Then they charge extra." That got a laugh from her, and finally, a real smile from Jenna. We started settling in. Bags went into corners, grocery sacks got unpacked. Mark found the thermostat and swore at it until the propane heater kicked on with a metal click and a low whoomph somewhere in the wall. The refrigerator gave an irritated rattle like we'd woken it from a bad sleep. Jenna wiped down the counters, even though they looked clean enough. I carried our drinks to the fridge, set the chips on the table, and started mentally mapping the place the way I always do when I'm somewhere unfamiliar. That's when I noticed the floor. It wasn't dramatic. You wouldn't walk in and think the place was unsafe. But there were soft points in it. Subtle give in the boards under full weight. Patches where the wood sounded different. Near the mudroom, the floor was solid, hard, nailed down over something firm. By the fireplace, it creaked but held. In the narrow run between the sofa and the kitchen, it had a hollower echo, like there was more empty space beneath it than there should have been. Then I crossed by the dining table. My right foot came down, and the board there dipped, just slightly, with a dull, thin sound. Not a crack, not even a true sag. Just enough that I stopped and tried it again. Tap of the heel. Hollow. A second board beside it answered the same way. I stood still for a second, listening to the heater tick and the refrigerator hum, and tried not to think about the tapping I'd heard under the porch. "Problem?" Mark asked. "Just old flooring," I said. "Feels thin here." He came over, bounced his weight once, and shrugged. "Cheap cabin," which was true. That explained a lot. It just didn't explain why the sound under the table reminded me of stepping over old duck chases in half-rotted farmhouses, where the subfloor had gone soft above empty runs. It sounded less like boards over a foundation, and more like boards over a void. Ellie had made it to the back windows by then. There were 3 of them set side by side along the rear wall of the living room, each framed in dark wood that had dried and cracked at the corners. Beyond them was nothing but the slope of the yard and a wall of timber. She stood on tiptoe and frowned. "It's weird out there." "Everything's weird out there," Mark said, wrestling with the TV remote.
That's why we paid for it.
No, I mean, it looks black already.
I glanced toward the windows. She wasn't wrong. The sun wasn't down yet, not even close, but the trees stood so close and so dense behind the cabin that the view through the glass looked like evening had already started in that direction. It wasn't scary then, just noticeable. One side of the world still carried late-day light, and the other looked like it belonged to a later hour.
Jenna set a folded blanket on the small mattress in Ellie's room. "You can sleep in here," she said, "and tomorrow we'll see about the loft." Ellie sighed in theatrical disappointment. "Do I at least get the bed by the window?" "It's the only bed." "Then yes," she said, as if this had all been her negotiation to begin with. I went back outside after we'd gotten enough unpacked to make the place feel inhabited. I told myself I was just stretching my legs, but really I wanted another look at the perimeter before dark. Old habit. When you work in people's homes long enough, you start automatically checking things. Entry points, grating, vents, rot, anything that explains the smells you notice first and ask about later. The yard around the cabin was rougher than it looked from the road. Long grass brushed against my jeans. The ground felt uneven underfoot, with soft patches where the dirt held moisture.
Around the backside, the grass gave way to shorter scrub and exposed soil near the foundation. The siding dropped down to within maybe 2 feet of the earth in places, and I could see where the cabin had been built up just enough to leave crawlspace beneath it. On the porch side, half hidden by the tall grass and shadow under the steps, I found the access. It was a low, square door set into the foundation line beneath the porch, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, wood-faced and framed in metal, secured by an old, rusted latch. It would have been easy to miss if I hadn't been looking. The wood on it was darker than the surrounding skirting, either replaced at some point or just stained by more contact. I crouched down and brushed some grass out of the way. Mud had dried along the lower edge. Not a lot, just enough to notice. Thin smears where something wet had touched the door and flaked off as it dried. The latch itself had orange rust around the screws, but the metal where fingers would lift it looked cleaner, rubbed brighter by recent handling. I stared at that longer than I should have. There were innocent explanations for all of it. Vernon could have gone under there recently to check pipes. Maybe a previous renter had opened it. Maybe raccoons or some other animal had pushed at it from below and dragged dirt up along the edge. Every one of those explanations was better than the one that tried forming in the back of my mind. So I took the best version available and stood up. When I straightened, I had the unpleasant feeling that someone was watching me from inside the cabin. I looked up. Ellie was in the back window, chin just above the sill, staring out. I raised a hand and she waved back, smiling, all normal again. A kid in a cabin, nothing more than that. I didn't mention the hatch when I went back inside. I told myself I didn't want to sound paranoid. More truthfully, I didn't want Mark giving me that older brother look he'd perfected by age 14. The one that said I was making something out of nothing because I liked the feeling of being the practical one who caught problems first. By 6:30, we had settled into the kind of routine that makes temporary places feel safer than they are. Groceries were put away. Beer went into the fridge and then came right back out. Mark got football on the TV after smacking the side of it once and swearing at the cable box. The sound came thin and tinny through the old speakers. Jenna lined up buns and paper plates on the counter. I took hot dogs and a pack of cheap American cheese out of the cooler. Ellie sat at the dining table with a box of crayons and a spiral notebook, drawing with the full serious concentration only kids and engineers seem able to manage. There was something almost aggressively normal about it all. The game on TV, the sound of a knife on a cutting board, beer tab snapping open, Ellie asking whether owls could pick up dogs. It let me feel stupid for what Vernon had said, for the tapping under the porch, for the rubbed clean latch outside. I remember being grateful for that feeling. Mark handed me a beer. To rustic luxury. I clinked the can against his. To tetanus with a view. Jenna rolled her eyes, but she was smiling again. For a little while, the cabin loosened around us. The heater clicked on and off. The TV murmured. The smell of hot dogs covered the closed-up smell of the place. Even the dark windows in the back just looked like windows now. Then Ellie asked, without looking up from her drawing, "Who lives under us?" The room didn't stop exactly, but it shifted. Mark snorted first. "Hopefully nobody. We're paying for the whole cabin." She pointed one crayon at the floorboards under the table. "I heard him move." Jenna gave that quick, light parent laugh people use when they want to cut something off before it becomes a thing. "Ellie, enough." "I did. Don't try to scare yourself before bed." "I'm not." She sounded puzzled more than dramatic, which is maybe why I looked at her a little harder then. "What did you hear?" I asked. She shrugged one shoulder. "Like when someone rolls over." A silence opened after that, brief but real. Mark broke it. "Mouse, raccoon, maybe a squirrel." He pointed his beer at me. "Cabin expert over there said the floor is hollow." I said thin. "Same difference." Ellie lowered her voice, almost conspiratorial. "It wasn't small." Jenna set a plate down a little too hard on the counter. "That's enough, Ellie." Ellie looked up then, not scared, not joking either. Just matter of fact in a way I still remember with total clarity. "I'm serious." Nobody answered right away. The football game kept going in the background. Somewhere in the kitchen, the refrigerator gave one of its long, tired rattles. Outside, nothing. No voices, no road noise, no barking dog in the distance. Just a stillness pressing at the windows. I made myself smile. "Then, if he pays rent, we can stay another night." That got a reluctant laugh from Mark and an exasperated look from Jenna. Ellie didn't laugh, but she went back to coloring. And the moment passed the way uncomfortable moments do when everyone decides at once not to touch them again. Still, I watched her longer than I meant to. She drew the cabin for a while. I could tell that much from the pitched roof shape and the square chimney. Then she started coloring the underside of the page in heavy, dark strokes, so hard the crayon snapped in her fingers. She frowned at that, peeled the wrapper off another one, and kept going. We ate, we cleaned up. Mark drank 2 more beers and started talking louder at the television, like men do when they want the room to feel lighter than it is. Jenna got Ellie showered and into pajamas. The sky went from gray to blue-black behind the back windows, though honestly, it looked black back there long before the rest of the light was gone. When full dark finally settled, it did it fast. Jenna closed the curtains first in Ellie's room, then in the bedroom she and Mark were using. I did the big back windows in the living room because nobody asked me to, and because I didn't like how the glass reflected the room once the outside turned dark enough. The fabric was heavy and smelled faintly of dust when I pulled it shut. Just before I closed the last panel, I looked out into the yard and saw nothing but the pale suggestion of grass and the darker wall of trees behind it. No movement, no shine of eyes, nothing waiting. If I'd seen something then, maybe I would have said we should leave. Or maybe not. Maybe I still would have made the same mistakes. The heater clicked on again.
Wood creaked overhead and along the walls as the temperature dropped. Every old cabin makes noise at night. The only difference is whether you know the place well enough to let it fade into the background. I didn't know this one. By 10:30, the TV was off. The kitchen had been cleaned as much as we were going to clean it. The last of the beer sat empty in a line beside the sink. Jenna took Ellie into her room and read with her for a while. Mark brushed his teeth with one foot propped against the bathroom door frame, acting like nothing in the world had shifted all day. I took the loft, mostly because I didn't care and partly because I wanted to hear the cabin better from up there. I told myself that last part only much later. The loft mattress was thin, but not terrible. Through the slats of the railing, I could see part of the living room below. The back of the sofa, the dining table under the hanging light, one corner of the fireplace. The whole place glowed amber in the weak lamplight we left on near the recliner. After everyone settled, the quiet thickened. Jenna and Mark's voices murmured once from their room, then stopped. Ellie coughed lightly from down the hall. The heater clicked off. The refrigerator hummed on. A board popped somewhere below me, then another. Normal sounds. House sounds. The kind you count when you're trying to fall asleep somewhere unfamiliar. I lay on my back and listened to the cabin settle around us. A gust of wind moved through the trees outside, but only barely. The branches whispered more than scraped. No rain. No animal cries. No traffic from the road. The silence out there didn't feel peaceful. It felt withheld. Like the woods were listening to the house the way the house was listening to us. That thought annoyed me the second it formed. Too dramatic. Too little sleep. Too much from an old man's warning sticking under my skin because he delivered it in the right voice. I rolled over, pulled the blanket higher, and shut my eyes. A few minutes later, from somewhere below the dining table, I heard a soft, dragging sound move slowly beneath the floorboards. Not a scramble, not scratching, not the light, fast movement of something with little feet. A slow drag, like something with weight shifted itself across packed earth under thin wood. I opened my eyes and stayed still. The sound didn't come again right away. When it finally did, it was fainter. Just one measured pull, then nothing. I kept listening until my breathing went shallow with it. Every nerve in me wanted a simple answer. Raccoon, porcupine, loose pipe, branch. Anything ordinary and physical and dumb. Old cabins have crawl spaces. Crawl spaces have animals. Animals make sounds bigger at night. That was the explanation I chose. That was the one I held on to as I lay there staring into the dark pitch of the rafters. Under me, the boards gave one small settling creak. Then from somewhere beneath the center of the cabin, something moved once more. Slow and deliberate, and went still. 1.3. Ellie at the window. I woke up because something under the floor moved again. For a few seconds, I didn't know where I was. That happens to me in unfamiliar places sometimes, especially when I fall asleep in clothes that aren't mine on a bed that doesn't belong to me. There's always that strange blank stretch between dreaming and understanding, where the room has no name yet and every sound feels personal. I lay there in the loft, staring into darkness with the blanket twisted around one leg, trying to place the low shape of the rafters over me and the faint orange glow from the dying lamp downstairs. Then I remembered the cabin. The heater was off. The refrigerator had gone quiet too. Even the wind sounded like it had backed away from the walls. What I heard under the floor was not the quick skitter of a mouse or the uneven rustle of something brushing insulation. It was slow, heavy enough to press a presence into the sound. A drag, then a pause. Another drag, closer to the middle of the room. Like something long and damp was being pulled across packed dirt beneath the cabin. I held still and counted without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. Not normal nighttime silence either. It felt interrupted, deliberate, like the sound had stopped because something below had also stopped to listen. I pushed myself up on one elbow and waited. That was when the knocks came. 3 of them, slow, hollow, distinct. Not at the door, not from the wall, from below the living room. Knock, a space. Knock, a longer space. Knock. Every hair on my arms lifted at once. I sat up fully, listening so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears.
Part of me still wanted the right explanation. A branch rolling under the porch. A loose board dropping into place. Pipes. Animals. Anything with a sane shape to it. But those knocks had rhythm. Not loud, not theatrical, not movie perfect. Worse than that, they sounded placed, like something knew exactly how much force the floor would carry. I swung my legs over the side of the mattress and lowered myself carefully onto the loft boards. They creaked under my weight, and I froze, half expecting an immediate answer from underneath. None came. The lamp downstairs had burned low enough to turn the room below into layered shadow. I could still make out the sofa, the edge of the dining table, the pale square of the kitchen doorway. The back windows were darker than the walls around them, even through the curtains, black shapes set into blacker space. I told myself I was just going down to check on the noise, that if an animal had found its way under the place, maybe I could figure out where. That if Ellie had gotten up to use the bathroom, I should make sure she didn't wander the loft stairs half asleep. All of those were lies I put in my own mouth, because I'm scared to move, but more scared not to. Sounds weak when you say it out loud. I went down barefoot, one hand on the rail, careful to avoid the loose outer edge of each step. The wood was cold. Colder than it should have been with the heater having run most of the evening. At the bottom, I stood in the middle of the living room and listened again. Nothing. I was just about to turn toward the hallway when I saw her. Ellie was standing in front of the back windows, not pressed close to them, not touching the curtains, just there, maybe a foot away, in the center panel, facing out toward the yard. She had on the pale t-shirt she slept in, and those little cotton shorts with stars on them. Her bare feet were planted side by side on the braided rug. One hand hung at her side. The other was lifted a few inches from her body, fingers bent very slightly, as if she were pausing in the middle of reaching for something only she could hear. For a second, I honestly thought she was a reflection. That's how still she was. Moonlight leaked thinly around the edges of the curtains where they didn't quite meet, just enough to outline her, but not enough to show what lay beyond the glass. Behind her, through the narrow gap in the fabric, the yard was a flat, dark shape, and the tree line behind it was darker still. No stars, no porch light, nothing that should have been worth looking at. "Ellie," I whispered. She didn't move. I tried again, softer this time, without meaning to. "Hey." Nothing. The room seemed to contract around that stillness. The refrigerator kicked on in the kitchen with a dull mechanical hum, and I flinched so hard my heel slipped on the rug. Ellie didn't react. Not to that. Not to me. Not to anything. I took 2 slow steps closer. From where I stood,
I could see part of her profile. Her eyes were open. Not wide in fear, just open and fixed on something outside the window with a concentration that felt wrong on a child's face at that hour. The expression wasn't wonder. It wasn't curiosity either. It was attention. The kind people give instructions. I looked past her, through that sliver in the curtains, and saw only the yard descending into darkness and the first black ranks of trees. No flashlight beam, no animal eyes, no movement that I could swear was movement. "What are you doing?" I asked. Her lips parted a little. For a heartbeat, I thought she hadn't heard me at all. Then she said, in a voice so quiet I almost missed it, "He says not to stomp." The cold that moved through me when she said that was so immediate it felt physical, like someone had opened a freezer door against my spine. "What?" She didn't look at me. "He says not to stomp." The words were calm, not dreamy, not frightened, just repeated information. I moved closer until I was almost beside her. "Ellie, who says that?" She gave a faint, impatient little motion with the fingers of her raised hand, like I was interrupting. I followed her gaze again and saw nothing. The curtain edge trembled just slightly in the draft from somewhere in the room. Beyond it, the black yard stared back with all the empty force of a closed door. "Come on," I said, trying to keep my voice steady and light. "You're sleepwalking or something. Let's get you back to bed." I reached slowly toward her arm, not wanting to startle her near the window. Before my hand touched her, she spoke again. "You're hurting his face." Every muscle in me locked. I don't know how else to say it. My body understood something before my mind did. The sentence made no sense on its face. It shouldn't have landed with that much force, but I knew, in the same instant I heard it, that she wasn't talking about anything outside the window. My eyes dropped on their own to the floorboards under us. The braided rug covered part of the living room, but not all of it. Beneath the edge of the rug, the old planks stretched toward the dining table and kitchen in uneven, dark lines. Suddenly, I became aware of the weight of both of us standing there, the pressure of heels and toes, the remembered hollow give near the center of the room, the drag I'd heard below before I got up. I looked back at Ellie. "Who told you that?" I asked, and my voice came out thinner than I wanted. Nothing. Her breathing was so shallow I could barely see it. "Ellie." Still staring outward, she whispered, "You woke him up." I put my hand on her shoulder. She jerked so violently that I nearly stumbled backward. Not a child startled gently out of sleep. Not even a kid pulled out of a nightmare. It was the kind of full-body shock response you see in someone coming out of anesthesia or surfacing from a deep, involuntary place. Her head snapped toward me, eyes wide now. And for one terrible instant, I thought she didn't know who I was. At that exact moment, something slammed into the outer wall of the cabin behind the window. Not a tap, not a scrape. A full, ugly impact that shook the glass in its frame and sent a hard vibration through the wall. Jenna screamed from down the hall. Ellie cried out and folded toward me, suddenly all child again, clutching at my shirt with both hands. I grabbed her and pulled her away from the window just as Mark's bedroom door banged open. "What the hell was that?" he shouted. He came into the living room in boxers and a t-shirt, one hand out in front of him, holding the flashlight from his truck. The beam cut wildly across the ceiling, the fireplace, my face, Ellie's bare legs, and then hit the curtained window. Jenna was right behind him, pale and wide-eyed, one hand over her mouth. She was standing here, I said. Something hit the outside wall. Mark crossed the room in 3 strides and yanked the curtains wide. The glass reflected all of us for a second, before the flashlight beam punched through it. Outside was nothing but the yard, the sagging line of grass, and the first trunks beyond it. No person, no bear, no deer bolting away. The wall where the impact had landed looked normal from inside, just old wood and moonlight. "Stay here," Mark said. "Don't go out there barefoot," Jenna snapped, which was such a normal sentence under the circumstances that it almost broke the moment. He jammed his feet into boots by the mudroom, grabbed the flashlight tighter, and opened the front door. Cold air spilled in with the smell of damp earth. I set Ellie on the sofa, told Jenna not to let her move, and followed him outside before I really decided to. The night felt larger once we stepped into it. Bigger than the clearing, bigger than the cabin. The kind of dark you only get away from town, where the space between trees seems to go on forever because nothing human interrupts it. The beam from Mark's flashlight swept over the wall beneath the back windows, over grass silvered with dew, over the uneven ground near the foundation. At first, I thought we wouldn't find anything. Then he angled the light lower. The soil along the base of the cabin had been disturbed. Not torn up wildly, not dug at like an animal after food. Pressed and dragged. There were looping marks in the dirt, elongated and shallow, as if something heavy had moved close along the foundation and doubled back on itself more than once. No clean footprints, at least none I could make into a foot I recognized. Just long smears, places where the grass lay flat, and one patch near the corner where the earth looked almost polished by repeated contact. Mark crouched.
Raccoon, maybe.
I didn't answer. He shone the light farther along the wall. The drag marks continued past the back windows and around toward the side of the house, curving close enough to the foundation to vanish under the shadow of the porch. There were no tracks leading cleanly away into the trees. Nothing about it looked like an animal moving through open ground. It looked like something circling. The beam landed for a second on the crawlspace hatch beneath the porch. The rusted latch caught a dull shine. Closed. I stood there staring at it until Mark straightened up. "It hit the wall chasing something," he said. "Or ran into it. Deer do dumb stuff at night. Or maybe a bear smelled food." "You hear yourself?" I asked. He looked at me. "You got a better option?" I almost told him what Ellie had said. Not all of it, because some of it already sounded impossible even in my own head, but enough. Then I saw the set of his jaw, the way fear had already made him mean in that older brother way. And I didn't. He needed it to be an animal. Jenna needed him to say animal. Ellie was inside shaking. So I let him have it. We did one quick circle of the cabin with the flashlight. Nothing behind the woodpile. Nothing under the swing. No eyes in the trees. No broken siding where something had climbed. Just the damp smell of the clearing and those drag-like marks curving too close to the house. When we went back inside, Jenna had Ellie wrapped in a blanket on the sofa. The kid looked half awake and half gone again. Tears dried on her face, hair stuck to one cheek. "What happened?" Jenna asked immediately. "Probably some animal," Mark said. "It slammed the siding, that's all." "That's not all," I said before I could stop myself. 3 heads turned toward me. I tried to back up and failed. There are tracks, or marks. Something's been moving around the foundation. Mark shot me a look. "Animals move around foundations, Dan." Jenna looked from him to me. "Should we leave?" "At 2 in the morning?" he said. "On that road?"
That ended that, at least for the moment. I crouched in front of Ellie. "Do you remember getting up?" She blinked at me like I'd asked whether she remembered a dream from when she was 3. "No." "You were at the window." "No, I wasn't." "You were just standing there." She frowned, offended by the accusation more than anything else. "I was asleep." Her voice had gone completely normal. No whisper, no strange calm. No sign at all of the child who had stood barefoot in the dark, listening to something I could not hear. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. She thought about it, then shook her head. Jenna tightened the blanket around her shoulders and gave me a look that said, "Not now." Maybe she thought I was making it worse. Maybe I was. Mark checked the front lock twice. Then he checked the windows. Then he told everybody to get back to bed in the firm, clipped tone he used when he wanted fear to pass for authority. Nobody wanted to, but we did. Jenna led Ellie down the hall. Mark went after them to make sure her window was latched. I stayed in the living room a few seconds longer, listening. The cabin had that aftershock feeling buildings sometimes get when people have been scared inside them. Like all the wood and fabric and stale air had absorbed what just happened and were keeping it warm. I turned off the lamp by the recliner and let the room go dim except for moonlight leaking around the curtain edges. Then I crossed to the dining table. I don't know why. Maybe because of what Ellie had said about stomping. Maybe because she had looked right through the window but talked like the person she was listening to was somewhere lower than her feet. Maybe because I could not stop thinking about the floor under that part of the room sounding thin. I knelt beside one of the chairs and pressed my palm flat to the boards. The wood felt cold. Not mountain night cold, not unheated house cold. Colder than the rest of the room, as if the darkness under the cabin had risen into it and stayed there. I held still, listening so hard the blood in my hand made its own noise in my ears. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, directly beneath my palm, from the other side of the wood, something knocked, once. Clear, slow, deliberate. I snatched my hand back so hard my knuckles cracked against the chair leg. No second knock came. No scratching, no drag. Just silence, complete and waiting. I stayed there on one knee in the dark, staring at the floorboards, and for the first time that night, I understood something that would only get worse from there. Whatever we were dealing with was not out in the trees, watching the cabin from a distance. It was directly under us. 2:1. Morning light doesn't help. I don't think any of us really went back to sleep after that. We went through the motions of it. Doors shut, beds creaked. The heater clicked once in the walls and then went quiet again. At some point, I lay back down in the loft with my eyes open, blanket pulled to my chest, waiting for the first blue edge of morning to press through the seams of the curtains. But the kind of sleep you get after a sound from under the floor answers your hand isn't sleep. It's a series of exhausted blackouts interrupted by every shift of wood, every change in the air, every thought you wish you hadn't had. When daylight finally came, it didn't come clean. It seeped into the cabin in a weak, washed-out way, turning the edges of things gray before it turned them gold. The back windows stayed dim even after the front room brightened. The trees behind the cabin held the dark too well. Morning should have flattened everything, turned the strange things from the night into smaller, explainable pieces. That's what daylight is supposed to do. It's supposed to shame fear a little. It didn't. I came down from the loft, stiff-backed and hollow-eyed, to the smell of burnt coffee and pancake batter. Jenna was already in the kitchen,
hair pulled into a loose knot, moving around with the clipped efficiency of someone who had decided the best way to survive the morning was to give it a shape. She had one of Mark's old college sweatshirts on over her pajamas and was standing at the stove with a spatula in one hand and her phone in the other, holding it up near the window like maybe a bar of service would magically appear if she looked annoyed enough. "No signal?" I asked. She dropped the phone onto the counter. "Nothing. Wi-Fi's dead too." "Could be weather." "It was dead last night." There was a pause after that. She flipped a pancake that didn't need flipping yet.
The pan snapped hot under it. I could tell she wanted me to say something about what happened, and wanted just as badly not to be the first one to say it aloud. Mark made that choice for us by coming out of the bedroom in jeans and a flannel like he was getting ready for a normal day. He looked terrible. Eyes puffy, jaw darkened with overnight stubble. That set in his face men get when they're trying to wear command over fear and are aware of the fit slipping. "Coffee's mud," he said after one sip. Jenna didn't look at him. "Then don't drink it." He did anyway. Ellie came out last. That alone felt wrong. Normally she was the kind of kid who came awake talking, asking what time it was, whether there was syrup, whether cartoons worked in cabins, whether we could go outside before breakfast. That morning she padded into the room quietly in her socks and sat down at the table without saying much of anything. Her hair was still tangled from sleep. She looked pale, but not sick exactly. More thinned out, like some part of her attention hadn't come back with the rest. "You hungry?" Jenna asked. Ellie shrugged. That landed harder than it should have. Kids shrug all the time. But after the night we'd had, every normal little thing sounded off by a half step. Mark pulled out a chair and sat across from her. "You okay, kiddo?" Another shrug. He tried a smile. "Still sleepy?" She glanced at him, then at the floor under the table. "Kind of." I noticed two things right away. First, she hadn't asked for the TV. The remote sat untouched beside the salt shaker, and the silence in the room had become so pronounced that the refrigerator's uneven hum sounded almost intimate. Second, she kept looking down. Not constantly, not in a twitchy or obvious way. Just every so often, between bites she wasn't taking, her eyes dropped to the floorboards beneath the table and stayed there a second too long, like she was waiting for something to move under them. Jenna slid a plate in front of her. 2 pancakes, 1 link sausage, a little square of butter already softening. Ellie didn't touch it. "Eat while it's warm," Jenna said. Ellie took the fork, cut a corner off 1 pancake, and then let the piece sit there, soaking up syrup without lifting it to her mouth. Mark caught me looking at her and gave me a warning look that said, "Don't start." I ignored it. "You remember getting up last night?" I asked her. His head snapped toward me. "Dan!" "What?" "We need to know." Jenna didn't say anything, but I saw her grip tighten around the coffee mug in her hand. Ellie frowned at me as if I'd asked something stupid. "No." "You were standing in the living room." "No, I wasn't." "You were," I said, trying to keep my tone easy. "By the back window." She looked down again, not defiant, just thinking. Then she asked, very quietly, "Why was he outside if he's under the house?" Nobody moved. I don't mean that figuratively. It was one of those moments where all the small body noises stop at once. Mark's coffee cup hung halfway to his mouth. Jenna's shoulders tightened. Even Ellie seemed to realize she had said something that changed the room, because she didn't look up after it. Mark set the mug down hard enough to spill a little over the rim. What does that mean? Ellie traced the edge of her plate with one finger. Nothing. No, he said, sharper now. You said he. Who's he? She gave that same little shrug again, but this time it looked like retreat. I don't know. Jenna stepped in too quickly, like she was afraid of where the conversation might go if it kept moving. She had a nightmare. That's not a nightmare sentence, I said. Daniel. What, Jenna? She met my eyes for a second. Hers were rimmed pink from either bad sleep or crying, maybe both. Not right now. Mark exhaled hard through his nose and stood up from the table, like sitting still had become impossible. Exactly. Not right now. We're not doing this over pancakes. That would have almost been funny if any of us had been built for humor at that moment. He carried his mug to the sink and stared out the back window through the gap in the curtain. Something hit the siding. Probably a raccoon or a damn bear nosing around the foundation. We found tracks. End of story. They weren't tracks, I said. They were marks in dirt. Exactly. He turned toward me. You got some better answer? Go ahead and share it. I didn't. Not because I didn't want to, but because I still didn't have one I was willing to hear out loud. All I had was a 9-year-old who said somebody under the house had a face we were hurting by walking overhead, and a single knock from beneath the floor that had answered my hand in the dark. None of that sounded any better in daylight. Jenna put a hand lightly on Ellie's shoulder. Sweetie, eat a little, okay? Ellie nodded, then didn't. The rest of breakfast dragged by with everybody pretending the conversation had ended somewhere reasonable. Mark talked too much about road conditions and whether we might drive into town later for ice. Jenna rinsed dishes that didn't need rinsing yet. I drank bad coffee and watched the back windows. Ellie sat quiet and small at the table, lifting the fork now and then, but barely tasting anything. The weirdest part was how ordinary all the objects looked. Cheap syrup bottle, crumbs on a plate, steam rising off coffee, a child's sock kicked off under a chair, morning light catching dust over the braided rug. That's what fear does to a place after the fact. It doesn't erase the normal pieces. It sharpens them until they feel staged. Like the room is trying to convince you it belongs to the same world you belonged to yesterday. After breakfast, Mark announced he was going to look around the outside in a sane way, which I think was meant for me as much as anyone else. I'm coming, I said. He didn't argue, but he also didn't wait for me. By the time I pulled on my boots and grabbed my jacket, he was already halfway around the side of the cabin, with his coffee mug still in hand. The morning had gone colder than I expected. Not freezing, but sharp enough that the damp smell from the grass rose clean and strong. The sky was a flat, pale sheet over the trees. No sun cutting through yet, just a weak brightness that made everything look thin. The disturbed ground we'd seen in the flashlight beam the night before looked worse in daylight. Not clearer, worse. Near the back wall, the soil along the foundation held long, shallow ridges pressed into it at irregular intervals, as if something heavy had moved there more than once in the same looping paths. Some of the marks curved, some overlapped. None of them resolved into a clean boot print or any animal track I recognized. There were no paw pads, no claw sets, no sharp heel edges. Just smooth disturbances, too controlled in places to be random, too smeared in others to belong to something walking upright in mud. Mark stood over one of them and frowned.
Bear dragging something, maybe? Bears don't usually circle a house 6 times. He took a sip of coffee instead of answering. We followed the line around the side toward the porch. Up close, the grass there had been bent low and not yet sprung back. There were dark streaks on the skirting where wet soil had dried. Every few feet, I had the feeling the cabin sat lower than it had the day before, though I knew that was impossible, or close enough to impossible to mean the same thing. Then I saw the crawlspace hatch. It was shut tight beneath the porch. Not just shut, latched. The rusted metal tongue lay neatly in place, and the wood panel sat flush in its frame, with only a thin seam around the edge. If I hadn't knelt beside it the day before, I might have thought it had never moved. But I remembered the angle it had sat at. I remembered the cleaner rub on the latch, the dried mud on the lower edge, the impression of recent handling. Now the latch looked the same, but the door itself looked as if it had been pulled hard closed from one side or the other. I crouched. Mark stopped behind me. What? Nothing. That's not a nothing posture. I reached out and touched the latch lightly with 2 fingers. Cold metal, damp from the morning. No give. You opened it? No. I looked closer at the seam along the bottom edge. There was still dried mud there, but some of it had cracked off in fresh flakes, like the panel had shifted since I last saw it. You sure? He asked. Yeah. He glanced toward the house, then back at me. Maybe Vernon checked it after he left. In the dark? Why not? I almost said because he had looked under the porch before he left, and because he had talked about scratching under the floor like a man warning us about a dog that bites. Instead, I stood up and brushed my palms on my jeans. If you say so. Mark's shoulders tightened at that. You don't have to do that. Do what? Make everything sound worse with your face. That should have annoyed me. Instead, it just made me tired. We did another slow circle of the cabin. More disturbed dirt. More grass laid flat near the foundation. No clean sign of anything coming or going from the woods. The whole pattern hugged the house too closely, as if whatever had moved there preferred the wall line to open ground. By the time we went back inside, my boots were wet with dew, and I had that sick, over-alert feeling you get after too much caffeine and not enough sleep. The cabin smelled more strongly of old heat, now that the propane had been running steadily. Jenna had washed the breakfast plates and was wiping down the counter for no reason other than movement. Ellie sat at the dining table with her crayons again. That alone made me pause. The notebook lay open in front of her. Her plate from breakfast had been moved aside, untouched, except for the one cut piece of pancake. She was drawing with the same absorbed focus as the night before, but slower, more deliberately. She didn't look up when we came in. Mark muttered something about going into town later if the road stayed decent. Jenna said, "Okay," without hearing him. I moved behind Ellie, quietly enough that I could see the page before she noticed me. Even now, describing that drawing makes the back of my neck go tight. It was the cabin, but not the way a child would normally draw a cabin. Not a little square with windows and smoke curling out of a chimney. She had drawn it from the side, like the walls had been cut away so you could see inside. The porch, the main room, the little bedroom, the loft above. 4 stick figures in the cabin, 1 on the loft, 2 in the back room, 1 smaller figure near the window. Underneath all of it, beneath a line of dark floorboards, she had filled the crawlspace area in with heavy brown and black crayon, layered so thick in places the wax shone. Inside that dark strip was another shape, long, curved slightly to fit the space.
too long for the child proportions of the figures above. It had a narrowed head turned upward toward the family. No details on the face, just a pale oval left mostly blank where the crayon didn't cover. But the blankness looked intentional, like she had chosen not to finish it. I don't know how long I stood there before she sensed me. She covered part of the drawing with her forearm and looked up. "What?" "Nothing," I said too fast. Her expression didn't change. "It's just the house." I forced a nod. "Looks good." She glanced down at the page, then at the floor under the table. "He doesn't like the chairs dragged," she said. Across the room, Jenna went still with the dish towel in her hand. Mark spoke before I could. "Ellie." This time, there was a warning in his voice. She looked at him, confused by his tone more than her own words. "What?" "Enough with that." "With what?" "Nobody's under the house." She stared at him for a second, then lowered her eyes back to the notebook and started coloring again. Hard, waxy strokes. Brown over black, black over brown. No one said anything after that. The silence that settled in the room felt more dangerous than the argument would have. A little later, when Jenna took Ellie to the bathroom to wash her hands and face, I moved to the table and looked at the drawing again. Up close, I could see she had pressed so hard in the crawlspace area that the paper had begun to wrinkle.
One crayon had broken and left a dark wedge of wax near the line that represented the floor. I glanced toward the hallway to make sure they were still out of sight, then folded the page carefully and slipped it into the back pocket of my jeans. I didn't know exactly why I did that. Maybe because I didn't want Mark to see it and start another fight. Maybe because I didn't want Jenna to see it and finally say the one thing the room was still trying not to say. Or maybe because some part of me already understood that daylight was not going to rescue us from what had happened during the night. It was going to prove it instead. 2.2. The crawl space. Hatch. By late morning, the cabin had settled into a kind of strained imitation of normal. That was the part I remember almost as clearly as the hatch itself. How stubbornly ordinary everything kept trying to look, while something underneath it was making that harder by the hour. Jenna wiped down the same section of counter twice. Ellie sat with her crayons, and then with one of her books, and then with nothing at all. Just watching the room, in a way kids usually don't, unless they're sick, or frightened, or listening for a parent. Maybe whether he's got another property if Jenna's over this one. "I'm not overreacting," Jenna said, but quietly and without much force. "I didn't say you were." "Yes, you did." He exhaled sharply through his nose and looked toward Ellie, remembered himself, and let the rest go. "I'll be back in 20. It sounded like a promise he made mostly to himself. The front door shut behind him. A few seconds later, I heard the SUV start, then the crunch of tires on the dirt road fading through the trees. When the sound was gone, the cabin seemed to grow around the silence it left behind. Jenna stood at the sink with both hands braced on the counter, shoulders tight. I could see the pulse in the side of her neck. "You should have gone with him," she said without turning. "Probably. But you didn't." "No." She turned then and gave me a look that was equal parts accusation and appeal. "Please don't make this worse if it's not worse." That's the kind of sentence people say when they already know it is. I didn't answer right away. Ellie was on the sofa with her animal guidebook open in her lap, but she wasn't reading. Her eyes kept drifting to the same patch of floor near the dining table, then away again before anyone else could notice. She caught me noticing and lowered her gaze fast. I'm just going outside, I said. Look around. Jenna's face tightened. Daniel, I'm not going into the woods. I just want to look at the foundation in daylight. Why? Because your daughter keeps talking like there's somebody under the house. Because something knocked back under my hand. Because Vernon spoke like a man passing along a rule, not a joke. Because there was a hatch under the porch I didn't want to think about anymore and couldn't stop thinking about. Instead, I said, because I'd rather know than keep guessing. Jenna looked at Ellie, then back at me. Don't let her see anything weird. That line sat in the room for a second after she said it. Ellie heard it too. She pulled her knees up on the sofa and made herself smaller around the book. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside. The air had warmed a little, but not enough to dry the ground. The clearing still smelled like wet grass and cool dirt under weak sunlight. Somewhere above the trees, a bird called once and then stopped. No wind, no insect buzz. Just that weird, held breath quiet the place seemed to default to whenever there weren't people forcing noise into it. I walked around the side of the cabin toward the porch, glancing back at the windows as I went. From outside, the place looked smaller than it had from the road. Lower, more pressed into the ground. The long grass around the skirting brushed my jeans. Up close, the wood siding showed dark streaks where rain had run and never fully dried. The crawlspace hatch sat in shadow beneath the porch like it had been waiting for me. I crouched in front of it and looked back once more toward the cabin windows. Through the glass, I could just make out movement in the kitchen, Jenna crossing from sink to table. No Ellie. Good. The hatch was still latched shut. Rust around the screws. Cleaner metal where fingers would lift it. Dried mud caked along the lower edge in thin, cracked ridges. Yesterday, I had only examined it. This time, I put my hand on the latch. Cold metal. Slight give. I hesitated there longer than I'd ever admit if this weren't my own story to tell. I'd opened crawl spaces before. Plenty of them. Most were just cramped utility voids full of ducts, dust, dead leaves, and the occasional raccoon mess. But there was something about kneeling in the damp shade under that porch, with the memory of those slow knocks still sitting live in my nerves, that made the motion feel less like inspection and more like permission. I lifted the latch anyway. The hinge complained softly. Not a loud squeal, just a stiff, wet metal sound that seemed to vanish the second it happened, swallowed by the clearing. The hatch opened inward a few inches and stopped against packed earth or debris. I widened it carefully, and a smell came up so suddenly and so thick that I recoiled without meaning to. Wet dirt first, then mildew. Then something sweeter under both of those, old and sour at the same time. The smell of meat that had gone bad once and then dried into the air around it. Not fresh rot, not enough to suggest a carcass in the open. Worse in some ways because it had settled. A lived-in stink. A smell that had soaked into wood and soil together. I pulled the collar of my jacket over my nose and leaned closer. At first, I used the flashlight on my phone, mostly because that was what was already in my pocket. The beam was weak and bluish, and didn't reach far enough to do much more than catch the nearest dirt and the lower belly of the cabin. I could see support beams, one section of pipe running along the underside of the floorboards, a scatter of cobwebs silvering in the corners. Then the space swallowed the light. I sat back, stood up, and went to the truck for the proper flashlight I kept in the console. On the way, I had the uncomfortable sensation that if I looked into the kitchen window, I'd find Ellie watching me. I kept my eyes off the glass. The better flashlight threw a hard yellow beam that cut deeper into the crawlspace. It was low under there, lower than I'd guessed from outside. Maybe 2 feet at the front, less farther in where the ground rose slightly toward the middle. Not enough room to crouch. You'd have to go in on elbows and knees or flat on your stomach. The beam swept over pipes, beams, earth, and old insulation hanging in shredded strips from between joists. Cobwebs were strung thick in some corners and broken clean in others. Not the random torn pattern you see where mice or squirrels build nests, but long streaks and gaps where something larger had passed through more than once. I lowered the light and saw tracks. Not footprints, paths. Flattened lanes through the dirt where the ground had been pressed smooth by repeated movement. One ran from the hatch toward the center of the cabin. Another curved away beneath the dining area. The soil there had a different look from the untouched ground at the edges. Packed, dark, polished in places by contact. My mouth went dry. This was the first moment I stopped thinking maybe and started thinking somebody. Not a ghost. Not some mountain thing with antlers and red eyes. Nothing dramatic like that. Just somebody, at some point, low enough and patient enough to move under a house and leave a root worn into the earth like an animal trail made by a human intention. I lay down in the grass and pushed my shoulders partway through the hatch. The dirt inside was damp enough to soak through the front of my jacket almost immediately. Splinters snagged at my sleeve from the hatch frame. The smell got worse with every inch. The flashlight beam jittered with my breathing across the near supports and then deeper into the cramped dark. About 3 feet in, I saw the first things that didn't belong. A cluster of deer vertebrae lay near one support block, pale and dry. No clean arrangement, just gathered. Beside them were clumps of old fur matted with dirt, gray-brown. Could have been raccoon, could have been something else. Farther in sat 2 beer cans so old the labels had peeled into silver patches, one crushed nearly flat. I reached a little farther with the beam. A spoon. Just a cheap metal teaspoon, half sunk in the dirt with its handle bent slightly upward, as though it had been dropped and pressed under by time. Then, near one of the flattened paths, something plastic caught the light. I stretched my arm and hooked it with a stick I found outside the hatch, dragging it closer. It was a child's bracelet. The kind made from bright linked plastic, except this one had gone brittle and dull with age. One side was cracked through. Pink once, maybe, or purple. Hard to tell with the dirt on it. I stared at that longer than I should have. Deer bones, fine. Fur, cans, spoon, strange but maybe explainable. Some drifter, some kid. Some old mess left by squatters or hunters. But a child's bracelet under a cabin in the middle of nowhere changed the shape of the whole space. It made it intimate in the worst way. My pulse had gotten loud enough by then that it shook the flashlight beam. I told myself to back out, to shut the hatch and wait for Mark. To not be the idiot in a true crime reenactment who crawls into the place everyone else had enough sense to fear. But fear has a stupid twin called curiosity. And once the first one gets hold of you, the second one likes to pretend it's bravery. So I inched forward another foot. The beam pushed farther toward the middle supports. More dirt paths, more broken cobwebs. A wad of cloth stuffed against one beam. Another can. A shape I couldn't place at first because it was too pale against the dark. I stopped moving. There, farther in and slightly to the right, something white sat in shadow. Not bright, not clean. just a pale, irregular curve half buried in dirt near where the ground dipped under the thinnest-sounding part of the living room floor. I didn't want to touch it with my hand. Even now, I'm not sure whether that was instinct or recognition. I reached instead with the stick and nudged it. It didn't move. I hooked it more firmly and dragged. The thing scraped softly over packed earth, turning once in the beam before it came close enough for me to see what I was looking at. It was a piece of jaw. Small. Human small. Not the whole thing, just a fragment of the lower mandible, no bigger than 2 fingers laid side by side, stained the color of old paper and soil. One baby tooth still sat rooted in it, tiny and whole, with the crown chalk pale against the dirt packed into the socket line. For a second, my mind refused the scale. It tried to make it animal, tried to turn it into raccoon or fox or some deer fragment worn strange by water and time. But I know what human bone looks like. And I knew. Something in my body gave way all at once. I jerked backward so hard that the flashlight slammed off a beam and spun wild across the crawlspace ceiling. My elbow slipped in the dirt. One shoulder caught the hatch frame. Then the back of my head cracked full force against a support above me with a noise that flashed white through my vision. I shouted, more from shock than pain, and kicked violently, trying to get out too fast in a space that didn't allow fast anything. Dirt shoved under my shirt. The flashlight dropped from my hand and rolled sideways, casting crazed shadows through the supports. For one terrible second, I thought something farther inside had moved in response to my noise, because the streaked cobwebs at the edge of the beam seemed to twitch. Maybe they did. I don't know. I dragged myself out backward, boots scrabbling uselessly at first, and then finally finding grass. The hatch frame tore skin off my knuckles as I shoved against it. I came out onto the ground hard enough to knock the air from my chest, and lay there, half on my side, staring at the bright, overcast sky through the porch slats, while blood from the scalp pit ran warm behind my ear. Everything smelled like wet dirt and iron. I rolled onto hands and knees and retched, but there was nothing in my stomach except coffee acid. The jaw fragment had come out with me. It lay in the grass near the hatch, dirt-streaked, absurdly small. Smaller than anything that should carry that much horror. I picked it up with 2 fingers and nearly dropped it again. My hand was shaking so badly I had to brace my wrist against my knee just to keep hold of it. Blood from the back of my head ran down along my collar. My shirt front was smeared dark with soil, knees muddy, sleeves streaked, whole body buzzing with the aftermath of panic and impact. Inside the cabin, a floorboard creaked. The sound snapped me back into motion. I looked toward the windows. If Jenna came out right then and saw me like that, with dirt on my clothes and blood on my neck and a child's piece of bone in my hand, I didn't know what story I would tell fast enough to protect her from it. So I did the cowardly, practical thing. I wrapped the fragment in a shop rag from the truck bed and shoved it into the old metal toolbox I kept behind the back seat. Then I wiped my hands on the grass until that made them dirtier, not cleaner. I killed the flashlight, slammed the hatch back into place, forced the rusted latch closed with more noise than I wanted, and stood there, breathing hard with one palm on the porch post until the pounding in my head steadied enough for me to walk. By the time I stepped back inside, Jenna had turned from the sink and gone pale at the sight of me. "Oh my God, what happened?" "Hit my head," I said. "On what?" "Under the porch." Her eyes sharpened immediately. "You opened it?" I nodded once. "Daniel, are you out of your mind?" That was a fair question under the circumstances. Ellie looked up from the sofa.
Her gaze went first to the dirt on my shirt, then to the dark smear of blood near my collar, then down, very slowly, to the floor. Not scared, listening. I put one hand against the back of my head and felt the tacky warmth there. I'm fine. You are bleeding. It's just a scalp hit. Did you find anything? The right answer was no. The kind answer was not yet. The honest answer was sitting in a toolbox 10 feet from the truck axle, wrapped in a dirty rag because I didn't know what else to do with a child's jawbone once I'd found it. I looked at Ellie, still watching the floorboards, and made the worst possible choice for the best reason I had. Just trash, I said. Old cans, probably some animal mess. Jenna searched my face and didn't believe me. I could tell she didn't. But she also didn't want the alternative, so she let the lie stand for the moment. I went to the bathroom to clean the blood off my neck and stared at my own reflection in the spotted mirror while I did it. Dirt under my nails, mud on my jeans, eyes too wide, a bump already rising in my scalp where I'd hit the beam. Behind me, through the thin bathroom wall and floor, I thought I heard something drag once beneath the cabin and stop. 2. 3. Vernon lies by telling half the truth. Mark got back just after 4 with gravel dust on the SUV and the kind of look people wear when they've had an unpleasant conversation they're trying to file under inconvenience instead of threat. I heard the engine first, then the slam of the driver's door, then his boots on the porch. By the time he came inside, Jenna had managed to pull the day into something that almost looked domestic again. She had soup heating on the stove. Ellie was at the table with fresh paper and a different set of crayons because one of the darker ones had snapped in half. I had cleaned the blood from the back of my neck as best I could and changed into a clean shirt, though I still felt the dried grit of dirt under my nails and the wrapped weight of the jaw fragment waiting in the truck like a thought I hadn't found the words for yet. Mark hung his keys on one of the bent hooks in the mudroom and said, "Well, he's a waste of oxygen." Jenna turned from the stove too fast. "What did he say?" He shrugged out of his jacket with more force than necessary. "That raccoons get under cabins. That people get jumpy out here. That the booster acts up sometimes when the weather changes, which is apparently a very convenient way of saying nothing useful at all." "And that's it?" I asked. "That's it." He headed for the fridge, took out a beer even though it wasn't yet dinner, and opened it hard enough that foam climbed the rim. "He didn't mention the warning?" I said. "He said he tells city people not to leave food out because they don't know how to behave around wildlife." I watched him drink and then wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. "And the part about scratching under the floor?" I asked. Mark looked at me over the can. He called it a joke. Did he laugh? No. Then it wasn't a joke. That landed in the room harder than I meant it to. Jenna turned back to the stove, but I saw her shoulders rise and hold there. Ellie's crayon stopped moving, just for a second, then started again in slow, waxy lines. Mark set the beer on the counter. "I'm not saying I like the guy. I'm saying if this is his whole business, he's probably learned that if people show up to a cabin in the woods and hear one bad noise at night, half of them invent ghosts to go with it." "I found something under the house." The words came out flatter than I intended. Maybe because I'd already spent the day rehearsing them silently. Mark's expression changed, but only a little. "What kind of something?" I glanced toward Jenna and Ellie. "Outside." He understood enough from my face to follow me without arguing. We stepped back out onto the porch, then down into the yard where the grass brushed our boots and the late afternoon light had started to thin again along the tree line. The sky above the clearing was still pale, but the backside of the property already looked like it was preparing for dark.
I took the wrapped rag from my jacket pocket. I'd moved the fragment from the truck while Jenna had been in the bathroom and Ellie was in the bedroom. Even then, carrying it on me had felt wrong, like taking a splinter deeper into the skin instead of pulling it out. Mark watched my hands as I unwrapped it. At first, because the thing was small and dirty and ordinary in shape unless you knew what you were looking at, I think he expected an animal bone. Maybe a raccoon jaw, or some old scrap from a hunter's mess dragged under there years back. Then he saw the tooth. His face went still. "Where did you get that?" he asked quietly. "Under the hatch." "You're sure?" "I'm not guessing." He didn't touch it, just stared. I pointed out the shape with one finger, not quite bringing myself to lay skin on it again. "This is a section of lower mandible. Human. Juvenile. One baby tooth still rooted. That's not raccoon, Mark." He dragged a hand over his mouth and looked toward the porch, then back at me. His first instinct was denial. I watched it arrive in his face before he spoke. "You don't know that." "Yes, I do. You're an HVAC guy, not a forensic examiner." "I know what I'm looking at." "That doesn't make it—" He cut himself off, lowered his voice, and started again. "You hit your head. You crawled under a dark space full of trash and bones and God knows what else. Maybe you think you know." I laughed once, a sharp, ugly sound I didn't recognize as mine. "You think I concussed myself into identifying a child's jawbone?" "Don't say it like that." "How should I say it?" He took a step closer, close enough that I could smell the beer he'd just opened. "You should say maybe it's old. Maybe it's from God knows when. Maybe it doesn't mean what you're making it mean." I held up the fragment between us. "There is no version of this that means something good." His eyes flicked toward it and away again. The screen door creaked behind us. Jenna stood on the porch in the open doorway with one hand braced against the frame. She must have heard enough through the boards or from our voices. The look on her face when she saw what I was holding is one I still hate remembering, because it was the exact moment suspicion became knowledge. "What is that?" she asked. No one answered quickly enough. Her face crumpled before either of us spoke, like she had understood the shape of the silence before the bone itself. "No," she said softly. "No." Mark came up the steps toward her with both palms open. "Jenna, listen to me." She backed away. "Don't. It could be old. It could be anything. We don't know. Stop saying that." Her voice broke on the last word. "You keep saying we don't know like that makes it better." Ellie had come to the edge of the living room by then, standing where the braided rug met the bare boards. She wasn't crying. She wasn't even scared looking. She was watching all of us with that same strange, measuring stillness she had taken on since the night before. Jenna saw her and immediately wiped at her own face with the heel of her hand, trying to erase the breakdown before it fully happened. "Go sit down, sweetheart," she said, too brightly, too quickly. Ellie didn't move at first. Then she went back to the table without a word. That somehow made everything feel worse. We buried the argument for the next hour because there was nowhere for it to go without reaching panic, and panic would have made the cabin smaller than it already felt. Mark wanted to call the sheriff, but there was still no signal, and the Wi-Fi remained dead no matter how many times he power-cycled the modem box in the corner. Jenna packed one bag without announcing she was doing it, and then unpacked half of it when Mark snapped that driving mountain roads after dark on no sleep was its own kind of stupid. I wrapped the jaw fragment back up and put it in the empty cooler under the mudroom bench, which felt both inadequate and obscene. By 6:30, The light had started to slide down the walls. Dinner happened because bodies require routines even when the mind has left them behind. Soup, crackers. No one hungry enough for the hot dogs we'd planned. Ellie ate 3 spoonfuls and stopped. Mark drank another beer. Jenna kept looking at the windows as if she expected somebody to appear there in daylight just to save us the suspense. It was almost fully dark when headlights moved between the trees. All 4 of us heard the engine at once. Mark was on his feet before the ATV even came into full view. He crossed the room so fast the chair legs scraped. Through the side window I saw the dim wobble of Vernon's headlights and the old machine bumping into the clearing like he'd come in a hurry, or at least wanted it to look that way. "He noticed your truck at his place," I said. Mark didn't answer. He was already at the door. Vernon came up onto the porch slower than Mark had gone down it. Same old canvas jacket, same muddy nails, same pale eyes that missed less than they showed. The second he saw my face in the doorway, really saw me, his gaze dropped briefly to the half-healed blood at my hairline and then flicked once, almost involuntarily, toward the porch boards. He knew. Not everything, maybe, but enough. "I figured I'd stop by," he said. "Didn't feel right leaving things where they were." "What things?" Mark asked. Vernon took off his cap, turned it once in his hands, and stepped just inside the mudroom. Again, he didn't come all the way into the room unless he had to. Jenna stood by the kitchen with both arms folded tight across herself. Ellie was back at the table, quiet as a photograph. "The noises," Vernon said. "People hear things out here. First night in a place, every creak feels bigger." "You tell all your renters not to answer scratching under the floor?" I asked. His eyes came to me. No surprise in them now, just resignation. "Sometimes folks hear animals." I laughed at that, and there must have been enough edge in it that Jenna flinched. "Animals leave baby teeth and child bones in your crawl space?" I said. Mark shot me a look, but it was too late to soften anything. Vernon's face changed by degrees. Not guilt at first, not even fear. More like the tired closing in of a man who has spent too long maintaining a lie he never fully believed. "What did you find?" he asked. I didn't answer. He looked at Mark instead, then at Jenna, then at Ellie. His gaze stopped there a fraction too long. "How long have you known something's wrong with this place?" Jenna asked. He exhaled through his nose and set the cap on the mudroom bench. "Wrong is a broad word." "No," she snapped. "It really isn't." Mark stepped in then, anger finally overtaking his performance of calm. "You want to start with the half where you warn people like you're talking about weather and not whatever this is? Or the half where you leave a family with a kid out here and pretend raccoons explain it?" Vernon rubbed at one swollen knuckle with his thumb. "Previous renters have left early." "That's not an answer," I said. "No," he admitted. "It isn't." The room went very still after that. He shifted his weight and glanced once toward the staircase, specifically toward the paneled dead space beneath it. When he looked back at us, his voice had lowered. "There have been complaints," he said, "years back. People hearing things under the floor. Kids sleepwalking. Doors found open in the morning. Folks saying their children talked about hearing somebody under the house." I told myself most of it was nerves. Forrest does that to people, especially if they're not used to real dark. Jenna stared at him. "You kept renting it." "I fixed what I could." "What does that mean?" His eyes moved again to the stairs. Old owners had part of that understair space boarded up years ago, before my time. Said there was no use leaving it open. "What was in it?" I asked. He shrugged once, but there was something dishonest in the motion. Storage, maybe. I never asked enough questions I wanted answered. That's not good enough. It's what I've got. Mark took a step toward him. No, what you've got is half a truth and a property you should have burned down. Vernon's jaw tightened at that. You think I haven't thought about it? Nobody said anything. Then, from the dining table, Ellie spoke in a voice so soft we almost missed it. He doesn't like when you say old owners. Every head in the room turned toward her. She sat with both hands around a crayon, not drawing, not fidgeting, just looking at the tabletop. The hanging light above her made the top of her hair shine while the rest of her face stayed in shadow. For the first time since I'd met him, Vernon looked openly afraid. Not uncomfortable, not irritated, afraid. He took one slow step toward the table, and even then he stopped short of the boards near the center of the room. What did he say exactly? Vernon asked. Ellie tilted her head slightly, like she was listening again before answering. He said he was there first. Jenna made a strangled sound and covered her mouth. Mark went white all the way to the lips. Vernon's eyes stayed on Ellie, but I saw his throat work when he swallowed. Whatever mask of local stubbornness or practical old man bullshit he had been wearing until then slipped for just a second, and what showed beneath it looked a lot like recognition. He put his cap back on. You need to leave. Tonight, Jenna said immediately. He shook his head. Morning. Why? Mark barked. Because it likes the dark? Say it. Because those roads are bad enough in daylight, and worse, tired, scared, and looking for things you might hit trying to avoid. He finally raised his voice a little. Because if you've got a child in this state, driving blind mountain turns at night is one more good way to get hurt. Leave at first light. Don't stay longer than that. You're telling us to spend another night here? Jenna said, and the disbelief in her voice carried more hatred than fear now. Vernon looked at the floor, then back up. I'm telling you, I'd rather you hate me alive than end up in a ravine proving me right too late. It was the nearest thing to honesty he had offered. Then, just as quickly as he'd come, he backed out of the cabin. Not turned and left in a normal way. Backed out, keeping the room, and especially Ellie, in sight until he reached the porch. Keep the curtains closed, he said. Mark took a step after him. That's it? Vernon hesitated at the top of the steps, then said the one thing that kept me from dismissing him entirely as a cowardly liar. No, he said. It never is. Then he was gone. The ATV engine faded down the road, and with it went the last illusion that we were dealing with nerves, wildlife, or the feverish imagination of a tired family in an old cabin. Vernon had not told us everything. That much was obvious. But he had told us enough to make the gaps more dangerous than any clear answer. We moved through the rest of the evening in a hush that felt more fragile than peace. Mark checked the locks 3 times. Jenna packed the bag for real this time and left it by the mudroom bench. I took the jaw fragment from the cooler and slipped it into my duffel, though I still don't know why I felt the need to keep it with us. Evidence, maybe. Proof. Or some stupid instinct that if I let it out of my sight, the house would somehow take it back. Ellie went to bed without arguing. That alone should have scared me more than it did. I waited until the cabin had quieted, until Mark and Jenna's room stopped murmuring, until the heater clicked off, until the refrigerator resumed its lonely hum, before I climbed down from the loft and crossed the dark living room toward Ellie's room. Her door was open a few inches. Moonlight from behind the curtain outlined the small shape of her under the blanket. For a moment, I thought she was asleep and almost turned back. Then I heard her whisper. Not random sleep talk. Not the drifting nonsense kids mutter in dreams. A low, careful voice. Then silence. Then another whisper, quieter still. I stepped closer and leaned into the doorway. Ellie was lying on her side, facing the wall, eyes open in the dimness. She whispered something I couldn't make out. Then she stopped and listened. Not like a child pausing to think, like someone hearing another person finish a sentence. A few seconds passed. Then she answered. I stood there without breathing, every nerve in me taut, and understood with a clarity that felt like nausea what I was hearing. Ellie was not talking in her sleep. She was having a conversation. And whoever was speaking to her was doing it so softly that only she could hear from beneath the floor. 3.1. The second night begins before dark. Once Vernon left, the cabin changed in a way I still find hard to explain without sounding like I'm trying too hard to make a story out of it. Nothing visible happened at first. The walls didn't shake, no faces appeared at the windows. There wasn't even an immediate sound from under the floor. But the place felt different after he was gone. Like the last adult lie had walked out with him and left the rest of us alone with whatever had been underneath us the whole time. Before that, we'd still had options we were pretending were real. Raccoons, a bad rental, a creepy old man who liked warning city people for fun. Even the jaw fragment, awful as it was, had come attached to excuses if you wanted them badly enough. Vernon took those with him. What he left behind was worse than an answer. It was a pattern. Previous renters, sleepwalking children, something boarded up under the stairs. Enough history to make fear feel inherited, but not enough to tell us what exactly had happened inside that cabin before we showed up with a cooler full of beer and a little girl who liked animal books. By the time the ATV engine faded into the trees, Jenna was already moving. Not panicking, not screaming. Worse than that. She had gone quiet in the clipped, efficient way people do when they're close enough to panic that they start packing instead. She took our duffel bags off the bedroom floor and laid them open on the sofa.
She folded Ellie's clothes with hands that shook, only if you were close enough to see it. She gathered chargers, toiletries, a half-used box of granola bars, and the plastic bag of medicine she always carried for headaches, fevers, bug bites, upset stomachs. All the small failures of a family trip that now looked pathetic next to the thing we were actually dealing with. "We're leaving at first light," she said. Not to anyone in particular, just to the room. Like if she said it enough times, dawn would become an event she could trust. Mark was at the front window, looking out through the crack in the curtain Vernon had told us to keep shut. "That's the plan." "The plan?" she repeated, turning on him. "The plan was not bringing her here." His jaw tightened at that, but he let it go because Ellie was in the room. For the moment, anyway. The weather had started turning while Vernon was still in the clearing. I hadn't fully noticed it then, because all my attention had been on him and on Ellie, and on the fact that he had looked scared when she spoke. But as the light dropped, the air changed with it. Pressure first, that strange, subtle heaviness before weather comes in. Then wind. Not a hard storm wind yet, just enough movement in the tree line behind the cabin to make the dark branches sway against each other. The sound carried oddly to the back windows, less like leaves moving and more like a body shifting its weight in another room. Outside, the sky had flattened into a bruised gray-blue. It was still too early for full dark, but the light had gone dim in that particular mountain way where evening feels rushed, as if the land is in a hurry to take the day back. Jenna saw me looking toward the windows and said,
Close those all the way. They're already closed. I mean, shut the gaps. So I went and tugged each curtain panel tighter until the seams overlapped. Dust lifted from the fabric when I touched it. The back windows disappeared behind heavy cloth, and somehow that didn't feel safer. It just felt blinder. Ellie stood nearby with her arms folded around herself. That was another thing that had changed. She wasn't clinging exactly. She wasn't crying or asking to go home every 10 minutes like a frightened kid usually would. If anything, she was too composed, too watchful. Jenna kept trying to keep her physically close, guiding her by the shoulder, asking her to sit near the kitchen, telling her not to go into the hallway alone. But Ellie resisted in small ways that didn't look like tantrums. She would drift toward the living room on the excuse of her crayons, or pause near the back wall as if she'd forgotten what she meant to do and only remembered once someone called her name. At one point, Jenna said, "No, stay here with me." And Ellie answered, with quiet irritation that sounded older than 9, "I'm not going outside."
The line itself wasn't strange. The tone was. I noticed it more because she said it while looking at the curtain-covered windows, not at her mother. I was helping Mark sort what needed to be packed that night and what could wait until dawn, when I noticed the marks on Ellie's skin. She had climbed up on the sofa with her knees tucked under her and was reaching for the strap of her little overnight bag. The sleeve of her t-shirt rode up. Around the inside of one wrist, just above the delicate bone there, was a faint, darkened band of discoloration. Not a full bruise, more like the beginning of one. Yellow-gray at the edges, deeper toward one side, as if something had pressed there hard enough to leave a memory, but not a clean shape. "Ellie," I said before I thought better of it, "what happened to your wrist?" She glanced down and pulled the sleeve over it immediately. "Nothing." "Did you bang it?" "No." Jenna looked up from packing and crossed the room in 2 steps. "Let me see." "It's nothing." Ellie. Kids have 1,000 ways of saying no without saying it, but Jenna was already there. She took Ellie's hand gently and turned the wrist over. The room went quiet. There was a second mark around the other one. Not identical. Not symmetrical enough to scream restraint or fingers, but both too deliberate to feel accidental once you saw them together. Faint, dirty-looking shadows just under the skin. And on one ankle, when Ellie shifted, I thought I saw another pale crescent of discoloration before her sock slid back down. "How did that happen?" Jenna asked. Ellie pulled her hand back. "I don't know." Mark tried for normal. "Maybe you bumped the bed frame in your sleep." "She doesn't bruise like this from a bed frame." "It could be anything." "That's what you keep saying," Jenna snapped. He opened his mouth, shut it again, and went to the mudroom. A second later, I heard him working the front door open harder than necessary. "Where are you going?" Jenna called after him. "To get the shotgun." He said it like there was nothing dramatic about the word. Like all mountain cabins came with a creepy old owner, a dead crawlspace, and a firearm issued for emotional support. When he came back inside, he was carrying a pump-action 12-gauge wrapped in an old flannel shirt. I recognized it from the rack in Vernon's place when Mark and I had first stepped into his front room earlier that day to ask about signal and internet. At the time, it had looked like the sort of dusty gun every older rural man keeps because he's older and rural. Now it looked like exactly what it was. Something borrowed because a family had run out of ordinary ways to feel protected. "You asked him for that?" I said. "I told him I wanted it in the cabin overnight. And he just handed it over?" Mark set the gun carefully against the wall by the mudroom bench. He didn't argue.
That bothered me more than if Vernon had refused.
Dinner happened because Jenna made it happen.
Soup reheated from earlier, crackers, slices of cheese wrapped back up because nobody finished them. A package of hot dog buns still sitting on the counter because none of us could bring ourselves to make the hot dogs. The game on TV stayed off. The cabin felt too full of listening for us to add sound that didn't belong there. We sat at the dining table because that's where people sit when they're trying to pretend they are still a family on a trip and not four figures arranged above something buried in dark. The hanging light over the table threw a yellow circle over the wood and left the corners of the room dim. Every now and then, the wind moved through the trees outside, and the back wall gave a soft tick as the temperature changed. Mark ate half a bowl of soup and then kept stirring the rest with his spoon. Jenna took 3 bites and stopped. Ellie crumbled crackers into dust and didn't lift one to her mouth.
I heard the first tap from beneath the floor while I was pretending to swallow soup I didn't want. Just one. Soft, quick, from under the dining area. I looked down without meaning to. The old boards under the table showed their usual wear: scuffs, dark knots, a fine line between planks where dirt had worked in over the years. Nothing moving, nothing rising. Then, after a pause, another tap. Mark heard it too. I could tell from the way his shoulders tightened, though he did not look down. Jenna did. Her spoon hovered halfway to her mouth and stayed there. Ellie kept staring at the table. No one spoke. A few seconds later, something gave a faint, dragging brush beneath the floorboards, not loud enough to be mistaken for anything other than what it was now. Movement. Jenna stood up so fast her chair legs scraped. "That's it. We're all sleeping in one room." "Sit down," Mark said. She looked at him like he had lost his mind. Sit down? If you start acting like prey.
"Oh, don't you dare." He stopped there, but not before the sentence had already done its damage. I kept my eyes on Ellie because I needed at least one thing in the room not to get worse. She still wasn't looking down. She was looking straight ahead at nothing I could see. And with that same flat, absent calm, she said, "He knows we found his tooth." The words settled over the table like a drop in deep water. Small sound, endless reach. Nobody had told her. Mark's head turned toward me with a speed that felt violent all by itself. Jenna didn't look at me. She looked at Ellie first, then at me, then at the mudroom where my duffel sat with the wrapped jaw fragment hidden inside. Her face went white in a way that had nothing to do with fear anymore, and everything to do with betrayal. "What else did you find?" she asked. It came out very quiet. "Jenna," I started. "No!" Her voice sharpened. "What else did you find?" It wasn't "what else." Mark slammed his palm on the table hard enough to rattle the bowls. "Now is not the time." "The hell it isn't." She turned on him so fast, Ellie flinched. "You keep saying that. Since last night. Since this morning. Since that old man stood in our living room and looked scared of our daughter. So if there is anything else in this house, or under it, or hidden in a bag while I'm trying to get my child through one more night, I want to know now." I looked at Ellie again. She had gone very still. The tips of her fingers pressed lightly into the tabletop, as if feeling vibration through the wood. "There was a bracelet," I said. "Some old bones, beer cans, a spoon." Jenna stared at me. "And the jaw fragment," I finished. "That was all." "That was all," she repeated, then laughed once, breathlessly. "That was all." Mark pushed back from the table. "We are not doing this like this."
Like what, Mark? Like adults? Like parents?
She stood too, tears starting now despite how hard she was fighting them. "You brought us here because it was cheap." He stood up so fast his chair tipped backward. "Don't do that. It was cheap. We needed a break. We needed a marriage counselor, not a cabin in the middle of nowhere rented from a man who tells people not to answer the floor." Ellie whispered, "Mom." Neither of them heard her. Mark's face had gone hard and red around the eyes. "You think I don't know that? You think I don't know what this looks like now? It looked wrong before now. You agreed to come. I agreed to a vacation." The pressure in the room had been building all day. Fear, guilt, sleeplessness, all of it. But underneath those things sat older damage. And now the house had found the weak seam and started pushing. I should have said something. I should have stepped in sooner, taken Ellie out of there, done anything except stand frozen between them like the child under the table was not the real center of the room. The cup moved first. It sat near Jenna's place, half full of water, catching the yellow light from above. In the middle of her next sentence, the surface rippled once. Then the cup trembled against the wood with a tiny, hard clack. All four of us heard it. All four of us stopped. A second later, from directly beneath the dining table, something struck the underside of the floor with enough force to make every dish jump. The sound was deep and blunt and immediate. Not a knock this time, an impact. No one moved. Even the wind seemed to vanish from outside. The cup shivered once more and went still. A spoon rolled half an inch in Mark's bowl and stopped. I could hear Ellie breathing, short and shallow now, and Jenna's breath catching in the back of her throat. Then, under the silence, something scraped. It started beneath the table. One long, slow, deliberate pass under the entire length of the room. Not hurried, not random. It moved from the dining area beneath our feet, under the boards, toward the living room, across the center where the floor sounded thinnest, and on toward the sealed space beneath the stairs. A drawn-out, dragging sound with weight behind it, like bone or wood or something harder than claws being pulled along packed earth directly under us. The scrape faded at the far end of the room and left behind a silence so complete I could hear the slight buzzing filament inside the hanging light. No one argued after that. The house had entered the conversation, and once it did, nothing human in the room seemed louder than it anymore. 3.2 Under the Stairs. For a long time after that scraping sound crossed beneath the room, nobody spoke. We stayed exactly where we were, as if movement itself might count as an invitation. The bowls of cooling soup sat untouched under the hanging light. The spoon Mark had dropped into his bowl was still tilted against the rim. Jenna's chair remained pushed back at an angle from when she'd stood up to shout. Ellie sat frozen at the table with both hands flat on the wood, her face pale and unreadable in the yellow light. What made it worse was that the sound had not felt wild. If something had thrown itself under the house in a panic or scratched in a frenzy, maybe I could have forced it into some animal category again, some last stupid practical explanation. But the thing that had moved below us had done it with purpose. It had crossed the length of the room the way someone walks through a hallway they know in the dark. And then it had stopped under the stairs. That was the part that stayed with me. I don't know how many seconds passed before Ellie whispered, "It went there." Her voice was small, but in that silence, it might as well have been shouted. Mark turned slowly toward the staircase. The dead space beneath it had looked ugly and makeshift from the minute we arrived.
but now the paneling seemed to sit wrong in a way it hadn't before. Less like a blank wall, and more like a lid someone had put over a hole and tried not to think about afterward. Jenna shook her head immediately. No. Nobody had even said anything yet, but we all knew what she meant. No, she repeated, louder now. We are not opening anything in this house. Mark stared at the panel. If something's in there, then leave it there. And sleep over it? Do you hear yourself? I did hear him. And I also heard the alternative, which was worse. The thing under the floor had just moved to the one place in the room that had already been pointed out to us by Vernon. By the bad paneling. By the older boards around it. By every instinct we had ignored all day. If there was an answer in that wall, it wasn't going to get easier to look at later. I set my hands flat on the table and stood. Jenna looked at me like I had personally betrayed her. Daniel, don't. I wish I had listened to that tone. Not because opening the space created the thing. It was already there, already under us, already listening. But because there are moments in your life when ignorance is the last thin layer of mercy left. And once you peel it back, you never get to say you didn't know what kind of place you were standing in. There's something behind that panel, I said. There's always been something behind it, Ellie murmured. Mark stared at her. What does that mean? She didn't answer. She was looking at the stairs the way she'd looked at the windows the night before. Attentive, not frightened. As if she were waiting to hear whether someone on the other side was done speaking. Then the wall under the stairs thumped. Not as hard as the impact beneath the dining table. This one was closer and uglier. A compact shove from inside the enclosed space. Enough to make the cheap paneling rattle in its frame and send one dry fleck of paint skittering across the floor. Jenna made a sound I had never heard come out of a human throat before. Too sharp to be a scream, too breathless to be words. Mark was already moving. He grabbed the flashlight from the counter and crossed the room in 4 quick strides. I met him there without thinking. The paneling under the stairs had looked decorative from a distance, but up close, it was even worse than I remembered. Thin sheets of mismatched wood nailed over an opening that did not belong to the original structure. The edges were rough. One vertical strip had warped slightly with moisture. Low down, near the right side, an old finish nail had been pushed outward, just enough to catch the light. I saw it at the same moment Mark did. That was not like that before, he said. No one answered him because no one needed to. I crouched and touched the nail head with one finger. It wobbled under my fingertip. Something had pushed from the other side. Mark backed up 1 step, grabbed the fireplace poker leaning beside the hearth, and came back to the stairs with it held awkwardly across both hands, like a tool and a weapon at the same time. Move, he said. Jenna was crying now, though she seemed not to know it. Please don't. Please don't do this. We already are doing this, he snapped, then immediately regretted the way it came out. Ellie had slid off her chair and was standing behind Jenna, not hiding exactly, just keeping her close. Her eyes were fixed on the wall. Mark drove the flat end of the poker into the seam at the panel's edge. The wood gave with a brittle popping sound. Dust lifted in a pale puff. He levered harder. A second nail squealed loose. I grabbed the loosened side and pulled, and one whole section of paneling came away from the frame at once, tipping outward into our hands with the dead, light feel of cheap wood that had only ever meant to hide something, not hold anything back. The smell that came out wasn't as strong as the crawlspace hatch, but it carried the same family of odors. Damp wood, closed-up mold, cold earth from somewhere it should not have been.
We leaned the panel aside and aimed the flashlight into the opening. It was a cavity. Not large, maybe 3 feet deep at the widest part, narrowing with the slope of the stairs overhead. Definitely not part of any sensible storage plan. It had been enclosed later, that much was obvious now. The interior studs didn't match the outer finish work, and a portion of old insulation had been pushed aside and blackened with mold near the back. For a moment, the beam only caught junk. Paint cans, rusted and swollen around the lids. Rags gone stiff with age. A collapsed cardboard box whose lettering had long since bled away. Mold-dark insulation hanging in ragged tufts. Then the flashlight moved a little lower, and the room changed again. There was a strip of cloth caught on a protruding nail near the back left corner. Faded floral print. Pink flowers once, maybe, or yellow, on a pale background now browned and dirty with time. A child's dress pattern, or curtains, or bedding. Something domestic and soft, made obscene by where it had been left. Below it, on the floor of the cavity, lay a single tooth. Not full-sized, not adult. Small enough that I recognized it before I properly admitted I had. Jenna saw it too. She made one stunned, choking sound and turned away, one hand over her mouth. "Jesus Christ," Mark whispered. The flashlight beam wobbled in his grip, slid over the rags, then caught on a black plastic box about the size of a deck of cards tucked behind one of the paint cans. I reached in and pulled it out. It was an old Polaroid film cartridge box, warped with age and damp. The printing faded, but still readable if you tilted it into the light. Empty, or so I thought at first. Something papery slid partway free when I moved it. A photograph. I don't know why my body understood the danger in that object before my mind did. Maybe because it was wrong already, sitting there among the damp rags and paint cans like something deliberately kept. Maybe because a camera doesn't belong in a space no one is supposed to occupy. I set the box down and took the photo by the edge. The surface had buckled slightly from moisture, but the image remained cruelly clear. It showed the living room, this living room, the braided rug, the sofa, the dining table, the edge of the stone fireplace. It had been taken at night, lit by the same lamp glow that now lived in my memory as the color of dread. The angle was low, impossibly low, closer to floor level than a person would naturally shoot from unless they were lying on their stomach or crouched inside some narrow hidden space. Inside the frame were figures. At first, just shapes. Then, as my brain caught up, us. Mark in the recliner from the first night, head tipped back. Jenna on the sofa with one arm curled under her. A dark shape above that had to be me in the loft if you knew what you were looking at. And Ellie. Ellie turned toward the camera. Not standing. Not awake. She had been asleep that night, or I had believed she was. But in the photograph, her small face was angled toward the lens, eyes dark and direct in that low, impossible light, as if she had sensed whoever or whatever was taking the picture from near the floor and answered by looking back. My mouth went dry so fast it hurt. Mark took the photo from me with a hand that was no steadier than mine. He stared at it for maybe 2 seconds before going pale all the way through. Jenna turned back, saw our faces, and snatched the photo from his hand. She looked at it once. Then she vomited into the kitchen trash can with one hand still clutching the edge of the counter. Ellie stepped around her mother and peered at the image without anybody stopping her. That alone tells you something about the state we were in. We were past parenting by then. Past rules, past sequence, past the idea that adults in the room could meaningfully control the order in which horrors revealed themselves. Mark reached for the photograph again. "Burn it." I looked at him. "What?" "Burn all of it." He pointed the flashlight wildly into the cavity, at the cloth, the tooth, the box, the mold-black garbage hidden in the wall. The panel, the picture, every damn thing in there. "And then what?" I asked. "Pretend that fixes it?" "It's not staying in this house." "We keep it," I said. "The photo, the remains, all of it. We take it to police. We show somebody." "Police?" He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "And tell them what? The floor is haunted and the walls are taking pictures?" "I tell them there's a child's tooth in a sealed cavity and a jaw fragment in my bag, and that somebody has been under this house." That shut him up for a second. Jenna was still bent over the trash can, coughing and wiping her mouth with trembling fingers. "I want out," she said hoarsely. "I don't care if it's dark. I don't care if we crash. I want out." No one answered, because no one had a plan that would survive the first 5 minutes after sunset on a mountain road with no signal, and a child who is no longer reliably a child all the time. Ellie took the photo from Mark before he realized she had moved. She held it close to her face for a long moment. The room was so quiet, I could hear the paper give softly under her fingers. Then she said, with awful calm, "That was before he learned my room." The effect of that sentence on the adults in the room was immediate and absolute. Jenna started crying for real, the kind that breaks through whether you want it to or not. Mark swore under his breath and stumbled backward until he hit the dining chair. I felt something in my chest go hard and hollow at the same time, like fear had finally found a shape small enough to slip between my ribs and lock there. "Ellie," I said, because her name was all I had. She looked up at me, not defiant, not possessed looking, just tired. "What?" she asked, as if she had not said anything strange at all. I crouched and took the photo gently from her hand before she could resist. "What do you mean, learned your room?" She frowned, thinking, then glanced toward the hallway. "At first he only knew the big room." Mark made a ragged sound in the back of his throat. I wanted to ask more. God help me, I wanted to ask everything. "What is he? How long has he been talking to you? What does he want? What does he look like?" But I was terrified of the answers, and even more terrified of making them real by giving them language. Instead, I turned back toward the cavity. There was something about the back of it that bothered me beyond the objects. The junk looked staged in a way that suggested use, not abandonment. The rags didn't lie naturally. The floral cloth had been caught, not dropped. The photo box had been tucked where someone meant to find it later. And farther in, beyond the paint cans and mold-black insulation, the darkness looked wrong. Too deep. I handed the flashlight to Mark and reached in. "Daniel, don't!" Jenna said immediately, voice wrecked. But I already had one hand past the edge of the opening, feeling along the lower back of the cavity where the light couldn't easily land without blinding me. My fingertips hit cold wood first, then dampness, then something granular and packed. Dirt. Not just dust, not just old saw debris. Damp, compacted earth pushed into the back of a wall cavity where no earth should have been, unless the enclosure went deeper than it looked or connected somehow to the space under the house. I felt farther in, my forearm disappearing almost to the elbow. There was a channel back there, a narrow continuation past the visible junk. Not enough room for a person, maybe not even enough for a child, but enough for movement, enough for something to use. The second I understood that, something shifted deeper inside, fast. A sudden retreating rustle and scrape from farther back in the dark, too quick and too purposeful to be settling debris. It moved away from my hand with the speed of a thing that had been much closer than I knew. I yanked my arm out so hard, I slammed my elbow against the stair edge. Mark lurched backward at the same time, swinging the flashlight beam wild across the opening. Jenna screamed. Ellie did not.
The sound inside the wall stopped, just beyond the reach of the light.
No further movement, no follow-up. Nothing but the smell of damp earth and mold, and the ringing aftershock of all four of us recoiling from the same realization at once. The cavity under the stairs was not a dead sealed-off storage mistake. It connected to something deeper, and the things hidden inside it, the tooth, the cloth, the impossible photograph, had not been left there by accident. They had been kept. 3.3. The voice beneath the dining table. By the time full dark settled over the cabin, none of us were pretending anymore. The argument had burned itself out, not because anything had been resolved, but because fear had finally taken over the room in a form too concrete to keep dressing up as stress, wildlife, or a bad rental decision. The cavity under the stairs stood open, the removed panel leaning against the wall like evidence in a trial no one wanted to attend.
The photograph sat on the dining table beside the broken Polaroid box and the child-sized tooth. And every time my eyes drifted toward it, I had to fight the urge to turn it face down again. It did not matter whether the image had been taken last week or 20 years ago. It was inside the house now, with us. That alone felt like contamination. Jenna would not let Ellie out of arm's reach. She kept the girl beside her on the sofa, one hand anchored almost constantly to Ellie's shoulder, forearm, or hair, as if steady contact could keep something from taking her by accident. Ellie tolerated it for the most part, but there were moments when she seemed annoyed by the closeness rather than comforted by it. That scared me more than if she had been crying the whole time. Mark had taken Vernon's shotgun out of the flannel and set it across his knees where he sat in the recliner by the fireplace. He had also gathered every knife in the cabin and laid 2 of them on the coffee table within reach, because once fear gets in a room, it always wants tools. The flashlight sat beside the Polaroid photo. The truck keys had been moved from the mudroom hook to the end table near the sofa. My duffel was zipped and waiting by the door, with the jaw fragment wrapped inside it. Jenna's packed overnight bag leaned against the bench. Nobody said the word siege, but the room had become one. Outside, the weather kept changing shape. The wind had strengthened and now moved through the tree line in slow pushes that made the branches hiss against one another beyond the drawn curtains. Every so often, a gust hit the side of the cabin and made the old walls creak in response. The pressure in the air had deepened too. Even inside, with the heater running, I could feel the storm brewing heaviness in my sinuses and behind my eyes. It made the place feel lower-ceilinged, more trapped. The lights flickered a little after 8, just once at first. A tiny dim and recover in the hanging lamp over the table and the standing lamp by the recliner. All 4 of us saw it. Mark looked up at the ceiling as if the wires themselves might confess. "Generator?" Jenna asked, though I don't think any of us had actually seen a generator on the property. "Probably the line," he said. "Probably," I repeated, and heard the bitterness in my own voice. He ignored me. The heater clicked off not long after that.
Normally it would have come back on within a minute or two, but the cabin stayed in a slow cooling hush while the lights held and the refrigerator rattled on. I became aware of every small mechanical sound because the room around them felt so alert. Even Ellie had stopped asking questions. She sat with her feet tucked under her on the sofa, not reading, not coloring, just watching the darkened windows as if she expected them to begin speaking first.
Eventually, Mark stood up, restless, and did a circuit of the room with the shotgun held low along one arm. He checked the front lock, then the back windows, then the hallway leading toward the bedrooms. He paused at the opening under the stairs and aimed the flashlight into it again, though there was nothing new to see except the same filthy contents and the same black gap beyond them where the packed earth had begun. When he came back into the center of the room, he said, "We all stay here tonight."
"No one was leaving," Jenna said.
"I mean, all night. Nobody alone. Nobody walking off. Nobody answers anything at the windows or the door." Ellie said quietly,
"He doesn't knock at the door."
The room tightened around that sentence. Mark turned toward her. "Then where?" She lowered her eyes and did not answer. We let the silence stretch because none of us wanted to hear her answer anyway. At some point, I realized I was listening for the floor more than for the wind.
Every time a board creaked under shifting temperature or old nails, my muscles reacted before my mind did. I had reached the stage of fear where the body starts acting on its own, and the thinking part only arrives afterward to clean up. The next flicker was stronger. The lamp by the recliner dimmed almost to orange. The hanging light fluttered twice. The television, still off, gave a tiny static pop from somewhere behind the screen. Then everything held again, but only barely. The room had taken on that fragile, lit quality of a place one breath away from power loss. Jenna pulled Ellie closer. "I hate this." No one answered because hate was too small a word for what the room had become. Then, from beneath the dining table, something made a sound. At first, I thought it was the scrape again, or another impact from the crawl space beneath the boards. It started that way, low, wet, indistinct, like air trying to move through mud. The kind of noise you hear when somebody with a ruined throat attempts a word before the body remembers how language is shaped. Mark lifted the shotgun. The sound came again, longer this time. Not a scrape, not an animal call, a voice. Ellie's whole body went rigid before any of us fully understood what we were hearing. Jenna tightened around her reflexively, one arm crossing Ellie's chest, while the other hand reached blindly for the nearest knife on the coffee table without taking her eyes off the dining area. The sound under the table gathered itself again, and a syllable rose through it. Wrong at first, thick, crushed by whatever was shaping it. A swallow of wet silence. Then, horribly clear by the end. Ellie. No one moved. The little girl made one small, breathless sound and pressed back so hard into Jenna that the sofa cushions groaned. I have tried, over and over, to explain that voice in a way that does not make me sound like a liar. The closest I can come is this. It sounded like speech, being remembered by something that did not use speech naturally. Not supernatural in the theatrical sense. Not demonic, not echoing, not some movie monster growl. Worse, human enough to be recognized, wrong enough to revolt the body. A male register, low and thick, as if spoken through damaged tissue or a mouth not built for certain shapes. Every name arrived like it had to be tested against the speaker's own anatomy before it could hold. Jenna whispered, No. The voice below the table tried again. Jen. It stumbled over the middle, smearing sound into something wet and choking. Jenna. She let out a strangled sob and clamped both hands over Ellie's ears, though too late to spare either of them anything. Mark stood up so fast, the recliner skidded behind him. Hey! He shouted at the floor. Hey! The voice went still.
Then, from almost the same place but not exactly, maybe a little deeper under the room, maybe closer to the center supports, it formed another sound. My own name. Dan. Not right. Not all the way. Like a drunk trying to remember me after years apart. Then better. Daniel. My mouth flooded with that awful metallic taste fear pulls from somewhere under the tongue. The room felt suddenly cold in spite of the stale, trapped heat. I was aware of Jenna crying openly now, though very quietly, as if any louder sound might encourage the thing to keep trying. Mark racked the shotgun. The noise of the pump action in that room was brutal, mechanical, final. It should have sounded powerful. Instead, it sounded desperate. Do it, Jenna said instantly. What if it's under Ellie's room? I snapped. He didn't lower the barrel. Then what? The voice beneath us answered before I could. A soft laugh. Not loud, not maniacal. Just one brief, broken exhale of amusement from under the floorboards. Then, in Mark's own voice, perfectly enough to freeze all of us where we stood, it said, "Open it." Mark went white. I don't mean pale. I mean the blood seemed to leave his whole face in one movement. He looked at me, then at Jenna, then at the floor as if his own mouth had betrayed him without his knowledge. The thing below laughed again, softer. Then silence. And in that silence, the entire room changed at once. The heater died fully, not with a click, but with a low, choking dropout somewhere in the walls. The lights stuttered hard, once, twice, 3 times, until the lamp by the recliner went out completely and only the hanging light over the dining table remained, pulsing faintly like it was deciding whether to hold. Dust shook from the beams over the loft and drifted down through the yellow light in slow gray threads. Ellie began crying, but she did it without moving. Tears spilled down her face, while the rest of her stayed rigid inside Jenna's grip, like terror had locked her body and only the water could still escape. I took one step toward the table before I knew why. Something dark had appeared between 2 floorboards. Just for an instant, a fingertip, wet-looking, black with mud or soil, pressed upward through the narrow seam in the planks near the edge of the rug. Too long, too narrow, the nail thick and pale at the tip. The second my eyes found it, it slid back down and vanished. Jesus Christ, I heard myself say, but from very far away. Mark nearly fired then. I know he nearly did because I saw the shift in his shoulders, the tightening in his jaw, the barrel dipping toward the exact spot. I moved before he could make the choice and shoved the gun aside just as the floor beneath the center of the room exploded upward with a slam. Plates crashed from the dining table. One bowl hit the braided rug and spun, scattering soup in a greasy arc. The hanging light swung on its chain. Dust burst from the seams above the stairs. Something in the kitchen fell over with a glassy shatter. Jenna screamed. The impact had come from directly beneath us, from under the thinnest sounding part of the boards, with enough force to make the table hop and every piece of silverware rattle against ceramic. For one split second, I was sure the floor was going to split open under the legs of the table, and whatever had spoken to us was going to come through. It didn't. Not then.
But the room no longer felt like a room. The floor no longer felt like a barrier. It felt like the lid of a box. Something stronger than wood had decided it could open whenever it wanted. I grabbed the truck keys off the end table. "We're leaving," I said. Mark whipped toward me. "Now?" "Yes, now." "In this?" "In anything. I don't care." Jenna was already nodding, crying and nodding, and trying to pull Ellie to her feet at the same time. "Yes, yes, now." Another sound moved under the boards. Not a slam this time, just a quick dragging pass beneath the table and toward the hallway, as if the thing below had sensed our decision and changed position in response. Mark saw that too. Whatever argument he had left about roads, darkness, cliffs, or sanity died in his face right there. He raised the shotgun toward the floor again, but this time not to threaten, to cover us. I snatched the photograph and the box off the table with my free hand because some ugly practical part of me still wanted proof, even while the animal part only wanted distance. The child-sized tooth bounced once across the tabletop and fell somewhere near the chair legs. I left it there. Jenna seized the packed bag by the mudroom bench. Ellie moved finally, but stiffly, like every joint in her body had been oiled wrong.
From beneath the floor, in a low, wet approximation of my own voice, something said, "Don't." That was the moment safety ended completely. Not because it had spoken, not even because it had mimicked one of us almost perfectly, but because it had done all of it from under the center of the room while we stood above it, still pretending the house divided us cleanly from whatever lived beneath. It didn't, and we knew it now. 4.1. The decision to look. For a few seconds after that last word came up through the floor in my own voice, none of us moved. Don't. It had been my cadence too. Not perfect, not if you were listening for it. There was still that wet drag under the edges of the sound, that wrongness in the way the consonant landed. But the shape of it was mine. The warning had come out of the center of the room in a voice I used when I was trying not to scare somebody. Jenna made a broken noise in the back of her throat and tightened both arms around Ellie. Mark stood with the shotgun half raised, breathing through his mouth. Dust still hung in the light over the dining table, turning slowly in the air like the room itself had been disturbed so deeply that it had not decided yet whether to settle. I had the truck keys in one hand and the warped Polaroid in the other. Every instinct in me wanted the door. Movement. Distance. Headlights through trees. Gravel under tires. I wanted the simple, honest panic of leaving. But panic gets tangled when you have other people with you, especially a child. The front door was 10 feet away. The truck sat beyond the porch in the dark. The path between those things had been ordinary all day. Now it felt like a question with teeth in it. Mark was the first one to speak. "Get her coat." He said it to Jenna without taking his eyes off the floor. Jenna nodded too fast and half stumbled toward the bedroom hallway with Ellie pulled close against her side. Ellie resisted once. Not with force, just a slight backward drag of her body when they passed the edge of the rug, as though she did not want to walk over that section of floor again. Jenna tugged harder, and the child came with her. I moved toward Mark in a crouched, stupidly careful way, like the room itself might react to sudden motion. "If we're going, we go now." He kept staring at the table legs and the boards beneath them. "No." I thought I'd heard him wrong. "What?" "If we run blind, and that thing's under the truck or under the porch, we trap ourselves outside with it." He finally looked at me. His face had gone beyond scared and into that hard, wired-over place men sometimes get when terror finds a use inside them.
We need to know where it is. I looked toward the mudroom, toward the front door, then back at the floor. A minute ago, I would have told him he was out of his mind. Then I pictured us bursting out the door into full dark, Ellie stumbling on the steps, Jenna trying to keep hold of a bag and a terrified kid, both of us dragging our eyes between the truck and the black beneath it, wondering if something pale and jointed was already there waiting under the frame. Or, I said carefully, we leave and don't give it time to react. And if it already has? That landed because I had no answer. Jenna came back into the room with Ellie bundled into her jacket and one of Mark's knit caps pulled low over her tangled hair. Her own overnight bag hung from her shoulder. She had shoved her feet into boots without tying them properly. Ellie looked smaller inside the coat, but no safer. "We're ready," Jenna said. Mark didn't move toward the door. The second she understood that, all the brittle control she had been holding together cracked again. "No," she said immediately. "No, absolutely not. We are not standing here debating this. We are leaving." Mark spoke too evenly, which meant he was 1 degree away from snapping. "If that thing is under the truck, then we get in and drive. If it comes up while you're on the porch? What do you want to do, Mark? Ask it for a timeout?" I stepped in before he could answer, because the room was already close enough to shattering. "He's right about one thing." Jenna turned on me with open disbelief. "Daniel!" "Listen to me." I hated how calm my own voice sounded. It made me sound more certain than I was. "If we all rush outside right now, and it's under the porch, under the truck, or anywhere between us and the road, we lose control of the only thing we still have, which is sequence. We need to see the hatch." Her face changed. "The hatch?" "Yes." "No." The force in that word was pure, instinctive, maternal, final. I understood it. I also looked at the front wall, the boards under the table, the shotgun in Mark's hands, and knew that if we left without checking, I would spend every second between the cabin and the road waiting for the sound of something hitting the underside of the truck. Mark said, "If we can see it, injure it, or at least drive it off, we can make a run for town." Jenna laughed once, a raw, hopeless sound. "You hear how insane that is, right?" "Everything here is insane." That shut all of us up for a second. Ellie, who had been silent through all of it, suddenly said in a voice so calm it cut straight through the room, "Don't shine the light in his eyes." Nobody wanted to hear that. I mean that literally. It was as if the sentence entered the room and everyone's mind refused it at the same time. Jenna closed her eyes. Mark looked away. I felt a pressure behind my sternum so sharp it was almost pain. "Ellie," Jenna whispered. The girl didn't look at her. She was staring at the dark opening under the stairs, where the removed panel still leaned against the wall and the cavity behind it sat black and patient. "He hates that," Ellie added. Mark worked his jaw and set the shotgun against his thigh for a second, just so he could drag a hand over his face. When he looked up again, his eyes had gone flat with resolve. "We look once," he said. "That's it. We don't crawl under. We don't split up. We open the hatch, shine the light, and if there's anything there, I fire. Then we get in the truck and go." Jenna shook her head so hard the knit cap on Ellie's head shifted sideways. "Please don't do this." There are some pleas you hear as requests and some you hear as prophecy. Hers sounded like the second kind. Still, I took the flashlight from the table. Mark picked up the fireplace poker with his free hand and held the shotgun under his arm in a grip that looked wrong and awkward and probably unsafe. but fear does not care much about proper handling. I grabbed the truck keys and shoved them into my jacket pocket, then took one of the kitchen knives off the coffee table and set it in the mudroom on the bench, just inside the door, for Jenna. A stupid gesture, a practical one. The kind of thing that feels meaningful only because no meaningful options are left. "If anything happens," I said to her, "lock the front door behind us and don't open it unless you hear one of us speak from right outside." She stared at me. The horror of what I had just implied, what I had just accepted as necessary, moved through all three adults at once. Mark said grimly, "And if it sounds wrong, you leave it." Jenna pressed both hands over Ellie's ears again, though too late and too often for that to matter anymore. "Stop!" The room felt smaller than ever by the time we made it to the mudroom. Mark cracked the door first and listened. The wind came in under the edge with a smell of wet leaves and soil. No scratching, no footsteps, no voice. He opened it wider. The porch lay under blackness and weak spill from the cabin behind us. The hanging light over the table did not reach this far. The only real illumination came from the flashlight in my hand, bouncing off the railing, the porch swing chain, the peeling paint on the post nearest the steps. Outside, the world looked stripped down to the things immediately dangerous. Wet dirt, black tree line, wind working the tops of the pines. The porch boards beneath our boots flexed when we stepped out, each one answering with a heavy old house groan that seemed to push downward as much as outward. For one terrible second, I thought about Ellie's line from the night before, "You're hurting his face," and almost turned back right then. We moved anyway. Mark went first, one step at a time, the shotgun angled downward and the poker clutched in his other hand. I stayed to his left with the flashlight, trying to keep the beam steady, and failing because my hands had begun to shake in a low, constant way I couldn't fully control. The wind hit harder once we cleared the doorway, cold and damp enough to sting the sweat on the back of my neck. The clearing had changed with full dark. In daylight, it had been lonely. At night, it felt arranged. Yard, tree line, porch, truck, like a set built to funnel us toward one specific part of the scene. The SUV sat maybe 20 feet off the porch, black shape barely outlined against darker ground. It should have looked reassuring. Instead, it looked far. "Do you see anything?" Mark whispered. "No." That was the truth and not the comfort it should have been. The hatch lay under the porch on the side nearest the truck. To reach it, we had to step off the boards and onto the wet ground, where the drag-like marks had circled the foundation all day. The beam of my flashlight caught bent grass, black soil, and the lower skirting of the cabin stained dark by damp. The shadows beneath the porch seemed thicker than the rest of the yard, compressed by the low ceiling of boards above them. Mark crouched first near the corner post and aimed the shotgun toward the hatch. I knelt beside him, sweeping the light toward the little square door, and stopped. The hatch was not closed, not fully. The rusted latch still hung in place, but the panel itself stood slightly ajar, no more than an inch at the widest point, a thin black seam showing along one side where no seam should have been. I knew with absolute certainty that I had forced it shut earlier. I knew the latch had been set. Mark saw it at the same time I did. No. Just that one word. Not a question, not disbelief. Recognition. Neither of us had touched it yet. The porch above us groaned once in the wind, and a shower of cold droplets fell from the underside of the boards onto the back of my hand. I shifted closer, every movement suddenly too loud. Mud soaked through one knee of my jeans immediately. The flashlight beam narrowed on the black seam of the hatch. Then I heard something underneath. Not a scrape, not a voice. Movement stopping. That is the only way I can phrase it. There had been some subtle live sound under there a second before. Weight shifting in dirt, fabric brushing wood, air displaced through a confined space. I don't know. I had not consciously registered it until the moment it ceased. But when I knelt close to the opening, whatever was beneath the hatch went still so completely and so fast that the silence felt responsive. Like it had heard me kneel there. Like the space itself was listening back. Every fine hair on my arms rose at once. I could feel Mark's attention change beside me too. Fear sharpened. In company has its own texture. You can sense the exact instant another person arrives at the same awful understanding. "Do not open that," Jenna said from the doorway behind us. I had forgotten she was there. Or rather, I had forgotten the world behind the hatch long enough that her voice sounded impossibly far away. Mark kept his eyes on the opening. "Get back inside." "No." "Jenna, no!" I glanced over my shoulder. She stood in the doorway with Ellie behind her, one hand braced against the jamb, knife in the other, both of them lit from behind by the weak amber cabin light. They should not have been there. I had told her to stay inside. But terror loves witnesses as much as it hates solitude. Ellie looked not at us, but at the hatch. Her face had gone pale enough to almost glow under the porch shadow. She didn't seem frightened in the way a child should have been frightened. She seemed attentive, as if waiting to see whether someone below would obey. Mark shifted the shotgun higher on his shoulder. "Dan." I knew what he meant. Open it. Every practical instinct I had left told me not to. Every other instinct, protective, stupid, male, furious, told me we were already past the point where looking away could save us. So I reached for the hatch, fingertips hovering over the damp wood edge, while beneath my hand the silence under the porch held as tightly as a held breath. 4.2. The nest under the cabin. I pulled the hatch open. The smell hit so hard and so fast that my whole body recoiled before my mind had a chance to catch up. It was the crawlspace smell I had gotten earlier, but heavier now, concentrated by night and damp and whatever had been moving down there while we argued above it. Wet dirt rolled out first, cold and mineral and thick as cellar air. Mildew came right behind it, then something sweet and corrupt under both. The old meat smell sharpened by heat trapped in wood, not fresh enough to be simple decay and not dead enough to stop mattering. It filled my nose, my mouth, the back of my throat. For a second, I thought I might vomit right there in the mud under the porch. Mark swore softly beside me. From the doorway, Jenna made a choked sound and turned her face away, pulling the collar of her sweatshirt up over her mouth. Ellie did not make a sound at all. The hatch opened inward more easily than it had before, which disturbed me more than if it had fought me. Something had been using it. That truth lived in the way the hinge moved, in the rubbed clean metal of the latch, in the dark slickness of the seam. This was not a sealed void we were violating. It was a passage. I aimed the flashlight into the opening. The beam cut through a low confusion of support posts, pipes, and hanging strips of torn insulation, then reached farther than it had in daylight because now I knew what I was looking for. The dirt beneath the cabin was no longer just packed earth. It had been worked, churned, flattened, tracked over enough times that the dark soil had developed hard, smooth lanes through it, where something had passed repeatedly under the same boards. Support posts rose from the ground like wet tree trunks, and several of them were marked with long, greasy streaks that reflected the light in a dull way I hated immediately. Not fresh liquid. Not exactly. More like body oil and dirt and age worn together by repeated contact at the same height, as though something had leaned there over and over again. The farther the beam traveled, the more the crawl space stopped looking like neglected structure and started looking inhabited. Bones lay everywhere, but not in the random way animals scatter them.
Der vertebrae in a half circle near one support.
A raccoon skull tipped sideways against a pipe, one eye socket full of packed soil. Long leg bones from something small nested into a wad of torn blanket like they had been pressed there and left. There were blankets everywhere once I noticed them. Old ones, torn into strips or bunched into dirty hollows. One plaid, one flowered. One so blackened with mildew it looked tarred. They had not drifted into those shapes on their own. They had been dragged and folded and nested. Between them sat other things. Collapsed cereal boxes damp warped into soft cubes. A rusted toy truck with one wheel missing. A spoon. A child's sock stiff with old mud. Another sock farther back, smaller. A strip of stained floral cloth I recognized as belonging to the same faded pattern we'd found behind the stair wall. Except here there was more of it, caught on a splintered joist, wrapped around itself, darkened in places almost brown-black.
The longer I held the flashlight steady,
the clearer one terrible fact became. This had not accumulated in a week, or in a season. This was a place things had been brought to over time. Years, maybe. A low area beneath the center of the cabin had been worn into a shallow depression in the dirt, lined with layered blankets and bits of cloth and fur. The shape of it made my stomach turn, because it was unmistakable once seen. Not random collapse, not trash. It looked like a sleeping hollow. A few feet away, against one support near where the crawl space narrowed, the objects changed arrangement. There the clutter rose into a mound. Bones, cloth, old packaging, toy fragments, and pieces of what might once have been food containers or household garbage, all gathered into a deliberate pile. It was not neat, exactly. Nothing under there was neat. But it had center and shape. A focal point.
a shrine is too dramatic a word until you see something that makes no practical sense any other way. I felt Mark shift beside me. Jesus. My own voice wouldn't come yet. The beam moved lower, and something white shone back from the dirt near the edge of the pile. Teeth. Not one, several. Small and irregularly placed, half sunk in the soil, the crowns pale where the mud had not fully swallowed them. Some could have been animal. One absolutely was not. Human tooth roots have a particular ugly elegance once you know them, and I knew enough now that the sight of even one made my skin feel too small. Just beyond them sat a tiny shoe. It was a child's sneaker, cheap and low cut, maybe for a 4 or 5-year-old, stained dark and split at the toe where the canvas had rotted open. One lace still hung from it in a stiff, dirty curl. A little farther right, half buried in churned earth, was the cheap, cracked bracelet I had dragged out earlier in daylight. Only now I could see that it was not alone. There were more broken bits of plastic jewelry scattered near the same lane in the dirt, as if they had been dropped or stripped there, one piece at a time. "Dan?" Mark said, but his voice sounded far off. I swept the beam toward the mound again and caught a flash of white-bordered paper. Photographs, or pieces of them. Several broken Polaroids lay partly embedded in the dirt, bent and water-damaged, their glossy surfaces peeled and bubbled. One had been folded in half and then flattened again.
Another looked as though something had chewed the corner until the white border frayed. My pulse thudded sick and hard. I stretched the flashlight hand farther in and let the beam settle over one fragment that still held enough image to read. A porch. This porch. The angle was from the yard, slightly off-center, daylight or overcast. Standing on the steps were people. Not us. Another family. A man in a camouflage cap.
A woman holding a toddler on one hip. A boy, maybe 10 or 11, leaning against the porch rail with one sneaker toe hooked over the board edge. The image was partly warped by damp, one side blurred where water had gotten into the emulsion, but the cabin behind them was unmistakably this cabin. Same siding, same swing, same roofline leaning just a little wrong. I stared at that broken photograph and felt something cold and final settle into place inside me. This was not a single event, not one bad year, not one thing gone feral under an abandoned structure. This place had been keeping traces of families, of children, of anyone who came long enough to become part of its arrangement. "Close it!" Jenna called from the porch. Her voice was thin and shaking. "Please, close it." Neither of us moved. The beam caught another small shape wedged beside a support post. A rusted jack-in-the-box handle without the box, red paint barely clinging to the metal. Then the light slid over a child's sock, balled tight with dirt inside it, as if something had stuffed it and kept it that way. Then over a second depression near the back wall, too small for the sleeping hollow and too deliberate for settling. Around its edges, the dirt had been pressed by something narrow and jointed. The wind shifted outside. The porch above us groaned. And from deeper under the cabin, past the sleeping hollow, and beyond the little mound of curated remnants, something moved. Not enough to see at first, just a pressure change in the dark. A redistribution of shadows so slight my brain almost missed it. Mark saw it too, his whole body tensed. There. Where? Back right. I drove the beam toward the far narrowing end of the crawl space where the dirt rose and the joists dipped lower. At first, all I saw were support angles, hanging insulation, the impression of a tighter tunnel-like space continuing beyond the obvious structure. Then the light glanced off something slick and pale and vanished from it again. Movement, fast. My heart slammed so hard it hurt. Mark shouldered the shotgun. "Don't!" I hissed, but too late. The blast under the porch was beyond loud. It was concussive. The whole world under there became light, sound, mud, and splinters. My ears rang instantly. The muzzle flash lit the crawl space in a flat white burst that exposed everything for less than a heartbeat. The blankets, the teeth, the mound, the sleeping hollow, the support posts, all of it, before darkness rushed back around the flashlight beam. And then the crawl space came alive. Scraping erupted from every direction at once. Not one body, not one neat line of motion. The violent flurry of a thing that knew the space better than we did and could use every inch of it. Mud spat outward from inside the hatch, peppering my sleeve and face. One support post shuddered hard enough to knock loose a shower of ancient dust from the underside of the floorboards above. Something thudded against a pipe. Something else dragged in a whipping burst behind the mound of old objects. For one horrifying instant, it sounded like the whole underside of the cabin had filled with elbows, nails, and bone. I swung the flashlight wildly, trying to pin the movement. The beam landed on it for maybe half a second. A hand. At least, that was the nearest word I had. Pale where the mud had not covered it, long and wrong in the fingers,
with too many visible joints, or at least joints in places the eye did not want to accept quickly. The skin looked slick with wet soil. One nail caught the beam, thick and yellowed. The fingers folded around the edge of a support post with a speed that made the movement insect-fast, despite the unmistakably human structure of it. Then it was gone. Not withdrawn slowly, vanished sideways in the dark, with a fluidity that told me it had more room under there than we could see. Mark swore and cycled the shotgun, but there was nowhere clear to fire now. The frantic movement continued another second, then two, then collapsed all at once into a retreating storm of smaller noises farther back under the cabin, and then beyond the range of the light. Something hit the underside of the floor once from within, hard enough to shake dirt from the joists. That broke whatever trance the sight had put me under. "Shut it!" I shouted. Mark didn't argue. We lunged for the hatch together. The panel slammed upward awkwardly because mud and debris had shifted under it from the blast, but the second it caught the frame, we shoved it closed with both hands. The metal latch scraped, jammed, then finally dropped into place under Mark's shaking fingers. For a moment, neither of us moved. We stayed crouched there in the wet dirt under the porch, palms still pressed to the hatch as if we expected it to buck open immediately from beneath. Nothing did. Only the wind. Only my own ragged breathing and Mark's. Only the high, glassy ringing left in my ears from the gunshot. Then Jenna screamed. Not the thin, fearful sound from inside the cabin earlier. This was bigger, raw. A mother's sound when the world has just taken shape in front of her and she hates that shape with her entire body. We turned. The cabin doorway stood open behind us, warm amber light spilling out onto the porch boards and into the clearing. Jenna was in the threshold, one hand clamped over her mouth now as if trying to force the scream back inside herself. But Ellie was gone. For a second, my mind refused the image because it was too simple and too impossible all at once. Jenna was there. The bag was there beside the bench. The knife I had set for her lay knocked sideways on the porch floor. No Ellie. "Ellie?" Mark shouted immediately, already rising. Jenna's eyes were huge and wet and empty in the center, the way eyes go when terror has moved past language. "She was right here," she said. "She was right here." And as those words hit, I knew with a cold certainty that made my stomach drop harder than the sight of the hand had, that the crawl space under the cabin was not just a den. It was a record, a collection, a place where the remains of other families had been sorted, kept, studied, and folded into the life of the thing beneath us. And now, it had taken interest in ours the same way. 4.3. Ellie in the space beneath the stairs. We hit the porch steps hard enough to rattle the whole front of the cabin. Mark got to the door first, one hand still on the shotgun, the other slamming against the frame as if the house itself were something he could physically force aside. I was right behind him with the flashlight, the beam jerking wildly across the mudroom wall, the bench, the dropped knife, Jenna's face. She was still screaming Ellie's name, not calling it in the hopeful way people call when they think someone might answer from another room. She was screaming it the way people scream down into water after they've already lost sight of what they're reaching for. "Ellie!" she shouted again, voice cracking. "Ellie!" The living room looked almost normal for one grotesque second. The hanging light still burned weakly over the dining table. One bowl lay broken on the braided rug. Soup had dried in a slick arc across one chair leg. The cavity under the stairs stood open where we had pried the panel back, all its ugly contents exposed in the trembling edge of the light. Curtains shut, sofa where it had been, overnight bag by the mudroom bench. No child. Then Jenna saw her. There! Ellie was at the far end of the room, kneeling in front of the understair opening with one knee tucked under her and the other leg folded awkwardly to the side. She was so still that at first she looked posed there, like a figure left behind in a photograph. Her head was turned toward the exposed wall cavity. One cheek was pressed against the wood framing just beside the opening, ear flat to it, as if she were listening to someone speaking from inside. For a terrible heartbeat, she did not react to the sound of us crashing into the room. "Ellie!" Jenna lunged forward. Mark caught her by the sleeve before she crossed the center of the room. "Wait! Get off me! She's right by the opening. I don't care!" I swung the flashlight toward Ellie. The beam hit her profile, and she blinked once, slowly, but did not turn around. Her face looked pale and calm in a way that made every instinct in me recoil. Not sleepy, not frightened, not even vacant. She looked attentive, absorbed. Then she spoke. "He remembers when this was open." The voice was hers, but the cadence wasn't. Children usually rush the ends of sentences when they're speaking naturally. They throw weight onto the beginning and let the rest tumble after. Ellie didn't do that now. She spoke with a measured slowness that sounded borrowed, as if she were repeating words exactly as they had been given to her and trying not to lose any of them on the way out. Jenna went dead white. Mark's grip tightened on the shotgun so hard I saw the tendons jump along the back of his hand. "Ellie," I said, and even to me my voice sounded too thin. She turned her head then, but not all the way, and looked at us over one shoulder with one cheek still near the wall. The pose was wrong enough that my stomach clenched. It made her seem not just like a child listening to the wall, but like something halfway between listening and answering. "He said it used to breathe easier," she added. Jenna broke free from Mark and crossed the room before either of us could stop her. She dropped to her knees beside Ellie and grabbed her under both arms, pulling her bodily back from the opening. Ellie resisted for the first time with actual force, not violent, not thrashing, but with a stiff backward tension that seemed wildly disproportionate to her size. Like her body wanted to remain aligned with that gap in the wall. "Mom, stop!" she said, suddenly sounding more like herself and less like the thing in the wall. "You're hurting me!" Jenna ignored her and dragged her all the way back against her chest. In the flashlight beam, I saw why Ellie had complained. The sleeves of her jacket rode up in the struggle. Bruises ringed both wrists now, darker than they had been before. Not finger-shaped, not neatly hand-shaped, but unmistakably pressure marks. Shadows laid under the skin, in bands and crescents, as if something had held on there repeatedly, from angles no child could make for herself. Higher up along the inside of one forearm were two more gray-violet smudges, long and narrow, and already deepening toward black at the center. And under her fingernails, dirt. Dark, packed soil worked under the nails, as though she had been digging with bare fingers, even though she had not been outside since dusk, and had been with us, or so we believed, until the instant we looked away. Jenna saw it too. "Oh my God," she whispered, and then louder, more broken, "Oh my God." Ellie followed her mother's gaze downward and curled her fingers inward immediately, hiding them in her sleeves. That one small defensive gesture was more disturbing than if she had smiled. From inside the wall, something shoved hard. The sound cracked through the room like a shoulder hitting cheap wood from behind. A tiny splinter jumped from the edge of the exposed framing and pinged off the floorboards. Jenna screamed and fell backward with Ellie half in her lap. Mark raised the shotgun, then seemed to remember Jenna and the girl were directly in front of the opening, and checked himself with a savage curse. Another push came from behind the wall cavity, not as hard, but close enough and fast enough that the loose rags inside shifted and one of the old paint cans rolled an inch in place. "Back!" Mark shouted. I grabbed Jenna under one elbow and hauled her and Ellie away from the opening, while Mark moved in with the fireplace poker in one hand and the shotgun dragged awkwardly against his thigh. The room had shrunk down to the cavity under the stairs. Everything in me expected something pale and jointed to come pouring through the gap at floor level. Instead, there was only the smell. Damp earth. Mold. Old wood. Something sour and body warm underneath it. Mark jammed the poker into the edge of the opening and yanked sideways. The panel we had already loosened tore wider with a splitting crack, exposing more of the hidden cavity and the continuation of it behind the visible junk. Rags fell. One mold-blackened strip of insulation dropped half free and swung from an upper seam. The faded floral cloth shifted against the nail where it had caught. The space beyond was darker than it should have been, even with the flashlight aimed directly into it. And wrong in another way, too. There was depth back there that the architecture of the house should not have allowed. Not infinite depth, not supernatural nonsense, just a bad practical depth. The kind you get when somebody has built over an opening instead of filling it, leaving void behind wall. "It goes farther back," I heard myself say. "No kidding," Mark snapped. He was breathing hard now, not from exertion, but from the strain of holding himself at the exact edge between action and panic. I knew that edge. I was standing on it too. Something about the way the rags had shifted exposed a new strip of darkness at floor level. It looked almost like a channel worn into the packed earth beyond the visible cavity, narrow and smooth from use. I knelt before I had fully decided to. "Dan," Mark warned. But I already had one hand braced against the stair frame and the flashlight angled into the opening. I needed to know if whatever had shoved from behind the wall had retreated. I needed to know whether the passage connected to the crawlspace directly beneath the room, or whether there was another chamber back there, another route, another place the house had failed to close. I reached in. The wood on the inner frame was cold and damp under my knuckles. My fingertips brushed the mold-dark insulation, then the gritty edge of a paint can, then empty air with a cavity narrowed beyond what the eye could cleanly follow. I stretched a little farther and touched something that was not wood. Soft first, then slick. For one hideous fraction of a second, my brain tried to make it string, or wet cloth, or one of the old rags hanging loose inside the wall. Then the thing slipped against my fingers with the light drag of hair, or something like hair, clumped wet together into cords. I jerked back so hard I banged my shoulder against the stair post. "What?" Mark barked. I wiped my hand instinctively against my jeans, pulse hammering. "Something's back there." "Something what?" "I don't know." That was true and not enough. Jenna had backed nearly to the sofa with Ellie clutched against her. The girl no longer struggled. She looked dazed now, as if being pulled away from the wall had taken more out of her than a normal physical effort should have. Her head lolled briefly against Jenna's shoulder and then lifted again with a strange, effortful slowness. "Ellie," Jenna said, voice shaking. "Talk to me." Ellie blinked once.
He's mad.
The lights died. Not dimmed, not flickered. Died. One instant, the hanging light over the table buzzed weakly in its yellow cone, and the next, the entire cabin dropped into black so complete it felt like a physical thing had been laid over our faces. Jenna screamed. Mark swore. Something moved across the far side of the living room at floor level. I caught it only because my flashlight had stayed on and my hand jerked with the sound at exactly the right moment. The beam swung wild across the rug, sofa legs, the far wall, and in that stuttering sweep, something long and low flashed through the edge of the light near the baseboards opposite us. Not a full body, not anything my eyes could sort into species or shape. Just motion. Pale in one place, mud dark in another. Close to the floor and impossibly fast. It crossed from one shadow to another in less than a second. Too quick for understanding, but not too quick for terror. "There!" Mark shouted, pivoting the shotgun toward the far wall. "Don't shoot!" I yelled at the same time, because Jenna and Ellie were still too close. Because the room was black. Because panic with a firearm is just another kind of disaster waiting for a trigger. Before either of us could move further, Jenna cried out sharply and kicked one leg forward as if something had brushed against her. "It touched me!" she screamed. "It touched my ankle!" She hauled both feet up onto the sofa cushion, dragging Ellie with her. The flashlight beam jerked down and caught only the hem of her jeans, the braided rug, the table leg, spilled soup shining dark on the wood. Nothing there. Nothing now. Mark swung toward the far wall again, then toward the kitchen, then toward the hallway, the shotgun following the beam in rough, disjointed arcs. Dust floated through the light. The open cavity under the stairs breathed its damp smell into the black room. I backed toward Jenna without taking my eyes off the opening. That was when I saw them. Low in the broken darkness of the wall cavity, behind where Ellie had been kneeling, two tiny reflections caught the edge of my flashlight beam and held. Not bright eye shine, the way you get from a deer in headlights, or a raccoon in a yard. Smaller. Duller, closer together than an animal's eyes should have been. They sat very low to the cavity floor, almost level with the old paint cans and packed dirt. And for one impossible second, I had the distinct impression of something crouched there, just beyond the visible line of debris, looking out through the broken space at the room it had already entered. I could not make out a face. Only those 2 points of reflected light. Too close together. Too still. Mark saw them too. I know he did, because the shotgun barrel stopped moving and settled in that direction. Jenna made a thin, ruined sound behind me. And then the reflections blinked out. Not because the flashlight moved, because whatever was back there had closed something over them, or turned its head just enough to take them out of the beam. The broken cavity went black again. And in that black, with Ellie shaking against her mother and the power dead, and something already moving through the room at floor level, I understood what the house had become. It was no longer just a place with something under it. The thing had found roots through it. The architecture itself, crawl space, wall void, stair cavity, seams between boards, had become a body it could travel inside. And Ellie was no longer just being watched from below. It had started making a path to her. 5-1. Trapped until morning. For a minute or two after the lights went out, the cabin stopped being a place and became a collection of noises. Not even noises, really. Possibilities. Every old house has a language once the power dies. Wood settles. Pipes answer pressure. Wind finds seams and makes them sing. Water taps metal somewhere deep enough in the walls that you can't tell whether it belongs to plumbing or weather or your own pulse. In a normal place, your mind sorts those things out and lays them where they belong. In that cabin, after what we had already seen and heard, every sound came in wearing the shape of something worse. Mark got the flashlight back under control first. The beam stopped jerking around the room and steadied enough to draw hard white edges over the sofa, dining table, fireplace, and the black gap under the stairs. The hanging light remained dead above us, the heater dead in the walls, the refrigerator silent for the first time since we arrived. Without the electrical hum beneath everything, the cabin sounded raw and older than it had before, as if the things that made it feel inhabited by modern life had stepped back and left us to the original bones of the place. "Everybody stay here," Mark said, though nobody was trying to go anywhere. His voice had changed. The anger was still there, but it had gone brittle now, eaten through by something worse than fear. Shame, maybe. The shame men get when they can no longer pretend competence is the same thing as protection. Jenna had both arms locked around Ellie on the sofa. The little girl sat half in her lap, wet-faced, jacket half-zipped, cap crooked. Her body loose one second and rigid the next, like she was drifting in and out of the room without physically leaving it. Every so often she blinked hard and looked straight at something none of us could see. "It touched me," Jenna said again, quieter this time, almost to herself. "Something touched me." I swept the flashlight beam back over the floor where she'd been standing when she screamed. Braided rug, chair leg, crumbs from dinner, the spoon that had rolled under the table earlier. No handprint, no mud streak, nothing to fix the event to except her face, which was still carrying it. Mark racked the shotgun once more and immediately lowered it, like the sound itself embarrassed him now. "We go to the truck." Neither Jenna nor I answered right away. He looked at me. "We go now." I wanted to say yes. God, I wanted to say yes. I wanted keys in the ignition, headlights through rain, tires spitting gravel, all of us moving away from the cabin fast enough that distance could start feeling useful again. Instead, I heard myself ask, "And if it's under the truck?" Mark said nothing. That had become the problem with every choice. Every practical option ended with that sentence. We could leave by the front door. If it was under the porch, we ran through it. We could try the side window. If it was circling the foundation, we stepped into its root. We could make a dash for the SUV. If it had gotten to the undercarriage, if it had crawled into the wheel well, if it had packed the engine with debris or wedged itself somewhere our eyes wouldn't find until we were close, then what? I hated the fact that those thoughts felt reasonable. Mark hated it too. I could see it in the hard set of his mouth. From outside, something soft began striking the windows. Tap, tap, tap. Not the same measured knocks from beneath the floor. This was lighter, more irregular. Branches, probably. Wind had picked up enough that the tree line was moving harder now, and a freezing drizzle had begun to hiss faintly against the roof and the outer walls. I could hear it in the pauses between our breathing. The fine, dry scratch of cold rain or sleet catching wood and metal. That changed things too. The road out had been bad enough in daylight. Wet darkness on a mountain track was something else. Jenna must have been thinking along the same line because she looked toward the mudroom, then at the black windows, then back at Mark. "If we open that door and the truck doesn't start," he cut her off. "It will start." "You don't know that." "It started earlier." "That was earlier." Nobody said the rest of it, but it was there with us. What if something had damaged it while we were inside? What if the same thing that moved under floors and through walls had found softer, simpler ways to keep us from leaving? I took the flashlight and the truck keys and looked at Mark. "I'll check from the porch." "No. I'm not going all the way down there. I'll use the remote lock. If it flashes, maybe we can see enough." Jenna grabbed my sleeve before I moved. "Don't." I put a hand over hers. Her fingers were ice cold. "I'm not opening the door yet." That was the compromise fear had reduced us to. I crossed to the mudroom with Mark one step behind me and eased the curtain edge aside by the front window just enough to see the shape of the SUV in the dark. The drizzle silvered in the flashlight beam when I angled it through the glass. The truck sat where it should have, black and wet and terribly far away. No visible movement around it, no pale shape under the frame, no guarantee of anything. I hit the lock button on the key fob. Nothing. My stomach dropped. I pressed it again, harder this time, like that mattered. Still nothing. No flash of lights, no chirp, no answer. Mark swore under his breath. "Battery? From what?" "Key fob battery." "Today?" I said. He didn't answer because he knew how thin that sounded. I tried the panic button next. Still nothing. The silence that followed felt like a hand closing. Behind us, Ellie spoke in a sleepy, drifting voice that made the hair rise along my arms. "He doesn't want us walking over him." Jenna made a hurt sound and pulled her closer. "Baby, stop. Please stop talking like that." Ellie turned her head toward her mother, but her eyes were only half focused. "I'm not. He says there are crawling words tonight." That landed in the room and stayed there. "What does that mean?" I asked before I could stop myself. Ellie listened to something, not performatively, not like a creepy movie kid. She simply turned her face slightly toward the floorboards and went still for a second, as if another voice had slid into the pause. Then she whispered, "The ones that move through the walls before they become names." Jenna broke then in the quietest way possible. Not screaming, not sobbing, just pressing her face into Ellie's hair and crying without sound while she rocked once, barely, in place on the sofa. If you've never seen a person try to comfort their child while also understanding they cannot make any honest promise of safety, I hope you never do. There is something indecent about witnessing that degree of helpless love. Mark looked away from them entirely and went to the fireplace, where he stood with one hand on the stone mantel and his head bowed as if he were either trying not to be sick or trying not to hit the wall. The shotgun hung loose in his other hand. I had known my brother my whole life. I knew his tempers, his stupid jokes, the way he avoided certain conversations until they burst out sideways months later. I knew the shape of his pride, but I had never seen him look smaller than he did in that room. Not because he was physically diminished, but because whatever role he thought he was in, husband, father, guy who could get everybody through the weekend if things got rough, had collapsed under him and left him standing in the ruins of it. "This is my fault," he said. Jenna didn't answer. He laughed once, bitterly. "I mean, not the whatever this is, but bringing you here, thinking cheap and quiet and out of town was the same thing as a break." "Mark," I started. "No, it is." He turned then, and the flashlight caught his face in hard pieces, wet eyes, clenched jaw, skin gone gray around the mouth.
I brought my daughter to a place some old bastard should have had condemned years ago because I wanted one weekend that didn't feel like my life. That's what this is. Jenna lifted her head. Stop! It's true. I said stop! He did, but the words stayed. We all felt them stay. There is a particular kind of horror that doesn't come from the creature, the blood, the impossible sound in the wall. It comes from watching the ordinary human reasons that put people in bad places. Money, pride, denial, hope. The stupid faith that one cheap trip might fix a marriage stretched thin by bills and long work weeks and everything adults quietly fail to save in time. There was no villain in that part, just us. And that made the rest feel even more merciless.
The drizzle strengthened into a steadier patter on the roof. Once or twice, water found some path through the gutters or eaves and dripped with hollow, irregular ticks near the back of the cabin. Every time it happened, all of us flinched. A pipe gave one deep knock in the wall. Branches ticked against a window. A floorboard popped softly as the temperature shifted. We barricaded the room because doing nothing had become unbearable. The dining table got dragged slightly off-center and turned at an angle to narrow the direct path from the hallway. 2 chairs were wedged awkwardly between the mudroom and living room. Not enough to stop anything determined, but enough to satisfy some primitive part of the brain that likes visible effort. Mark moved the recliner nearer the sofa without ever fully turning his back to the floor. I brought extra blankets from the bedrooms so Jenna and Ellie would not have to leave the room again if the temperature dropped further. The understairs cavity remained open because none of us could bring ourselves to get close enough to reattach the panel. In the middle of all that movement, something strange happened. Nothing. For nearly 20 minutes, maybe more, the cabin settled into a cold, strained quiet. No voices under the table. No impacts from below. No movement in the walls. The drizzle softened. The branch tapping eased. Even Ellie's breathing grew more even. She rested against Jenna with her eyes half closed, while Jenna stroked her hair over and over in the same mechanical rhythm mothers use when they're trying to soothe themselves through the child. Mark sat on the floor with his back against the sofa, shotgun across his lap, flashlight beside him, staring at the front door. I took the other side of the room near the fireplace poker and tried to listen without seeming to. The silence stretched long enough that my body, despite everything it knew better than to do, began searching for relief in it. This is over, I thought for one reckless second. Not forever, not solved, just paused. Maybe it had retreated from the gunshot. Maybe storm and dark had shifted its habits. Maybe we really could hold out until dawn, like Vernon said, load the truck at first light and never come back, except with cops and surveyors and people who spoke in permits and evidence bags and reasons. I almost believed that. That's the worst part about calm in a place like that. It doesn't feel like safety. It feels like permission to hope, which is even more dangerous. Jenna must have felt it too, because she finally whispered, "If it stays quiet, maybe we just..." Something moved in the ductwork overhead. Not loud, not enough to be anything more than a brief, metallic settling sound. But all 4 of us reacted as one, every head jerking up toward the ceiling at exactly the same instant. The moment broke. The cabin was still a siege. The dark outside was still waiting. The truck was still beyond the porch, silent and unreachable. And whatever was in the walls, beneath the floors, and behind the broken cavity under the stairs had not left. It had only stopped letting us hear it for a while. 5.2. The wrong voice at the door. The quiet after the movement in the ductwork did not last. It changed shape. That was somehow worse. The cabin did not return to the blunt, obvious terror of voices under the floor or impacts from below. Instead, every sound for the next several minutes came in altered, displaced just enough from where it ought to have been that my mind kept reaching for the wrong source first. A light knock might turn out to be sleet finding the same loose section of roof tin. A creak in the hall might only be one of the warped bedroom doors settling deeper into its frame. Water in the sink pipes would tick once and then hold, and that pause after the sound, longer than a normal house pause, would make all of us listen harder than the noise itself deserved. Nobody talked unless they had to. Mark stayed on the floor beside the sofa with the shotgun across his lap and one hand resting on the pump as if he expected the metal to move by itself if he let go. Jenna had gone from crying to that dry, over-controlled state that comes after tears, when a person's whole body seems to tighten inward to keep from starting again. Ellie leaned against her with her jacket half open now, eyes hooded with exhaustion, but still too present, too listening. Every now and then, her lips moved, like she was silently sounding out something she didn't want to say. The flashlight sat on the coffee table between us, aimed low so it could wash part of the room without blinding anyone. It left the mudroom dim, the hallway darker, and the back of the cabin almost completely black beyond the doorway to the kitchen. At some point, I realized I needed to check the mudroom window again. Not because I thought I'd see anything useful, more because fear hates fixed images. The truck, the porch, the line between inside and outside, all of that had started turning over in my head until it felt worse not to look than to confirm it was still there. "I'm checking the front," I said quietly. Jenna reacted first. "Don't. I'm not opening anything. Daniel, I'm just looking." Mark didn't tell me not to. He only shifted the shotgun into his hands and followed me with his eyes as I stood. That, more than permission, felt like responsibility. If I was going to cross even 10 feet of floor in that room now, someone needed to watch me do it. I moved carefully, absurdly aware of every board under my boots. The chair legs, the edge of the braided rug, the soft place near the dining area that I avoided without thinking anymore. I passed the mudroom bench where Jenna had left the knife. The front window was a square of black with a curtain drawn halfway across it. I slid 2 fingers under the fabric and lifted it, just enough to see the yard and the vague bulk of the SUV. Still there, dark, wet, unmoving. For 1 second, that was almost enough. I let the curtain fall and turned halfway back toward the room. That was when a voice from the back door said, in my exact tone, "Mark, open up." My body locked so hard and fast it hurt. I was standing in full view of Mark when it happened. No ambiguity. No way to tell ourselves later that maybe I had drifted toward the rear of the room, or muttered something under my breath, or heard the sound wrong through stress and exhaustion. I was near the mudroom. Mark could see me. Jenna could see me. Ellie could see me. And my voice had just come from the back of the cabin. Jenna started sobbing instantly. Not because she was surprised, by then surprise had gone out of the room, but because some line inside her finally broke at hearing a familiar voice come from the wrong darkness. Mark surged to his feet, shotgun up in one movement, barrel angling toward the kitchen and the unseen back door beyond it. "Who's there?" he shouted, which was exactly the wrong thing to say and exactly the thing a human being says when some ancient reflex tells him words might still matter. No answer came for a moment. Then, from the same place near the back door, my voice again. "Mark, open up." It was better this time. Closer. The first version had still carried that wet drag under the edges, that slight distortion like sound shaped through a damaged throat. This one had learned from the attempt.
It still wasn't perfect. Not to me. Not because I know my own cadence from the inside. But it was close enough that if I'd heard it in another room without context, my body would have trusted it before my mind had time not to. The worst part was the tone. It wasn't mocking. It wasn't shouting. It was my own, low, controlled voice. The one I used when somebody else was panicking and I was trying to keep them steady. "Mark, open up." Jenna made a broken animal sound behind me. I turned toward the kitchen so slowly it felt like wading through something thick. The back half of the cabin lay in shadows cut by the weak spill of the flashlight from the living room. I could see the edge of the kitchen counter, the dark shape of the sink, the black square where the back door sat at the far wall. No movement. No figure against the window in the door. No hand. Nothing. Mark took one step that direction and racked the shotgun. "No," I said immediately. The voice from the back answered before he could. In Mark's voice this time. "Open it." Every muscle in his face changed at once. It's hard to describe what hearing your own voice used against you does to a person, especially when I'd already seen it hit him once from beneath the floor. This second time, outside the room and closer to the actual door, looked like it did something more than frighten him. It insulted something primitive, a territorial nerve. A male instinct that says the walls of your house, temporary or not, are where your voice gets to mean what it means. "Open it," the thing said again in Mark's exact voice, lower now, urgent. Then silence. Then Jenna's voice, thin, trembling, almost perfect. "Please." She folded in on herself at that. One hand clamped over her mouth so hard I thought she might bruise her own lips. The voice outside the back door said, in Jenna's cadence, "Please, Mark." I have never seen my brother look as close to madness as he did in that moment. Not because he was losing grip on reality, because he was still holding it, and reality had become an insult. Every normal signal was being stripped from him one by one. His wife's voice no longer meant his wife. My voice no longer meant me. A door no longer separated indoors from outdoors in any sane or stable way. He took another step toward the kitchen. I moved in front of him. "Get out of the way." Not with Ellie in the room. I said move. "Shoot through that door, and if it comes through the wall or ricochets or blows back splinters..." He stopped because he knew I was right, but his whole body kept leaning forward like anger alone could finish the motion. From the back door came one more sound. Ellie crying. Not really, not enough to be real, but close enough to make the room recoil around it. A small child's sob, warped around the edges and pulled too long at the end. Then a tiny hiccuping inhale. Then, in a shape almost but not fully like Ellie's voice, "Mom?" Jenna screamed. Not loud this time. A shut-throat cry, like the sound had been torn loose before she could smother it. She grabbed Ellie tighter against her, both arms around the actual child, as if her body needed the proof of weight and heat and bone in order not to obey the voice by instinct. Ellie herself had gone utterly still. Her eyes were fixed on the kitchen darkness, wide now, but not surprised. The door handle moved, just once.
A soft metal click and slight downward turn, like someone testing whether the latch would give. All four of us heard it. Then came a slow scrape across the lower half of the door. Not a human hand at knob height, lower, near shin level. Long and deliberate and textured wrong. Nails, maybe. Bone. Something hard drawn gently across painted wood from left to right with enough pressure to leave a sound, but not enough to splinter.
Mark shouldered the shotgun. This time, he really was going to fire. I saw the whole decision happen in him. Not warning shot, not threat. Action. I got both hands on the barrel and shoved it sideways just as his finger tightened. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he shouted. "Ellie is right there!" "She's right here!" he shouted back, meaning in Jenna's arms. Meaning the real child and the voice on the other side of the door were different things, and he knew it and did not care anymore, because something on the other side of that wood had crossed every line a human being knows. The warped crying sound came again, softer now, retreating. Then another low scrape at the base of the door. Then nothing. We stayed locked in place. Him trying to angle the shotgun past me holding it offline, Jenna crying behind us, Ellie rigid inside her mother's arms, until the silence changed just enough for me to hear what had replaced it. Movement. Not in the kitchen, not at the door, below. A heavy dragging shift passed beneath the back threshold and moved under the porch, then along the foundation in the direction of the living room. The sound was deep and unmistakable now, too weighted to be weather, too deliberate to be anything with four ordinary paws. It dragged away beneath us slowly, almost lazily, as if it knew we were listening and wanted us to follow its route in our minds. Mark felt it through the floor at the same time I did. The fight went out of his arms all at once, leaving only shaking. We both listened as the movement traced part of the porch line, then slipped away into a direction I could not cleanly track anymore. Not because it was gone, but because it no longer seemed to belong to one location at a time. Outside the back door, under the porch, beneath the floor, in the room already maybe. That was the part that broke the map. I let go of the barrel first. Mark lowered it by degrees, not because he had calmed down, but because there was suddenly nowhere sane to aim. The room stayed frozen around us for a few more seconds. Then Ellie whispered into the space between Jenna's shoulder and her own drawn-up knees. "He likes when people answer." Nobody replied. She did not seem to notice. Her gaze had gone downward again, toward the floorboards beneath the sofa, and her voice carried that same tired, wrong calm that had infected her in pieces since the first night. "He keeps the sounds better if you answer." Jenna pressed her forehead against Ellie's hair and closed her eyes. I stood there near the mudroom, listening to the last of the dragging movement fade somewhere under or around or through the cabin, and understood that we had crossed another threshold we would not uncross. Before, whatever was in the house had still felt locatable in flashes. Under the dining table, behind the stair wall, in the crawlspace. At least terror had direction then. Now it could stand outside the back door in my voice while also moving beneath the porch. Now it could test us with one person's words and then another's and then a child's crying. Now it could not be trusted to stay on any one side of a barrier long enough for the human mind to orient itself against it. The house had stopped having an inside and an outside in any way that mattered. 5.3. The crawl. Along the walls. The silence after the voice at the back door was worse than the voice itself. At least while it had been speaking, there had been direction, a source, however false. The back door,
the porch, a place to point fear. But once the dragging sound withdrew under the porch and the cabin went still again, everything in the room loosened in the wrong way. Not safer, less knowable. It felt like whatever had tested us had stepped back just far enough to force us to imagine the routes it might take next.
Nobody returned to where they'd been before. Jenna stayed on the sofa, with Ellie wrapped into her side so tightly it looked painful. Mark stood between them in the kitchen, shotgun held at a low angle now because there was no sense in aiming at one fixed place anymore. I remained near the mudroom, with the flashlight in one hand and my own pulse pounding high in my throat. The drizzle outside had deepened into something meaner. Not full rain, not yet. More like freezing mist, thick enough to tap and hiss against the windows and roof in uneven rhythms. Every time it touched the cabin, the whole structure seemed to answer with some little shift of its own. A board settling, a seam ticking, a whisper of movement in old, dry wood. Under normal circumstances, those are the sounds that make a place feel occupied by weather and time. In that room, they were camouflage. No one spoke for a long stretch. Even Ellie, who had said enough impossible things to poison the shape of every silence between us, had gone quiet. She sat folded into Jenna's arms, with her eyes fixed on the floor, lips parted slightly, as if she were listening to something just below the range of hearing. Jenna kept stroking the hair back from her forehead in the same repetitive motion, but her hand shook enough now that the strands caught against her fingers. Mark looked at me once. It wasn't a question, more like a check. Still here, still thinking, still not broken in half yet. I nodded once, because there was nothing else to offer him. Then, something moved in the wall to the right of the room. Not the floor, not the porch, inside the wall. The sound started as a tight, dry scrape behind the paneling near the side window, then shifted upward in a jerking drag that made every nerve in my back light up at once. It was too heavy for a rat, too irregular for pipes, too slow in one instant and too suddenly fast in the next. I swung the flashlight beam toward it and caught only the warped paneling, the curtained window, and the hanging coat hooks in the mudroom. The noise stopped. Jenna whispered, "No." Then it started again, this time above the kitchen. We all heard it travel, not smoothly, in bursts, a scuff, a pause, a drag, then another. The nearest thing I can compare it to is the sound a body might make if it were forcing itself through a space between studs by pulling with its elbows. Not crawling on hands and knees like an animal, not scurrying. Worse. Something long and jointed, working itself through the framework of the house. Bone and cloth and skin scraping wood as it advanced. I had done work in old walls before. I knew how enclosed space changes sound. I knew how mice and squirrels can seem bigger than they are when you hear them through paneling. This was not that. The pattern itself was wrong. Too deliberate, too burdened, too aware of pause. A faint line of dust sifted down from the seam where the wall met the ceiling above the kitchen doorway. Mark raised the shotgun. The movement ceased again, as if the house had inhaled and held. Then, from below the stairs, another scrape answered it. The room had become a map of impossible routes. Right side wall, above kitchen, beneath stairs. Not separate noises anymore, but connected ones, each taking over where the last had left off, as if something were moving in a circuit through the interior spaces of the cabin, and we were finally hearing the architecture the way it used it. The beam of my flashlight drifted toward the exposed cavity under the stairs.
The rags inside hung still. The paint cans sat where they had fallen. The darkness farther back stayed thick and depthless. "Don't move," Mark said, though no one had. Ellie let out a small sound then, not quite a whimper. A strained inhale.
Her eyes had lifted from the floor and were fixed under the sofa beside the coffee table. I followed her gaze too late. She screamed. It was short and sharp and full, the first truly childlike sound she had made in hours, and she jammed one finger outward with enough force that her whole arm shook. "Under there!" I swung the light. The beam hit the space beneath the sofa and the edge of the braided rug and the tangle of shadows under the coffee table. Something pale withdrew so fast the eye almost refused it. Fingers. More than I could count in the instant I saw them. Not because there were too many necessarily, but because they moved in overlapping sequence, folding over one another with a speed that made the hand, or hands, look jointed wrong. Pale at the knuckles where mud had not covered them. Long, thin. Gone in the same second the light reached them. Jenna screamed too. Mark fired. The blast punched into the wall-floor junction beside the sofa. Lower than he'd intended, or maybe exactly where he meant to aim. The sound in the enclosed room was catastrophic. My ears rang immediately. The muzzle flash burned white across the furniture and left black afterimages swimming in my vision. Wood exploded outward in splinters. One chunk clipped the coffee table and skidded into the rug. Something dark sprayed across the lower paneling in a wet arc. Mud, maybe, or something mixed with mud. It streaked down the wall in thick, ugly lines that gleamed for 1 second in the flashlight beam before beginning to drip. Jenna folded fully over Ellie, trying to cover her from the shot, from the room, from everything. Mark was already pumping the shotgun again, face set into a mask so tight it barely looked human. For one suspended moment after the blast, there was nothing. No movement in the walls, no dragging under the floor, no tapping outside. Only the drifting sting of powder in the air, the ringing in our ears, and the flashlight beam trembling over a fresh black wound in the lower wall where the pellets had torn into the paneling. I remember thinking, absurdly, that maybe he had hit it, not killed it. I don't think I believed anything that simple by then, but maybe heard it enough to force some kind of retreat. Maybe bought us a few clean minutes of silence in which decisions could still be made by human beings instead of by terror. Then, from directly beneath the floor, somewhere between the dining table and the center of the room, came a child's laugh. Not Ellie's. Higher than the voice that had spoken our names. Smaller, lighter, almost playful except for the texture of it. It sounded as if it had been pulled up through dirt and floorboards from very far below, losing pieces of itself on the way, but enough remained to make the shape unmistakable. A child. Laughing. Jenna made a sound like she'd been punched. Mark's hand slipped on the pump of the shotgun. Ellie went absolutely still. No one moved for several heartbeats after that. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was the sensation of the room breaking its own rules faster than we could replace them. Adult male voice beneath the table. Our voices outside the door. Now a child's laugh below the floorboards that belonged to no one in the room. The cabin had become a place where sound itself no longer obeyed identity, age, location, or distance. My flashlight beam had drifted down as the laugh faded, and in that downward sweep, something white near the table leg caught the edge of the light. A square. Small. Flat against the floorboards. I frowned at it without understanding for half a second, because I knew with certainty it had not been there before.
The boards around the dining table had been clear except for the spoon and the broken bowl and the soup splatter. I would have seen it. I crossed to it before I'd fully decided to, drawn by a dread stronger than caution. Every board under my boots sounded too loud. No one tried to stop me. They were all staring. The object lay just beyond the edge of the braided rug, face down. A Polaroid, new enough to still have that slight chemical gloss at the border. No warping, no mildew, no dirt packed into the corners. Whatever nightmare it had come from, it had not been lying in the wall or crawl space for years, waiting to be found. It had just appeared. I crouched and picked it up by the edges. For one moment, I considered not turning it over. There was a tiny, clear animal instinct in me that understood an image can be a door as easily as a voice. That once you see something, you have it in your head forever, and some part of you has let it in. Then I flipped it. The photograph showed us. All of us. The angle was from above, high and wrong, as if the camera had been tucked into the upper corner of the room near the ceiling, where no shelf, beam, or ledge existed to hold it. It captured the whole living area. Jenna and Ellie collapsed together on the sofa. Mark standing with the shotgun near the side wall. Me bent slightly toward the table, the torn open cavity under the stairs black behind us. The chairs shoved into poor barricades, the mudroom beyond. The image had been taken moments before. There was no doubt about that. The broken bowl, the position of the flashlight, the dark spray on the paneling from Mark's shot. They were all there exactly as they existed now. No one had left the room. No one had stood above us with a camera. I felt the blood leave my face. Mark crossed the room in 3 fast steps and snatched the photo from my hand. I let him, because my fingers had gone numb. He looked at it once, and then again, as if the second look might produce a hidden person in the corner, or some trick of perspective that would drag the whole thing back into human possibility. It didn't. "Where did this come from?" Jenna whispered. Nobody answered, because there was no answer left to give. The house was no longer merely hiding the thing. It was carrying it. Under us, within us, around us. Through the walls, through the floor, through the dead spaces behind paneling, through the very angles of the room. And now, because simple proximity to our bodies and our voices no longer seemed enough, it had begun documenting us from places inside the house where no living person could stand. 6.1. The run to Vernon's house. The photograph broke whatever was left of our willingness to wait for morning. Up until then, no matter how impossible the night had become, some stupid piece of me had still been holding on to Vernon's advice, as if it came with authority instead of guilt. Wait until daylight. Don't take the road tired. Don't panic. As if sunrise could undo voices under the floor and photographs taken from nowhere. As if the house had any intention of honoring ordinary timing. But that Polaroid changed the shape of things. A voice can be denied for a few seconds. A scrape can be misheard. A child's sentence can be blamed on shock. Even the hand under the sofa, fast as it was, could be softened later in memory by the part of the brain that hates admitting what it saw. But a photograph of us from a point in the room no one could physically occupy? That was proof, in a form the body understood before the mind did. We were being watched from inside the structure itself. Not watched in the vague, poetic way people use when they want to sound haunted. Documented. Framed. Collected.
And the longer we stayed, the more certain I became
that whatever was beneath and within that cabin was no longer simply trying to frighten us. It was arranging us. "We're leaving," I said. Nobody argued. Not this time. Mark handed the Polaroid back to me with fingers that had started shaking in a way he could no longer hide. Jenna was already on her feet with Ellie in both arms, the child's legs wrapped around her waist, the overnight bag hanging from one shoulder. Ellie had gone oddly limp again, not unconscious, not resisting, just draped there with her cheek against Jenna's shoulder and her eyes half open as if she were listening to something below, even while being carried away from it. Mark moved first. He snatched up the flashlight, the truck keys, and the shotgun in one brutal sweep that sent a spoon clattering off the table. I grabbed my duffel with the wrapped jaw fragment still inside it, the old Polaroid box, and the impossible new photograph. I don't know why I took them. Evidence, maybe. Or maybe some primitive belief that if the house had used objects to keep traces of the people who stayed there, then leaving those traces behind would mean leaving pieces of ourselves too. The room reacted the second we committed to motion. It wasn't dramatic at first, just a low, dragging shift beneath the floorboards under the center of the room, moving toward the mudroom in the same moment we did. Jenna heard it and nearly stumbled. "No, no." "Go," Mark said. We crossed the cabin like people moving through a dream of a house they had already died in. The barricade chairs scraped aside under our hands. The open cavity beneath the stairs breathed out its damp rot smell as we passed. Somewhere overhead, something shifted inside the wall framing with a dry interior crawl. The back of my neck prickled so hard it felt like static. I expected hands from under the rug, from under the bench, from the dark under the stairs. Nothing came. That almost made it worse. Mark yanked the front door open and freezing drizzle needled into the mudroom at once. The night outside looked blacker after the dead cabin light behind us. The yard a slick stretch of mud and gravel between the porch and the SUV. He hit the key fob again. This time, the truck lights flashed once. The tiny electronic chirp sounded absurdly cheerful in the dark. "Move!" he shouted. We spilled onto the porch in one panicked cluster. The boards groaned under our weight, deeper than ever, and I had the sick, insane thought that somewhere below us, a face was pressed to the underside of those planks, listening to our boots. Then something slapped the side window of the SUV. Hard. All of us froze. The sound wasn't glass breaking. It was flatter than that, wetter. A palm strike more than an impact. The truck rocked slightly on its shocks, just enough to tell us the force had been real and close. Mark swung the flashlight toward it. For one split instant, the beam caught a pale hand sliding down the passenger side window. Not a full body, not a face, only the hand, long-fingered and mud-slick, with the skin white where the filth had not fully covered it, and one knuckle bent at an angle I could not make my own hand imitate without pain. The fingers left no clear print on the glass. They just descended over it and vanished below the frame faster than they should have. Jenna screamed so violently that Ellie jolted in her arms. Mark fired. The shotgun blast tore apart the clearing. Not at the window, the barrel dipped too late, too wide, and the shot shredded bark off a post near the edge of the yard instead. Wood splintered. The recoil staggered him a half step back. The sound bounced off the trees and came back to us thin and delayed, like the woods themselves had repeated it wrong. "Go!" I shouted. We ran. The wet gravel between porch and truck shifted under our boots. Jenna slipped almost immediately, one foot sliding sideways in the mud with Ellie in her arms. I grabbed her elbow and hauled her upright hard enough to nearly pull her off balance the other direction. Mark reached the driver's side first and yanked the handle. Locked. He stared at it as if the truck had betrayed him personally, then remembered the panic setting on the fob and slammed the unlock again. The doors popped. He shoved the shotgun against the hood, grabbed the driver's handle, then stopped with a sound that was not quite a curse and not quite a choke. Something sat on the hood. At first, in the flashlight's wild motion and the rain's slick dark, it looked like a bundled rag or a wad of old roots. Then the beam steadied enough and the shape resolved into something smaller, cleaner, arranged. Bone. Not a full skull, not that. A fragment, small and curved, with the smooth, pale dome shape of a child's cranial plate, broken along one edge and set upright against the windshield wiper, like it had been placed there carefully. Inside the curve, somebody, or something, had packed wet moss and several clumps of dark hair, so that the whole object looked less like remains and more like an offering left on a doorstep. The sight of it hit Jenna harder than anything else that night. Maybe because it was so deliberate, not hidden in dirt, not buried in walls, placed. She made a ruined sound and turned away, clutching Ellie tighter until the girl let out a protesting breath. "Don't look at it," I said, though there was no way not to. Mark slapped the fragment off the hood with the butt of the flashlight so hard it spun into the gravel and vanished under the truck. He threw open the driver's door, shoved the shotgun onto the seat, and popped the hood release. "What are you doing?" Jenna screamed.
"If it won't start, we don't have time." But he was already at the front of the SUV, wrenching the hood up into the rain. I reached him in 2 strides and swung my own light into the engine bay. The beam found damage immediately. Not the clean gnawing of mice or the frayed randomness of a squirrel's nest. This looked worked over. Nest debris had been stuffed into the corners, wet grass, shredded cloth, scraps of insulation, bits of leaves and paper packed deep where no ordinary nest should have been. One wiring bundle had been chewed or torn open, the colored sheathing hanging loose in slick strands. Mud had been pressed into the lower corners near the battery tray and around the inner frame, not splashed there from road travel, but packed into place by hand or hand-like contact. There was too much of it, too fresh. The truck might have started, maybe not.
But even if Mark could strip that all back in daylight with tools and clean hands, there was no fixing it there in the dark, while something moved around the clearing, listening to us breathe. He saw the truth in my face before I said it. We're not taking the truck. For one furious second, he looked like he might hit the engine with his bare fist. Then, from beneath the porch behind us, something dragged itself over wet ground in one long, heavy pull. That made the decision for everyone. "Road," I said. "Vernon's," Mark answered instantly. It was the only place close enough to be possible on foot, and the only human light we knew in that darkness. Whether we trusted him or not no longer mattered. Distance from the cabin did. Mark slammed the hood shut. Jenna shifted Ellie higher against her hip. I grabbed the shotgun from the front seat and shoved it into Mark's free hand because carrying it myself while helping Jenna would have been stupidity. The flashlight beam skated over slick metal and wet gravel, and for one heartbeat, as we turned away from the truck, I thought I saw movement beneath it. Something pale, folding inward under the axle. I did not stop to confirm it. We ran for the road. The first stretch of dirt was more slippery than it had looked from the porch. Rain and drizzle had soaked the loose gravel into a greasy skin over hard-packed mud. The flashlight beam jerked wildly with every stride, catching fence posts, ruts, wet grass, and the black trunks of trees at the edge of the clearing. Mark took the lead with the shotgun and one flashlight. I stayed half a step behind Jenna, one hand near her shoulder whenever the ground dipped unexpectedly. Ellie made a small sound against her mother's neck. At first, I thought she was crying. Then I realized she was laughing. Just once. Soft, breathy, and completely wrong. Jenna almost dropped her.
Ellie! The girl's eyes were half-lidded, her face slack with exhaustion and something else. In a voice that carried the same strange cadence from before, she murmured, "He said don't stomp." Jenna made a sound like her own heart had just been cut loose. "Keep moving!" Mark shouted. The road out to Vernon's place curved through the trees in long, dark sweeps, more suggestion than visible path in the rain. Our flashlight beams caught trunks and branches in brief, hard slices that made the woods seem full of figures stepping in and out of themselves. More than once, I thought I saw movement pacing us just beyond the reach of the light. Something pale at knee height, then gone. A shape crossing behind a tree too low and too quick to be deer or coyote. Every time I turned to look directly, there was only wet bark and black brush and my own breathing. That was the cruel genius of it. If something had charged us, at least the danger would have had one face.
Instead, the trees moved with us. Jenna slipped again on a patch of wet gravel, and this time nearly went down fully. Ellie's boot knocked against my thigh as I caught Jenna under both arms and hauled her upright. "Take her," she gasped. I did, because there was no choice. Ellie was lighter than she should have felt in a moment like that, or maybe adrenaline lies about weight. She hooked one arm around my neck automatically, head lolling against my shoulder. Up close, she smelled like wet cotton, shampoo, and the faint, cold earth scent that had started clinging to her no matter how often Jenna wiped her hands clean. As I shifted her, Ellie whispered against my ear, "He can still hear us." I almost dropped her. Mark looked back. "What?" "Nothing," I lied. We ran harder. By the time the weak yellow shape of Vernon's porch light finally appeared through the trees, my lungs were burning and my calves felt carved hollow. Jenna was stumbling from fatigue. Mark had slowed just enough to keep us together, shotgun in one hand, flashlight in the other, head turning constantly toward every sound in the brush. Rain ticked on leaves. Gravel skidded under our boots. Somewhere off to our right, something moved parallel to the road and then stopped when our lights swept that way. Vernon's house rose out of the darkness, with the same rough, practical ugliness it had held in daylight. But under that porch light, it looked like a church. Mark hit the steps first and hammered on the door with the butt of the flashlight. He did not have to knock twice. The door opened almost immediately, so quickly that for one mad instant I thought something else had beaten us there and was waiting inside wearing Vernon's shape. But it was him. Old canvas jacket, cap gone, face pale as flour under the porch bulb. He looked beyond us first, to the tree line, to the road we had come from, to the dark, moving weather, and only then back at us, as if he had been expecting not just our arrival, but what might be following close behind it. 6.2. What happened there? Before Vernon got us inside fast enough to make it clear he had already imagined this moment. He stepped back before we even crossed the threshold, one hand gripping the edge of the door, the other motioning us in with a jerky urgency that looked too practiced to be improvisation. The second Mark cleared the doorway with the shotgun, Vernon shut the door hard behind us, dropped the deadbolt, then turned the lock beneath it.
After that, he stood still for one beat with his palm flat against the wood, as if feeling for something on the other side. Only then did he look at us. The inside of his house was warmer than the cabin, but not comfortable.
It smelled like wood smoke, old coffee, damp wool, and the stale medicinal sweetness of arthritis cream. A kerosene lamp burned low on a side table in the front room, throwing a weak amber light that left the corners dark. There were antlers over the mantel, an Afghan over the back of a couch, a stack of firewood by the stove, boots lined along the wall by the mudroom. Ordinary rural man details. The kind of room that should have felt safe if we had entered it any other night. Instead, it felt like another structure standing over the same dark. Vernon pointed at the floor with 2 fingers. "Don't stand over the vents." At first, I thought I'd misheard him. "What?" Mark said. "The floor vents," Vernon repeated. "Step around them." There were only 3 in the room that I could see. Old rectangular grates set low into the floorboards near the stove, the sofa, and the hallway leading toward what must have been the bedrooms. Nothing about them looked strange. That was no comfort at all. Jenna clutched Ellie tighter against her and instinctively stepped away from the nearest vent without even looking down. I did the same. Mark didn't move at first, which made Vernon's face pinch with irritation or fear. "I said don't stand over them." Mark stepped aside. That was the first moment Vernon stopped feeling like a creepy old property owner and started feeling like what he actually was. A man who had learned rules the hard way and had not become a better person because of it. Ellie had gone quiet again. Too quiet. She sat on the couch where Jenna put her, wet shoes off, jacket unzipped, hands folded in her lap. She looked exhausted to the point of being feverish, but her eyes remained oddly alert, drifting now and then toward the dark hallway beyond the front room. Vernon crossed to a lamp by the wall and clicked it off. Then another. He left only the kerosene lamp and the glow from the wood stove alive. "Why are you turning lights off?" Jenna asked, voice frayed thin. "Because I don't want reflections in the windows." That answer came too quickly. He had done this before. Mark noticed it too. "How long have you been waiting for us to show up here?" Vernon ignored the question and nodded toward the shotgun. "Unload that if you're going to wave it around in my house." Mark tightened his grip on it instead. "You answer first." The old man looked at all of us in turn, at Jenna's wet face, at Ellie's pale stillness, at my mud-smeared jeans and the ragged state we'd arrived in, and some last piece of denial went out of him. He looked suddenly older than he had by the cabin, older and meaner and more tired. He sat down slowly in the chair nearest the stove and rubbed at one swollen knuckle with his thumb. "That cabin was there before me." Nobody spoke. He kept staring at the floor while he talked, which somehow made it worse. "Property used to belong to a family named Croft," he said. "Long before my time. They lived out there year-round, man, wife, 3 kids, winters too. Back when folks still convinced themselves isolation was a virtue instead of a warning." The stove popped softly. Outside, rain tapped once against a window and stopped. Vernon went on. "Oldest daughter married out and left. Middle boy joined the service as soon as he was old enough. Youngest one stayed. 8 or 9 when the trouble started, depending who told it. Boy began saying there was somebody else in the house." His eyes lifted to Ellie for a second, then dropped again. "Not in the walls, not in the woods, under the floor. Called him the other father." Jenna made a tiny, involuntary sound. Mark leaned forward. "And?" "And his actual father beat him twice for saying it." Vernon said it flatly, without ornament. Then stopped beating him when the boys started telling him things he'd only said alone. Small things at first.
Fights with the wife, money trouble, things said through floorboards or over vents. Boy claimed the other father heard everything through the house. The room seemed to tighten around us again, not because Vernon was raising his voice or telling it like a campfire story, but because he wasn't. He sounded like a man reciting a weather report he wished he'd forgotten. "He disappeared in winter," Vernon said. "No body?" I asked. He shook his head once. "No clean evidence. Snowstorm came in hard that week. Door found open before dawn. Boy gone. Search parties dragged half the property and up into the trees. Folks figured the father killed him or the woods did. Didn't matter which to most people. Family didn't last the year after." "What do you mean, no clean evidence?" Mark asked. Vernon's mouth twitched like he regretted the phrase. "I mean, there were signs enough to make everyone suspicious and not enough to make any one story hold. Tracks lost in weather. Blood on the porch that could have been animal. One of the mother's aprons found under the cabin months later. And after the boy was gone," he paused. "The mother said she kept hearing him." Jenna's hand tightened around Ellie's shoulder. "Hearing him where?" she whispered. Vernon looked at the stove. "Beneath the house." No one moved for several seconds after that. The quiet stretched until Mark broke it with the kind of anger that needs somewhere to go, or else it turns inward and stays there forever. "And you rented that place to us!" Vernon did not defend himself. Not yet. "Over the years," he said, still not looking at Mark, "the property changed hands. People used it as hunting land, summer rental, storage for a while. Some stayed a season, some a weekend. Same kinds of complaints kept surfacing whenever families with children took the place." "What complaints?" I asked, though I already knew too many of the answers. He counted them off like an accountant listing old debts. Renters leaving before dawn and refusing to say why. Kids found sleepwalking in the living room or on the porch. Photographs turning up where nobody put them. Objects moved from bedrooms into the dead spaces of the house. One man vanished in late October, and his truck sat in that clearing for 3 days before anybody checked on him. One woman got found outside at sunrise, barefoot in winter, standing by the porch and looking underneath it like she was waiting for somebody to come out. Jenna turned her face away. Mark stood up so abruptly, the chair leg under him scraped hard across the floorboards. "And you still rented it?" "I bought the land cheap," Vernon said. "Cheaper than it should have been. Thought I knew better than stories. Thought age and nails and enough boards would settle what was unsettled." His voice had roughened a little now, not with fear exactly, with shame. "I sealed the understair cavity myself after the last family with a child. Reinforced the crawl hatch twice. Set traps, salt lines, trail cameras. Had dogs out there for a summer. Lost 2 of them. They'd scream at night, and by morning either be gone or shaking too hard to hunt again." He rubbed harder at his knuckle until the skin around it blanched. Nothing held. The room went still around that sentence. I realized then that Vernon had not been sitting near the stove only for comfort. He had positioned himself with the hallway behind him, the vents in sight, and the windows at angles where he would not catch his own reflection. He had habits, rules, damage. "You knew," I said. This time he looked at me. "Yes." Not loud, not defiant, just yes.
I stood up so fast, the edge of the coffee table struck my shin and I didn't feel it. The old man barely had time to rise halfway from the chair before I had crossed the room and grabbed the front of his jacket.
Mark shouted my name, but it sounded far away.
"You gave us the key," I said, and I could hear what rage does to a voice when it passes beyond volume into something colder. "You watched my niece step into that place and gave us the key." Vernon did not struggle. That made me want to hit him more. "I know. You should have told us." "I know. You should have burned it down." His eyes flicked once toward the dark window. "That wouldn't have fixed it." I almost hit him anyway. Maybe I would have if Mark hadn't reached me then and hauled me back by both shoulders. For a second, all three of us were locked together in that ugly tangle of old man guilt and younger man fury and the shared animal understanding that none of this would give us what we wanted, which was the impossible thing. An explanation large enough to hold the damage and a way to return to before. Jenna's voice broke through it. "Why children?" No one moved for a beat.
Vernon straightened his jacket slowly where I had wrinkled it.
"I don't know." "That's not good enough." "It's the truth." "Then what do you know?" He looked not at Jenna, but at Ellie. She still sat quietly on the couch with both feet tucked beneath her, too still for a child who had just fled through rain in the night. Her eyes were on the hallway, not on the adults, on the dark hall. Vernon swallowed. "It doesn't want in," he said. Something in the room changed at that sentence. Maybe because it was the first thing he said that sounded like rule instead of rumor. "What?" Mark asked. Vernon spoke more clearly this time, like he needed us to hear the exact words. "It doesn't want in. It wants you to know it was there first." The silence after that was worse than if he had shouted, because I understood him. Not fully, not enough to make any of it safe, but enough. The photographs, the objects moved into hidden spaces, the sleepwalking, the voice under the floor.
The way it had not burst through the boards or simply killed us when it had chances to. It was not trying to enter the house the way something from outside tries to break in. It was making us understand the house had been part of it all along. The floor, the vents, the wall cavities, the crawl space, the understair void. Those weren't boundaries to it. They were channels. Proof of prior occupancy. Every family that stepped into that cabin was stepping over something already in residence. Jenna stared at Vernon like she might be sick again. "And you told yourself adults were safer." That landed because it was true. He nodded once without dignity. "I told myself children were the risk. Told myself couples or hunters or single men could stay a night and leave with a bad feeling and that'd be the end of it. Told myself enough of that lie and the rental money kept sounding cleaner." There it was. Money. Denial. Cowardice draped in practical language. "You should never have given us that key," I said. His face gave way then, just a little. Not tears, just the rawness under a man's skin when he has run out of smaller sins to hide inside. "No," he said. "I should not have." The stove popped again. Rain ticked softly on the windows. Somewhere in the walls of Vernon's house, a board gave one quiet, settling creak, and every person in the room heard it too sharply. Then Ellie spoke, not to us, softly, toward the dark hallway beyond the front room. "He came anyway.
Every head turned. She had not moved from the couch. She still sat with her hands folded in her lap, but she was no longer looking at the stove, or Vernon, or her mother. She was looking into the black hall as though someone stood there just beyond what the lamp could reach. Vernon went gray. Mark lifted the shotgun halfway and then seemed to realize there was no target to hold.
Jenna whispered Ellie's name like it might call her back from wherever part of her attention had gone. But the girl kept looking down the hallway, eyes fixed on something none of us could see. And in that moment, the worst truth in the room was no longer the story of the cabin. It was that the story had not stayed there. 6.3. It did not stay at the cabin. For a little while after that, Vernon's house almost managed to feel like a house again. Not safe, never safe, but temporarily organized around human things instead of the thing that had followed us out of the cabin. The wood stove put out a deeper heat than anything at the rental ever had. Vernon found extra blankets from a cedar chest in the hallway and stacked them on the couch without comment. He poured coffee into 4 mismatched mugs, even though it was far too late for coffee, and none of us needed more shaking in our hands. The lamp by the stove burned low and warm, making the room smaller in a way that would have been comforting anywhere else. Jenna took the blankets first. She wrapped one around Ellie and another around her own shoulders, then sat with the child tucked into her side on Vernon's couch, as if she had no intention of letting even sleep separate them now. Mark stayed standing for a while, because sitting looked too much like surrender. But eventually, the weight of the shotgun and his own body pulled him down into a chair near the front door. I kept the flashlight beside me, even though there was light in the room. I don't think I could have put it down then if someone had offered me money. Vernon moved through his own kitchen like a man in a church after hours. Careful, economical, listening between every action. Cupboards opened softly. The kettle hissed once on the back of the stove. He did not step over the floor vents. He moved around them in little practiced arcs. That detail kept needling at me. A man can tell stories about a place. He can exaggerate them, live inside them, even profit off them while pretending not to believe. But his feet tell the truth. Vernon had built habits around fear so old he no longer noticed them until other people were present to watch. I accepted the coffee when he handed it to me because the mug was warm and my hands needed something that wasn't dread. Jenna took hers too. She sipped once, winced at the heat, then drank again. It was bad coffee, overbrewed, bitter, stale in the can. But it had that simple human quality of having been made by someone for other people in the middle of a bad night. That mattered more than taste. For the first time since we'd run from the cabin, I saw something in Jenna's face loosen. Not relief exactly. Relief would have been too clean. But a temporary lowering of the shoulders, a slackening around the mouth. The kind of look people get when exhaustion manages to drag fear down with it for 10 minutes, and the body starts trying to believe in furniture and walls and heat again. "We'll leave at daylight," she said quietly, not looking at any of us. "As soon as there's enough to see the road." Nobody argued. Mark stared into his coffee and said, "I'll go back later, with the sheriff or whoever. We're not just leaving all that there." "The photographs," I said. "The bone," Jenna whispered. Vernon stood near the stove with one hand braced on the mantel. "You can go back after sunrise. You couldn't pay me to stop you. But nobody goes out tonight." Jenna gave a brittle, exhausted laugh. "Trust me, I am done being brave for tonight." That was the closest thing to ordinary speech we'd had in hours.
Ellie had not said anything since the line about him coming anyway.
She sat under the blanket with her socked feet tucked up and her face turned toward the dark hallway every now and then, as if she kept hearing someone move at the edge of it. But there were also moments, brief, painful little moments, when she looked like herself again. Tired, small, a 9-year-old close to sleep and past knowing how frightened she was supposed to be. At one point, Jenna brushed damp hair off her forehead and said, "Do you want to lie down?" Ellie shrugged and leaned harder into her mother's side. Mark closed his eyes briefly and rubbed them with his thumb and forefinger. I knew that look on him too. Not sleepiness. The early stage of collapse when a person has gone past adrenaline and is running on duty alone. I think all of us wanted the same thing then. One quiet hour in which nothing new happened. We almost got it. The room settled into a strange, fragile rhythm. Rain softened outside until it was more mist than weather. The stove gave off steady heat. Vernon found an old battery lantern and set it on the table without turning it on, just in case the power went. Mark checked the front window twice and the back of the hall once, then finally sat with the shotgun across his knees and stopped moving. Jenna closed her eyes for a minute at a time, but never slept. Ellie may have drifted. If she did, it was a light, dangerous-looking thing, not rest so much as brief absences. I was the one who heard the knocking first. Not loud, not enough to startle anyone from across the room. Just a faint tick-tick from somewhere inside the hallway wall. The kind of noise that could have been old pipes reacting to cold if the night had not already taught us what sounds could become. My head came up. The others noticed the change in me before they heard it themselves. Mark straightened in the chair. Jenna opened her eyes. Vernon looked at my face and went still before a second knock confirmed it. Tick. Then a pause. Then one more, a little lower in the wall. Vernon's face emptied of color. Nobody spoke. The hallway beyond the front room was only half lit by the stove glow and the lamp. It narrowed quickly into shadow where the guest room and bathroom doors sat. The wallpaper there was old and faintly striped, lifting at one seam near the baseboard. Under normal conditions, it would have been an utterly forgettable hall. Now it looked like the throat of the house. Ellie turned her head toward it, and to my lasting horror, smiled. Not a big smile, not an evil grin, just the smallest, faint softening at one corner of her mouth, the expression of a child recognizing a familiar voice in another room. Jenna felt it before she saw it. She looked down at Ellie, then back toward the hall with panic blooming fresh in her face. "Ellie?" The girl didn't answer. Something shifted low along the baseboard. I saw it in the rug first. The narrow runner laid in the hall lifted slightly in one place, as though air had pushed up beneath it, then settled. A second later, the wallpaper seam near the baseboard bulged outward and relaxed again. Mark came out of the chair so fast, he nearly knocked it over. "No!" He brought the shotgun up halfway, then checked himself when Ellie moved and Jenna cried out for him not to aim anywhere near the hall if he couldn't see exactly what he was shooting at. Vernon didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "I told you," he said. The old man sounded more tired than afraid now, and somehow that was worse. I looked at him. "Told us what?" His eyes stayed on the hallway. "That it doesn't care about one structure. Not the way you want it to." The knock came again, this time lower, from the wall near the guest room. Jenna whispered, "No, no, no." Vernon rubbed at his mouth with one hand. "Since I bought the land, I've heard things here too.
That made the whole room seem to tilt.
Mark stared at him.
You said the cabin.
I said the cabin was where it showed itself most.
That is not the same thing.
No, Vernon said. It isn't.
The honesty of that landed like an insult because it came too late. He spoke without looking at us.
After I bought the place, after the first season I tried renting it, I started hearing movement under this floor some nights. Less often, smaller at first. A knock in the hall. A voice where no one was standing. Once I found a trail camera from the cabin in my own pantry. Batteries dead, card blank. Another time I heard somebody under the guest room say my name in my brother's voice, and my brother had been in the ground 10 years. The room had gone utterly silent around him. I told myself it was me bringing the place home in my head, he continued. Guilt, age. But then I stopped using the floor vents after dark because I could hear breathing in them some nights. And once, he cut himself off.
Once what? I asked.
His jaw worked. Once I found dirt under a bed in this house where there shouldn't have been dirt. That was enough. It meant the thing wasn't attached only to the cabin as a location. Or maybe it was attached to the land, and Vernon carried enough of that land on him to drag the influence inward. Or maybe, and this possibility felt worst of all, it traveled by exposure. By having heard it, seen it, let it study you long enough to keep the shape. Whatever the mechanism, the result was the same. We had not stepped out of the radius. We had widened it. The knocks in the hallway ceased after that, which frightened me more than if they'd continued. It felt like the thing behind the wall had heard itself named and withdrawn just enough to enjoy the effect. No one suggested sleep anymore. We sat through the rest of the night in a state too tense to qualify as waking and too exhausted to feel fully conscious. The stove burned down and had to be fed twice. Rain thinned toward dawn until it became only a cold dampness hanging at the windows. At some point, the black outside the glass softened toward charcoal gray. The first weak pre-dawn light made the outlines of trees visible again beyond the yard. Morning was coming. It should have helped. It did not. Daybreak only gave form back to everything fear had used all night. When the gray had lightened enough that the hallway no longer looked bottomless, Jenna finally let Ellie lie down in the guest room off the hall, but only because the child had started sagging with exhaustion and nearly slipped sideways off the couch twice. The guest room door stayed open. The lamp in the front room remained on. Jenna sat where she could see the bed from the couch and did not take her eyes off it for more than a few seconds at a time. Eventually, she asked me to check on Ellie while she used the bathroom. That was all. Just that. A normal sentence in a night full of impossible ones. I went to the guest room doorway and looked in. Ellie was asleep at last, or close enough to it that her face had finally gone slack and childlike again. One hand lay open above the blanket. Her socks were still on. The room smelled of old linen, cedar, and the faint lingering damp of a house built over cold ground. I stepped inside quietly. The first thing I noticed was the dirt. Not on the floor, on Ellie. Along the soles of both socks, especially at the heel and ball, there was a fine brown-gray smear, as if she had been walking barefoot through damp soil and then pulled the socks on afterward. It made no sense. Jenna had kept her in sight. We had come through rain and mud, yes, but Ellie had been carried most of the way, and never out of her shoes until inside Vernon's front room. I crouched beside the bed and touched one sock lightly with 2 fingers. Still damp. A slow, cold line went down my spine.
Then I looked under the bed. There, on the floorboards beneath the guest bed, lay one long handprint in damp soil. Not a full palm the way a child might press a hand into mud. A stretched, narrow impression, with fingers too long by a human measure, and one extra visible joint bend along at least two of them, where no such bend should have been. The dirt of the print was fresh enough to glisten faintly in the weak morning light. I stayed crouched there, unable to call out for a second because the truth had once again arrived before the words. Getting out of the cabin had not ended anything. It had only brought the thing somewhere new. 7.1. Months of pretending it was over. By the time winter ended, we had become the kind of people who no longer told the full story. That didn't happen all at once. It would be cleaner if it had. It would be easier to describe if we had come back from Montana, sat down under normal electric light in a normal kitchen, and agreed out loud that whatever happened in that cabin was too ugly or too strange to survive daylight. But that wasn't how it went. Silence grew in layers. First because we were tired, then because we were waiting for someone else to begin. Then because every attempt to put the thing into words made it sound less survivable, not more. After a while, the silence became the only form the story could still hold without spilling. So yes, months later, we were all still alive. That was the version people heard. Mark and Jenna had made it home. Ellie was back in school. I was back in Boise, back to work, back to the reassuring stupidity of thermostats and line sets and dead capacitors and customers who wanted a sentence to explain why their house no longer cooled properly. Life resumed in all the obvious ways. Bills came. Tires needed replacing. Somebody at the shop got divorced. Somebody else got promoted and then immediately regretted it. Spring came on late that year, and when the snowmelt started running brown along the curbs, the whole city smelled for a while like wet concrete and thawed soil. I noticed that smell everywhere after Montana. That was one of the changes. Not dramatic enough that anyone else would call it damage, just a rearrangement of attention. Damp earth now reached me instantly, before anything else in a space had time to register. Crawlspace smell, wet wood smell, closed up rot behind old insulation. If a customer had standing water under a pier and beam house, I knew it before they finished saying hello. If a porch had bad drainage under it, I could smell the dark under the boards before I stepped onto them. At first, I told myself it was heightened awareness, some useful survival skill left over from a bad weekend. But the truth was uglier than that. I wasn't more observant. I was trained. Back in Boise, I moved apartments 2 months after the trip. Officially, it was because my lease was up and I found a place closer to work. That was true in the same shallow way people say they switched grocery stores because the parking was better, when really it was because they once saw someone collapse in aisle 7 and never quite shook the image. The deeper reason was that my old apartment had a raised bedroom floor over a storage void and a bathroom vent that knocked in the walls every time the upstairs neighbor showered. After Montana, I could not sleep over hollow space. The first week home, I tried. I told myself I was 34 years old, gainfully employed, not superstitious, not the kind of man who let one bad event rearrange his life around it. I lay in bed and listened to the building settle and to the soft metronome knock of pipes in the wall. At 2:13 a.m., on the third night, I got up, stripped the bed, dragged the mattress onto the living room floor, and slept there with all the lights on. A month later, I had purchased a platform bed frame low enough to the ground that nothing of consequence could fit beneath it. That's the kind of detail people don't hear when you say you're doing fine. At work, I got worse in quieter ways. I started checking under porches before I knocked on customers' doors if the house sat raised off the ground. Not always obviously. Sometimes it was just a glance down through lattice. Sometimes I'd circle wide under the excuse of looking for the condenser unit. Once, in Nampa, I got down on one knee in a woman's side yard and shined my phone under her deck because I'd heard a sound from under there that turned out to be a sprinkler valve clicking on. She saw me through the kitchen window and asked if something was wrong. I told her no. That became my most common lie for a while. No, nothing's wrong. No, I just didn't sleep great. No, I'm fine. No, I don't want to go up to McCall this summer. No, I'd rather not stay in a cabin. No, I'm not avoiding porches, I'm checking grading. No, I didn't hear anything. People accept fine because they need their own lives to keep shape around your damage. Mark and Jenna learned a version of that too. I saw them twice in the first month after we got back, and less often after that, mostly because none of us knew how to be normal together without Montana sitting invisibly in the room. They were still married, still living in the same house, still performing the ordinary tasks of a family under strain, but not yet broken enough to divide its furniture. If anything, what happened at the cabin had forced a ceasefire between them for a while. Not healing, just reprieve. You can't really keep fighting about money or tone or long hours when both of you are waking from the same nightmare and checking the floor before your feet touch it.
Jenna put Ellie in therapy, then a pediatric neurologist, then another specialist after the first one used words like stress response and dissociation in a way that sounded clinical enough to offend her. Ellie had blood work done, sleep monitored, questions asked gently by professionals with soft voices and notepads, who had no framework for what the child actually needed to say. No explanation held. That doesn't mean nothing showed up. Trauma always leaves something measurable if you ask the right kinds of questions. Ellie had disrupted sleep, startle response, episodes of staring that the doctors called absence-like but not epileptic. She developed a habit of waking around 2 in the morning and standing in doorways until someone guided her back to bed. The words the specialists used for all of it were careful and bloodless and sounded like furniture assembled from instruction manuals. They were not wrong. They were just nowhere near enough. Outwardly, she improved by late spring. That was the strange part. She started smiling again in photographs. Not all the time, but enough that people outside the family would have called it recovery. She went back to school full-time. She laughed at things that deserved laughter. She asked Jenna for the same cereal she'd liked before the trip. She cried over a spelling quiz one afternoon like any other 9-year-old, which was such an ordinary small disaster that Jenna called me afterward and nearly cried with relief just recounting it. She was upset about a spelling quiz, she said over the phone. Do you understand? That's normal. I never thought I'd be this happy about tears over a quiz. I understood. I also knew normal can be just another stage costume. The drawings never stopped. That was the part they didn't tell the therapist at first, because it sounded ridiculous next to sleep issues and panic. Then they did tell her, and she called it a control exercise, a way for Ellie to process interior space after a frightening event. Again, not wrong, just insufficient. Ellie drew houses in cutaway diagrams. Not every time, not obsessively enough to look theatrical, but often enough that once you noticed the pattern, you couldn't unsee it. She would draw ranch houses, 2-story homes, cabins,
schoolrooms, churches, even one cartoon grocery store for a class project. And nearly all of them were shown from the side, as if sliced open for inspection. Rooms stacked over foundations, furniture above empty space, beds, tables, kitchens, stairs, and under the floors, there was always room. Sometimes she colored the underspace brown, sometimes gray or black, once pale green. Sometimes nothing occupied it, just blank earth beneath a structure. But she always left it there. She never grounded a building directly onto a page, the way children usually do. There was always a layer underneath.
I saw a stack of those drawings once on Jenna's counter when I stopped by with groceries and a new smoke detector she'd asked me to install. She tried to turn them over before I looked, but I'd already seen enough.
She says houses need breathing space, Jenna said too casually. I didn't answer because if I had answered honestly, I might have left. By then, we had all agreed without speaking that Montana was not a subject to be introduced directly. It became that weekend, the cabin, when Ellie got scared, that place. Never the full thing. Never the voices or the photographs or the child's jaw fragment wrapped in an evidence bag that still sat in a lockbox in my closet because every law enforcement route we considered for reporting it led us into explanations none of us were prepared to survive publicly. We did contact the sheriff once, carefully, incompletely.
Mark reported possible remains on a rental property and got back a message about needing a precise address and consent for access from the owner.
Vernon stalled when Mark called, then stopped answering for a while. A month later, he sent me a voicemail. I listened to the first 6 seconds of it in my truck outside a customer's house and deleted it before the message was over. His voice sounded smaller than I remembered. He said my name, said he was sorry, said he knew sorry was not enough, said there were things I ought to know if I intended to go back out there with anyone official. I did not return the call. A week after that, a short, handwritten letter arrived at my apartment in an envelope with his return address. I did not open that either. For a while, it sat on my kitchen counter beneath a bowl of keys and loose change, plain white and patient. Then one morning before work, I shoved it into a junk drawer under a stack of coupons and dead batteries, because there is a point where avoidance stops pretending to be strategy and becomes just another superstition. I could feel that happening and still chose it. That, more than anything, is how life resumes after something like the cabin. Not with courage, with management. You manage your route through the day so you don't pass construction sites with deep, open foundation pits. You manage your sleep so the pipes in the walls don't get a chance to knock twice in the same pattern before dawn. You manage what words are allowed around the child. You manage family dinners so nobody says window or under the house by accident. You manage your body in hardware stores when the garden section smells like rain-soaked potting soil. You manage the lie that trauma explains the rest. And for a while, that lie almost worked. By early summer, if you had looked at us from far enough away, you might have believed the story had ended where stories are supposed to end, with survivors living badly, but living. Their fear gradually reduced to an unpleasant anecdote they only share after a few drinks with the right kind of listener. I wanted that version badly enough that I helped build it. I told myself Ellie's drawings were a child's way of sorting memory into diagrams. I told myself my new habit of checking beneath porches was just caution. I told myself waking at the faintest pipe knock in the wall did not mean I was listening for my own name under the floor. I told myself Vernon's silence, then apology, meant the danger had stayed bound to place, and had not crossed with us into the rest of our lives. I told myself enough things that by June, I could almost say the worst was over and hear something like truth in it. Almost. 7-2. The new photograph. Jenna called me on a Thursday night in late June, a little after 11. I remember the time because I had just turned the kitchen light off and was on my way to bed with a bottle of water in one hand and the TV remote in the other when my phone started vibrating across the counter. I saw her name and almost let it go to voicemail, not because I didn't care, but because by that point, every late-night call from family carried the same small, private dread. Sick kid, fight with Mark, car trouble, something expensive in the house deciding to die after business hours. When I answered and heard her breathing, I knew right away it was none of those. "Daniel," she said, and I could hear in that single word that whatever had happened, she had already spent the first part of it trying not to call me. "What's wrong?" There was a pause. Not because she didn't know, but because saying it aloud meant stepping back into a room we had all agreed not to enter unless forced. "It's happening again," she whispered. My hand tightened around the water bottle until the plastic crinkled. "What is?" "Ellie." That was enough. I sat down at the kitchen table without deciding to. "Tell me." Jenna took a breath that shook on the way in. "For the last week, she's been waking up between 2 and 2:15. Not every single night, but enough. I thought it was sleepwalking again. I thought maybe the therapist was right and it was just the old pattern showing up when school ended and her routine changed. But tonight..." She stopped. "What happened tonight?" "She was standing in the hallway." That by itself didn't mean much after Montana. Ellie had done that before, woken at bad hours, stood in doorways, stared at things she couldn't quite explain. But something in Jenna's voice made the old fear return too quickly and too completely for the behavior to be ordinary. "Looking at what?" I asked. "The attic access." I closed my eyes for a second. Their house was a standard 2-story subdivision place outside Boise, built in the late 90s with all the usual harmless suburban compromises. Laundry room off the garage, beige carpet upstairs, hallway linen closet, builder-grade light fixtures, creaky stairs that sounded louder at night than they did in daylight. I'd been in that hallway a dozen times. The attic access was just a square pull-down panel in the ceiling near the bathroom, the kind most people stop seeing after a week in the house. "She was just looking up at it?" I asked. "At first, then at the floor vent, then back to the attic hatch." Jenna's voice lowered even more. "She said she could hear scratching where there shouldn't be wood." I stood up so fast the chair leg scraped. "Is Mark there?" "He's asleep downstairs. He has to be up at 4 and I..." She stopped and then said, "Roar now." "I didn't want to wake him until I knew whether I was losing my mind." "You're not." "I know that," she said, and I heard anger under the fear. "That's why I'm calling." I was already moving by then, grabbing keys off the hook, stuffing my wallet into my back pocket. "I'm coming over." She didn't say yes. She only exhaled like she had been holding the entire house together through the phone line and had just now let somebody else take a corner of the weight. The drive over took maybe 18 minutes. It felt longer. Boise at night in summer has a particular stillness to it once the traffic thins. Sprinklers ticking in subdivision lawns, sodium streetlights flattening everything into pale gold and shadow, garage doors shut, televisions flickering blue behind curtains. Normal neighborhoods. Safe-looking neighborhoods. The kind of places where fear should have to work harder to get inside. By the time I pulled into their driveway, Every porch light on the street seemed too bright and too exposed, like a stage set built to humiliate whatever happened in private homes after midnight. Jenna opened the front door before I knocked. She was barefoot, wearing sweatpants and one of Mark's old t-shirts, hair tied back badly enough that strands were already falling out around her face. The sight of her hit me hard, because she looked like a woman standing in the middle of her own life with one thing too many in it. Not dramatic, not hysterical, just worn down to the point where fear no longer had any glamour left. "She's in her room," she said. "Where's Mark?" "Downstairs on the couch. I told him I heard her walking and wanted to settle her myself. He's dead asleep." That tracked. Mark could sleep through the first half of a storm if he was tired enough. It also meant Jenna had believed whatever this was strongly enough to call me before waking her own husband. That stung more than I wanted to admit. The house looked exactly like it should have. That was the first cruelty of it. Laundry basket half full beside the washer closet. Family photos up the staircase. Beach trip. School picture day. Ellie in a soccer uniform she later decided she hated. A hallway nightlight glowing amber through the upstairs carpeted landing. An open package from a pharmacy on the console table by the entry. The faint smell of detergent and warm drywall and whatever lavender thing Jenna used in the guest bathroom. Nothing about the place suggested rot, rural isolation, or anything older than mortgages and HOA bylaws. That normalcy made the fear worse, not better. At the cabin, Dread had at least found a fitting costume. Here it had to wear suburban carpet and framed elementary school art, which somehow made it more obscene. Jenna shut the door behind me and lowered her voice. "She's calm now."
Did she say anything else?
She said it sounded like scratching in two places at once. I looked up the staircase. From the landing above, the hallway nightlight cast a wedge of soft yellow down the wall. I could see the edge of the attic panel in the ceiling and the dark rectangle of Ellie's half-open bedroom door beyond it. My body remembered Montana before my mind could stop it. Every board, every seam, every vent in that house seemed suddenly to advertise its own hidden depth. We went upstairs quietly. The hall was clean, vacuumed, ordinary. A vent near the bathroom. Another one low in the wall by the linen closet. The attic hatch sat shut and perfectly still above us. No marks, no mud, no loosened edge. If I had seen it any other night, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. Jenna pointed toward Ellie's room. She went back in there on her own. I stayed with her until she started pretending she was sleepy. Then I came downstairs to call you. Pretending? She does this thing now, where she knows if I think she's asleep, I'll stop asking questions. That was a mother's observation, sharp and exhausted and devastatingly practical. I nodded and moved to the doorway. Ellie's room was lit only by a small lamp on the dresser and the weak spill from the hallway. Posters on the wall, bookshelf in the corner, a stuffed fox at the foot of the bed, a line of school library books under the window. Again, the ordinary things hurt to look at because they made room for no sane explanation. Ellie was in bed under a light blanket, turned toward the wall. Whether she slept or chose not to look at us, I couldn't tell. Jenna whispered, "She was standing right there." She pointed to the middle of the room between the bed and dresser. "Looking at the floor vent first, then the attic, then under the bed." That last part made something in me go cold. I crossed to the dresser slowly, scanning the room by habit more than logic. Lamp, hairbrush, crayon jar, school photo,
A stack of paperback kids' books. Nothing.
Then my eyes landed on the bookshelf near the window. Something white-edged sat propped between two books where it did not belong. I knew what it was before I touched it. My hand still hovered over it for a second, stupidly hopeful in that last, useless way human beings stay hopeful when they already know. Maybe a bookmark. Maybe a school photo. Maybe one of those little instant camera-style cards kids get in birthday party favor bags now. No. A Polaroid. New. Dry. Clean-edged except for the slight chemical softness they have when they've been handled recently. "Jenna," I said. She saw my face and crossed the room fast. "What?" I held it up by the border. She went still. "No." Was that there before? "No." "You're sure?" "I was in here an hour ago." My thumb felt slick against the edge of the photograph, even though my hand was dry. I turned it over.
The picture had been taken in this room, at night, from a low angle near the doorway or floor, lower than an adult would naturally hold a camera unless they were kneeling. Ellie stood beside the bed in her pajamas, turned partly away from the lens, looking down into the dark beneath the frame. Her hair was loose over one shoulder. One hand hung at her side. The whole scene had the casual, domestic stillness of a parent checking on a child before bed, except for the lower part of the frame. In the dark under the bed, just where the carpet edge caught the little available light, a pale hand rested on the floor. Not fully out, just enough. Long fingers laid against the carpet in a curve too deliberate to be accidental. The skin looked damp or slick in the flat chemical sheen of the photo. One finger bent at a joint too sharply, or with one joint too many. I couldn't tell which, because every time I tried to focus on the anatomy, my mind recoiled and flattened it into wrong. Jenna made a sound like somebody had knocked the breath out of her.
"Jesus," she whispered. "No, no."
I turned the photograph over. There was writing on the back. Childlike block letters, uneven but careful, pressed hard enough into the surface that the strokes showed through faintly on the front if you tilted it. "He doesn't like ceilings." For a second, the room went thin around me. I was aware of Jenna saying something, maybe my name, maybe Ellie's, but it sounded far away because my mind had already begun fitting the line into a pattern I hated. Crawlspace, understairs cavity, floor voids, the space beneath the porch, the space beneath the bed, the attic hatch. Not one structure, not one cabin, not even one kind of hiding place. Understructures generally. Anything with a top and a hollow under it. Anything humans believed elevated them above ground and therefore away from whatever lived close to it. I looked at the bed frame, simple wooden slats with open clearance underneath. I looked at the attic hatch in my memory, overhead in the hall. Another enclosed, dark volume. I thought about the vent Jenna had mentioned, the understair cavity in the cabin, the crawl space, the wall roots, the guest bed in Vernon's house, the handprint in the dirt beneath it. It was broadening. Or maybe it had always been broad enough, and we were only now stupid enough to admit it. Jenna took the photo from me like she needed to test its reality with her own fingers. "She didn't write this," she said, almost angrily. "She didn't." I looked at Ellie. "Ellie?" I said softly. She did not turn. Jenna sat on the edge of the bed and touched her shoulder. "Sweetheart." Ellie rolled over then, slowly, sleep-heavy but not fully asleep. Her eyes landed on the photograph in Jenna's hand almost immediately. "Did you put this on your shelf?" Jenna asked. "No." "Did you write on it?" "No." The answer came too fast to be considered, and too calm to be useful. "Do you know what it means?" I asked. Ellie looked from me to the photograph, and then toward the upper corner of the room. Not the shelf, not the bed, just the corner where wall met ceiling. Then she said, very quietly, "He can't make ceilings into floors." Jenna's face folded. I felt the whole structure of the night shift again. This was no longer about Montana in any simple geographic sense. The cabin had not been ground zero. It had been introduction, exposure. A first place where the thing could teach us what kinds of spaces belonged to it and what kinds of barriers didn't. It had learned Ellie. Or Ellie had become a route. I don't know which is worse, and I still won't pretend I do. What I knew standing there in that painfully ordinary bedroom, with family photos down the hall and laundry folded in the basket, and a child's bookshelf holding an impossible photograph no one had placed there, was this. Whatever had been under the cabin had not stayed attached to the cabin. It had attached itself to the pattern of her life. 7.3. The cold ending. It still likes to be under you. I stayed that night. Jenna did not have to ask twice, and Mark, who under normal circumstances would rather swallow broken glass than let another man feel needed in his own house, didn't argue. By then, we had all moved beyond pride, beyond normal boundaries, beyond the little domestic territories people defend when life is still behaving itself. There was only the practical shape of fear left. Ellie should not be alone. Jenna should not be the only one awake. And I could not make myself drive home knowing what had appeared on that bookshelf. So I stayed. Mark made up the guest room for me, even though the bed was already made. I noticed that. The unnecessary straightening of sheets, the needless smoothing of a blanket that had no wrinkles in it. It was something to do with his hands. Jenna moved through the house in silence, checking Ellie's room, then the hallway, then the locks, then the hallway again. She left every lamp on low. Not full brightness, nobody could live under that kind of exposure for long, but enough that no doorway opened into true darkness. That was how we arranged the house before midnight. The small lamp in Ellie's room on, the hallway nightlight glowing amber. The lamp by the living room recliner lit low. The kitchen left dark except for spill from the hall. No one said this out loud, but we were trying to deny it shadows, as if it had ever needed shadows. Mark finally went downstairs near 1 in the morning. He said he wasn't going to sleep, only sit in the recliner with the TV muted and keep an ear on things. Jenna lay beside Ellie with one hand on her daughter's back and lasted maybe 20 minutes before exhaustion took her the rest of the way under. I took the guest room because it sat across the hall and gave me a clear line to Ellie's door if I left mine open. I did leave it open. I also left the lamp on. The room looked harmless in that low suburban light. Spare blankets folded in the closet. A framed print of a river on the wall. One of those cheap beige carpets builders put everywhere, because no one complains about beige until 10 years later. I took off my boots but kept my jeans on, kept my phone in my pocket, kept the flashlight on the nightstand. I even kept the bedroom door angled just so, because if I closed it too much, I could no longer see the hallway, and if I left it too wide, the darkness at floor level bothered me. I told myself I would not sleep. I also told myself that plenty of things in the world can seem survivable at 11:30 and become impossible by 2 in the morning. The house settled gradually. A refrigerator compressor downstairs. The soft murmur of a late-night truck somewhere out on the main road.
pipes shifting once in the walls as somebody's sprinklers outside cut on and then off. Normal house sounds. I counted them and arranged them in my head, the way I'd been doing for months now in every place I spent the night. This one is plumbing. This one is foundation. This one is a vent cooling down. This one is just your own pulse, picking up the edges and making them personal. Around 2:13, I heard scratching. Not from outside, not from the walls, from beneath the guest room floor. That distinction hit my body before my mind. I was lying on my back with one arm across my stomach and my eyes half closed. Somewhere in that ugly, shallow state between waiting and dozing, when the sound came. A faint, dry pull directly below me. Too close and too intimate to belong to siding, trees, or pipes. I froze so completely that the sheet against my leg seemed suddenly loud. The scratching came again. Slow. Measured. Not the frantic skitter of claws. Not the random complaint of a shifting board. A drag. Then a pause. Then another small drag, as if something beneath the floor was orienting itself by touch. All at once, I was back in the loft at the cabin, back above the dining table, back with my palm on the boards and that single deliberate knock answering from underneath. The room around me remained ordinary. The lamp still glowed. The hallway nightlight still burned. A house in Boise still stood around me, and none of that mattered. I pushed myself upright without taking my feet off the mattress. My mouth had gone dry enough that swallowing hurt. I listened. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then one soft knock came from below my feet. Not loud, not threatening. Worse because of that. Just one placed, careful knock from under the guest room floorboards, almost directly beneath the side of the bed. I did not breathe. Then Ellie's voice came from down the hall. "Uncle Dan?" It was quiet, sleepy, perfectly plausible. Every instinct in me moved at once. I was already off the bed, already through the doorway, before the thinking part of my mind had finished asking whether Jenna had woken too, or whether Ellie was standing in the hall the way she used to. She wasn't. I reached her doorway and looked in. Ellie was asleep in her bed. Actually asleep, or as near to it as I had ever seen after Montana. Turned onto her side under the blanket, one arm bent awkwardly near her face, hair loose across the pillow. Jenna lay behind her, one hand still touching the child's shoulder, breathing deep enough to suggest real exhaustion rather than pretense. No one stood in the hallway. No one had spoken from the room. The house gave one low, settling tick somewhere below, and every inch of me went cold. Then the same voice, Ellie's voice, said from beneath the guest room floor, "Uncle Dan?" The sound came up through the boards behind me with terrifying softness. Not enough to wake the whole house, just enough for me. A private little call pitched in trust, in timing, in exactly the register that would pull a man 2 steps farther down a hallway before he remembered the rules had all already been broken. I did not turn around right away. That was the moment of full understanding. Up until then, some part of me had still thought of the thing as a mimic in the crude sense. Voices borrowed, names tried on, sounds repeated. But standing there, with the actual sleeping child in front of me, and her voice rising softly from beneath the guest room floor behind me, I understood that it had learned more than names. It had learned when a voice would be answered. It had learned whose voice to use for whom. It had learned timing, intimacy, trust, the tiny domestic mechanics by which people move toward one another in the dark. I closed Ellie's bedroom door most of the way without letting it latch. Not to protect her. Nothing about it was that simple. More because I could not bear having the real child in view while the false one called from under the floorboards behind me. I backed into the guest room slowly, flashlight in hand, every muscle in my body screaming to tear up the carpet, drag the mattress aside, do something. But some deeper instinct, the one survival leaves behind when courage has gotten too expensive, overruled all of that.
I knew this much by then. If I started ripping at the floor in the middle of the night, I would be obeying it.
So I sat in the chair by the guest room window with the flashlight across my knees and waited for dawn. The scratching returned once or twice more over the next couple of hours, always faint, always low, always measured. Once from beneath the bed, once nearer the baseboard by the closet. The voice did not come again. It didn't need to. It had already proved what it wanted to prove. I did not wake Mark. I did not wake Jenna. I did not make a sound unless breathing counts. There is a point in prolonged fear where action stops feeling like bravery and starts feeling like bait. So I waited. Gray finally came into the room in thin lines around the blinds and under the door. The lamp looked stupid once there was morning beside it, as lamps always do after a night of being asked to hold too much. I stood carefully, every joint stiff, and listened one last time. Nothing. No scratching, no knock. Just the ordinary cheap morning sounds of a subdivision house beginning to exist again. A distant garbage truck, a dog barking 2 houses over, the click of somebody's sprinkler system. I checked under Ellie's bed first. Nothing obvious. No hand, no tunnel, no wet earth hollowed into place like under the cabin. Only disturbed dust near the middle where the darkness thickened and a faint line of damp soil along the baseboard. Too little to make a footprint, and too deliberate to dismiss as tracked-in dirt. It was as if something with muddy skin had rested there briefly and then withdrawn. I stood up slowly and looked toward the closet. The closet door had been open the night before. I remembered that clearly because I had noticed the stack of spare blankets on the top shelf and thought, in that exhausted animal part of the brain, that the shelf looked reassuringly dull. It did not look dull now. Something new sat on the shelf.
I knew that before I crossed the room. The arrangement was wrong in exactly the way impossible objects are wrong when they appear among familiar ones. Not dramatic enough for a scream at first glance, just altered enough that the mind snags and has to go back. I reached up and brought the things down one by one. First, a child-sized tooth. Not fresh, not bloody, just small and pale and wrong in my palm. Second, a strip of faded floral cloth, dirt stiffened at one end, patterned exactly like the cloth from the understair cavity at the cabin. Third, a Polaroid, of course. I held that one by the edges for a second before turning it over. Not because I thought refusing to look would save me, because I knew it wouldn't. The image showed Mark's living room at night from floor level. Not from standing height, not from the couch, from low under the plane of things, as though the camera had been set beneath a sofa or low table and angled outward through the dark. In the frame, I could see Mark asleep in the recliner downstairs, chin sunk to chest, one arm hanging loose. Jenna lay on the couch under a blanket turned toward the hall. The lamp by the recliner glowed weakly in the corner. Beyond them stretched the hallway leading to the bedrooms, and at the far end of that hall, half visible in the dark,
was a pale, elongated figure low to the ground. Not fully revealed, not enough to study, enough to know. It seemed turned upward toward the camera, or toward whoever would one day hold the photograph, its body folded into the floor-level geometry of the house, the same way the thing beneath the cabin had always preferred to exist. Low, beneath, waiting in the architectural leftovers human beings forget to fear until too late. I turned the Polaroid over. On the back, in cramped block letters pressed hard enough to score the surface, was written, "Still under." I sat down on the edge of the bed because my knees had stopped feeling trustworthy.
By then, the whole pattern was finally clear enough to hurt in a new way. It was not just territorial. That would have been easier. If it belonged to one cabin, one property line, one poisoned patch of Montana ground, then a man could at least map his fear. He could say there and mean it. He could stay away and call that wisdom. It was not just hungry either. Hunger is cleaner than this. Hunger takes, consumes, ends. What followed us had patience, preferences, habits. It collected traces, kept objects, learned voices, studied where people slept, how they moved through rooms, which sounds made them answer, which spaces in a house counted as beneath even after the family changed, and the walls changed, and the state changed. And once it had been beneath your life, beneath your floor, your bed, your stairs, your child's habits, it did not fully leave. There was no victory in that realization, no cleansing. No scene where I tore open the floor and finally saw enough monster to explain the rest away. No priest, no fire, no sheriff with evidence bags and a language larger than ours. Only recognition. Recognition and adaptation, and the moral rot of knowing Vernon had fed people to it because money and denial made better roommates than guilt, until guilt finally stopped being enough. Recognition that I had stayed quiet too long because I needed the world to remain organized into problems I could repair with tools. Recognition that Ellie had become not simply a victim, but a point of contact. A living root through which something beneath structures had learned how a family sounds when it trusts itself. I put the tooth, the cloth, and the Polaroid into a zippered pouch from my duffel, and did not tell Mark or Jenna about them until later that morning, when daylight had flattened the house enough that the truth could at least be spoken while coffee brewed and everyone still had their shoes on. That is another confession inside the larger one. Fear does not always make you honest. Sometimes it makes you delay. Sometimes it makes you curate the horror, in doses small enough for the people you love to survive hearing it. It has been a long time now, longer than I expected any of us to remain intact after that first night in the cabin. Mark and Jenna still live in that house, though not in comfort. Ellie is older, outwardly steadier, and clever enough now to know when adults are lying around her. I still work HVAC. I still step around crawlspace openings with more respect than any sane man should have to carry into middle age. I still have the Polaroids in a lockbox I do not open, unless some worse part of me wants proof that memory did not exaggerate anything. And I haven't slept in a bed with open space under it since. But every now and then, just before dawn, I still wake with the clear feeling that something is lying flat beneath me, listening to my breathing and waiting for me to answer it back.